after his will is done. And so, I will close this show by saying that, done, and so offering that prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, now and forever. Amen. And with that, have a good evening, everybody. God bless you. For thine is the kingdom.
Just waiting for someone to come. Hey, Rebecca, come join. Maybe I'll come on camera. Hey, Wesley. Yeah, you guys can join. I think the comments pinned. Hey, Agar. I thought it'd be fun to talk about some of the different views on the subject. It was really interesting. Whether they're lit. Oh, hey. I see you. Hey.
Oh, I'm going to go off camera. I am not ready to be on camera right now.
You want to see I look like? Oh, man, you don't. It's a mess. I think I'll just go ahead and click that down, too. So, what do you think about that verse, Revelation 6? I think I'll pull it up just for fun.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, pull it up, because I had two streams going while Sal's was going, so I was kind of trying to pay attention to both.
What was the other one?
Atheist Republic?
Oh, never heard of that one.
What? You haven't heard of that one?
Who's that? Is that let's see, someone you converse with? I guess.
Oh, well, I mean, I just participate in their chat. I don't. Cool. But yeah, they focus on, highlighting news about like religious oppression and that kind of stuff, people being imprisoned for atheism, or even, I mean, any type of like religious news and stuff. So yeah, I think they're pretty cool.
Yeah, no problem, Wesley. Just come back whenever. You can join the stream too. Anybody can. I think my first reaction to someone wanting to make it literal is no. Like he was saying, like the idea of the stars falling, like he said, it rocked his faith in a way, because I mean that's insane, right? But hey, Agar's here. So I think the falling of the stars, like we see lots of those prophecies, like in Joel and other things, like, and I see them like relate to the first coming of Jesus, and some of them maybe for both second coming as well, like the sun going dark, like, because that's here too, right? And the moon becoming blood. And I don't know if you guys saw that stuff with like the blood moons and all that. I was kind of like interested in that.
Yeah.
Years ago, I was kind of intrigued.
Well, now what was Sal's conclusion about this verse about the stars of heaven falling to the earth?
Well, I think he's just speculating on like the reversal of like, the expansion thing. It seemed like to me, but I'm not sure. I think he was just kind of working it out as he spoke about it. I'm not, but classically, it seems like it's people have expected it to be a literal sign in heaven, and I think that's probably true, but it's not literally stars coming in onto the surface of the earth, right? I mean, it couldn't be that.
Right. I mean, to me, it seems very strange to take a literal interpretation to this. Actually, what I think of is that like the governing bodies are often like
Yes.
thought of as stars,
And
So
you mean
like,
the qualities, or do you mean like which is what's behind
well,
the government?
I'd have to go back and look because I have not looked at this in a long time, but I feel like this imagery has been used in other places in the Bible. I mean, for the one that comes off the top of my head is Joseph's dream, where the 12
Absolutely.
stars bowed down to him, and the moon and the sun. And so the moon and the sun were referring to his parents, right? And the stars were his brothers. But I mean, of course, this is a dream and dream imagery, but so is Revelation, right? So, you know, I think that I would most definitely not take a literal interpretation to this. And that it kind of it surprises me that somebody would take it so literally that this would shake their faith, you know.
Yeah, yeah. It goes to show how the different interpretations can cause you trouble in a certain way. Like, obviously we're more inclined to take this, and I think Iger would agree too about hell and stuff in the Book of Revelation. And like, this is a highly symbolic book. It's using imagery. Like, they weren't stupid. But I do think some of these signs are literal signs, and we look at it that way. But I think what you said to begin with is right on point, because right here you can see in verse 13 to 15, because it goes right into the kings of the earth, and we see when God talks about the different powers behind the governments, the principalities and powers that are behind the ruling powers of government. And I think that's kind of what's going on with the beast power and all that too in Revelation. And when he describes the Satan behind the prince of Tyre in Ezekiel 28, it's just clear that he's talking about the prince of Tyre, but suddenly it just without warning is talking about this covering cherub that was in Eden. And Paul uses that language too, the principalities and powers. Yet God is said to appoint, these things. And so that's kind of another interesting dynamic. But this is where I really love Michael Heiser, because the Bible, and Iger could probably help me here too. Like, it's like the wandering.
I take it literal. I think there's a dome. I think the stars are small. The sun, the moon, they're the same size. They're probably like 30 kilometers across. So I would imagine the stars are probably only like 1 kilometer across. So I could see how they can all fall down to earth, and it gets shaking like a fig tree. And it's not only Revelations. Jesus also talks about the stars falling to earth in Matthew 24. So it's referenced a couple times there in the Bible. Stars.
This Mark O'Connell put it. Could it refer to fallen angels being kicked out of heaven? And I think it very well could be, spiritual beings that are in authority. So,
no doubt, it's no doubt in my mind, because they're. It's hard to know what's mixed up, with the understanding of cosmology in the ancient mind, but we know that God incorporated it into Scripture. I'm not going to try to totally smash you here, Iger. I just think, you could. Taking it totally literally is not what's being put forward. It's. I mean, these people were writing metaphorically in that sense, and so. Did some people believe that the wandering stars were literally the fallen angels moving in the sky? Yeah, sure, probably.
I believe that, actually. That's why they worship Mars, Venus, Jupiter. That's why people worship them. Matter of fact,
and that's
look it up.
Jupiter, and that's fine. But God calls us, like, we even see a picture. Like, this is a picture of God casting down the powers for good, and because He shakes the heavens and the earth so that what can remain will remain. And we see this picture of like these trees, right? Even the three angels' messages in Revelation has these dirty birds or whatever, unclean birds flock, in these trees. And we see the imagery in Daniel of this tree that's, humongous, growing up, and so you can see every point of the earth, right, from this tree. And it's kind of like, you could almost think of it like imagery of like a nation growing up and enlarging or whatever. And these birds are these unclean birds, and every foul and unclean bird is like perched in it or whatever. I actually think all this kind of imagery has its origin in the creation story, but I won't get into that too much. But yeah, there's like major symbology. I would even point to Christ being like the great light in a certain sense. And I don't mean literally the sun. I just mean that typology is all scripture. And so, the living creatures come forth after the day God makes the stars. And so, the birds come forth and the living creatures, and the earth is teeming with life after the sun is made. The environment is set in the first part of Genesis. There's kind of typology there, I think. But yeah, I think the like I was going to say with Heiser real quick is that he points to the angels are appointed over the nations, right, at Babel, essentially. And I think it's Deuteronomy 32 suggests that, I think, or I could get that wrong, but and then God's called back the nations, right? And so that's what these principalities are. They've been corrupted, and God's calling everyone back to his people, through Jesus and Israel and all that. And so there's this picture though also of like the redeemed on the sea of glass, which kind of smacks of like, the firmament, so to speak, or whatever. But we see that we are uplifted into heaven, into God's family, and they're cast down. I think it's undeniable. Like, and it says that they'll shine forever, like the stars in heaven. So I'm actually okay with taking some of the pictures in the Old Testament, with that idea of like a dome in a sense. It's very complicated with the word rakia and all that. I think it means the sky and everything, but I also think there is kind of this picture of like the stars being set in this, dome in heaven, and like God's casting down like the prince of the power of the air and all that. Anyway, I'll shut up. But hey, Wesley.
Hello, Wesley.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, Wesley.
Any thoughts?
How you doing? Oh, any thoughts? Sorry.
Yeah. What do you got? Stars. Revelation 6, I think it was, and Matthew 24. Stars. All the stars fall from heaven to earth.
Yeah, I don't interpret that literally in like the colloquial sense of literally, but like as far as like literally from the Latin, like to the letter litera.
So,
I interpret it in that sense, literally.
Do you think there's a picture of this being the fallen being cast down, and then the saints being, because you see that in Heiser's work too, with the the Elohim, God standing amongst the gods in the council, and this idea that like they're being cast down and the saints are being brought into God's family, sort of thing. You don't have to see it that way. I just think that makes
it's possible. Yeah, for sure. I don't have a strong opinion on this verse particularly.
The only issue I have with that, that Michael Heiser taking Psalm 82 is, and I know he's reading it in the Hebrew and I'm not, but to me, it sounds like he's talking to earthly rulers in that psalm when he says, when God presides among the gods, and then also because Jesus quotes from that, it seems, in John, I don't know, I think it's chapter 10 or something, but where he says, if he said you are gods to whom the word of God was revealed, so like, to me, there, it seems to be like, I'm not against this idea of like there being these spiritual beings that are the gods, that
your hang up is
God presides over. But the Psalm 82 one is to me a little bit strange because I read that as earthly rulers.
Yeah. It depends on how like temporally you would take it, right? Because I mean, you could take it like if it's like not this heavenly council, although I think Heiser makes the argument or shows from the context that like this is a picture of like up in heaven when he's talking to this council. And I presume your hang up isn't the word Elohim there, right?
No, not at all. Because it seems to me that like God is speaking metaphorically and calling them gods, like you are the ones who have the power. Like, what is a god, right? It's like a being that has power. And so he's speaking to the rulers and saying, what are you guys using your power? Like, you're not using your power correctly. And it's like all about how they're not taking care of the poor and, like, administering justice. And so to me, it seems like he's referring to human rulers that have like godlike power, and he's speaking about them metaphorically. But that's just my reading. But I mean, I've heard Michael Heiser's arguments on that, but I haven't actually, like, of course, he has much more experience in Hebrew than I do. I mean, I took a semester of Hebrew, so it's not like I know anything about Hebrew. But the word there, Elohim, to me, it's being used metaphorically.
Yeah, let's look at this real quick. He also argues. Now, I'm not totally sold. I mean, I'm not rigid on this. I think I accepted his arguments, but I couldn't repeat them verbatim. But in a semester of Hebrew is one more semester than I have. So, but see, he argues that they're mad because he's saying he's God, and then that when he argues that, hey, your scripture says that that they're, ye are gods or whatever. Is Jesus? He's saying he's not telling them that they're gods, but he's saying, look, your own scripture says there's other beings that are divine, and so he's literally Heiser claims that he's like defending and standing up for his deity there, which is kind of weird to appeal to these other lesser Elohim. I suppose you could make that argument against his view, but let's see.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Well, but Jesus is kind of referring, like he's saying, like, is it not written in your law? And for those who are listening, this is John 10:34. Jesus answered them, is it not written in your law? I have said you are gods. If he called them gods to whom the word of God came, and the scripture cannot be set aside, what about the one whom the Father set apart as his very own and sent into the world? So it seems to me that he's referring to human beings that God called gods.
Yeah. Read that line again. To the ones he called gods, to whom the word of God came. Could that have two different subjects in it? I don't know.
If he called them gods to whom the word of God came, and scripture cannot be set aside. I mean, we might need to look at the Greek, because sometimes I'm reading the NIV. What?
Do you see how that could be read two different ways? He could be saying, to whom he could have these Elohim, these angels in view. So like, to whom these angels he calls gods. And then it's referring back to the Jewish nation that he gave the scripture to. But it seems more coherent to read it like, and this could be, like you said, we should probably look at the Greek, but like what it says there about, it seems more streamlined to think it's in view the whole time that the subject is that he's calling gods are the nation to whom he gave the word. But you could split it up kind of. I can see that being possible, in other words.
Yeah, I mean, there might be something we're missing because sometimes the NIV smooths stuff over. So while you guys keep talking about it, I'll look it up in the Greek and see what it says.
It sounds like Fro is with us. He might.
Yeah, I am. By the way, I completely agree with you, Rebecca. The NIV is an absolute garbage translation. Okay.
Well, it's still my favorite translation, because I mean, I find problems with every translation I've looked at. So
no doubt.
I think it's the most readable, but not too. But it sticks pretty close to the text. But there's there are some issues, so I'll look it up.
Yeah. Okay. How you doing, Jamie?
Hey, good. Glad to see you guys. Everybody's here.
Yeah, so I see you're friends with the flat earther, Jamie. So we can't be friends anymore. Just so you know.
I love everybody. Just one more, Lord. Just one more. No.
How you doing, Iger?
Good, man. How about yourself?
Doing very well, very well.
That's good, man.
I just feel so it's like such a good boy for having a Catholic friend as an Adventist. I just brings a tear to my eye. Just messing with you, man. I love you.
I know that. You're good.
So we could watch I think there's like a brief explanation he gives too. We could look at and then or we could critique Heiser's view. I'd have to find I'd want to find a short clip of it, and then see what we come up with. But if anybody has anything else to add, go ahead.
Yeah, to be fair, like, how would I say this? Because this isn't really Heiser's view. He's not the first person to bring this up. The thing about it is, I would say it is literally impossible to read the text and not come to the conclusion that there are other spiritual beings that the ancient Hebrews had called gods. You can't get away from that, in my opinion. And so what's going on is
Agreed.
that you can't really criticize Heiser's view without adopting something close to it, is what I'll say.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't criticizing his view on there being other gods. I mean, it's clear there's other spiritual beings that people worshipped as gods. But the part that I'm criticizing is that Psalm 82, that it doesn't seem to me to refer to, it seems like it doesn't seem to be referring to spiritual beings when I read it, but I mean, I could be wrong. And then I was just saying another example that it seems like that Psalm 82 is referring to human beings is because Jesus quotes it in John 10, and it seems like he's referring to human beings. But I definitely agree with the view that there are other, spiritual beings, powers, principalities. So yeah.
Okay, because like a lot of the people I have inroads with, which I don't have as many inroads with, but basically when I express the very academic view that Heiser holds, and not just him, but essentially anybody educated in this area, I've been accused of being of being an idolater. And then, considering that I'm Catholic, their bigotry is just even more on display than it usually is.
Well, here, I'm going to just really quick,
wow.
I'm going to play this sped up, and it's a shorter clip. So if it's not pertinent to the subject, I'll just cut it off. But let's just see what he says about it.
Here is plural. You say, well, maybe that's the Trinity. Wrong, because if you go down and look at the verse, the capital G Elohim, who is leading the council meeting, is excoriating the other Elohim for their corruption. Okay, we're not talking about the Trinity here. That would be extraordinarily bad theology. Briefly address the issues in Psalm 82. So let's go out there. And in the very first verse, again.
But I think we all agree on this part because let's see if maybe he doesn't go to John 10 here.
God, and there's a group of
Jamie,
let the heavens praise your wonder.
Sorry. This may be a bad.
O Lord, your faithfulness in the I can the term spiritual warfare. And what spiritual warfare really is, there's an already element to it, and there's the conquest word, karam. He has given them over for slaughter. There's look that up and see that. On that day, the Lord will punish the host. This is Paul's discussion of the resurrection and the resurrection body. And in verse 24, he's talking about the things that are going to unfold at the end of days. Then comes the end, when he delivers the kingdom to God the Father after destroying every rule, every authority, and every power. Now, if we actually looked at this terminology, rule is arche. It's the same word for the rulers elsewhere. Okay, authority, exousia, same rule. That's in other passages, the principalities and powers, the rulers and authorities, and their power, principalities and powers. It's the same word. It's just All three of these terms are the same terms that Paul uses in passages that describe the judgment of supernatural beings. Okay, passages like, let's go to Ephesians 1. One that set this up. Yes, there was a rebellion. Yes, it goes bad. But he's that the
Okay, forget it. I don't want to waste any more time with that. What did you have find on that, Rebecca?
Oh, I mean, it doesn't, from what I can tell, there's nothing that the NIV is doing that's like, smoothing over the Greek. But to me, as we read this, I feel like this is talking clearly about the people that, the scripture came to, the Israelites. So I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, I think you're completely right on this. Oh, hey, Mark. So what's going on here is like quite clear, as Heiser has even stated, that like and this is kind of what I've seen. You see this all throughout the whole of the scriptures, whether it's from Genesis to Revelation, where you have these spiritual beings, these gods and these demons, right, that are clearly given personality, like personal autonomy, as if they are like living entities, as living as Yahweh is. And so what's going on throughout the whole of the Old Testament is essentially what it is warning us about is that these beings, they actually do exist, and they have some sort of spiritual authority on earth, and therefore be wary and be aware. And I think this is a portion of the Christian faith that too many miss out on or are completely ignorant of.
I think the definition where it used the word magistrate for the lowercase word of God would probably fit better, because that would have people as a rulership position, and you wouldn't have to create a special being in this fashion for it to fit with Scripture. Because God says that, besides Him, there is no other God. And there was not to be one before me, nor will there ever be one after me.
Yeah, he's called the Most High. So, and he's sometimes referred to as Elohim. But as far as John 10 goes, is Jesus referring to them as gods on the council? Because I would argue you could still take that view that in Psalm 82 that the gods are angels, but that when Jesus is using it, he's referring to the judges or the leaders of the nation, of the people, and referring them to being on this council. And I actually think that that's somewhat true, that God's people are going to be raised up to it, to be on the council, maybe not the ones he's speaking to, but he seems to be combating the fact that they're giving him trouble for claiming to be the Son of God. And he's using this verse. So in what way is he using this verse to try to settle them down in some sense, or call them out for being hypocrites? Because he's telling them, is it not written in your law, I said ye are gods? So is he referencing that scripture to say there's other gods, or is he referencing that scripture to tell them that he calls them gods? That is the ones he's speaking to on earth at this time in John 10. Isn't that the question?
Well, I think the times that God has referred to other gods would either be a false god, or in this case, a magistrate, somebody in a place of rulership or authority. We can go take a look what the Greek says here in this passage to see what it says as a possible definition.
I may be missing something. If Rebecca, do I understand you? You're saying that you're seeing these ones in the council in Psalm 82 as lesser gods or angels, but that
No, opposite.
No,
I'm saying I think Michael Heiser's wrong about that. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with Michael Heiser that there are spiritual beings that have authority in various places. I'm not disagreeing with that. But when I read Psalm 82, it seems to me that God is referring to the rulers of Israel as gods because they have godlike power to influence. He's referring to them metaphorically, like you guys are the ones with the power to help the poor and needy and you're not doing these. You don't understand, you don't know what you're doing, you're walking about in darkness, so he's I think he's rebuking the rulers of Israel, and and so it seems also natural to me that in the book of John, Jesus is referring back to this, and he's referring to the, like somebody said, magistrates or authorities. Like he's this is all referring to human beings. It's a metaphorical use of the word God.
Kind of like a judge sort of thing, which it's used that way.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Is what's interesting about that too, though, is like, so you can see this in the way different translations translate similar conceptions of the usage, right? So like in Deuteronomy 32 or whatever, when it says God appoints the sons of Israel, this is what Heiser points out as well. I think it's Deuteronomy 32, but when God divides the nations after Babel, the 70 or whatever, which is interesting that it correlates with this, the elders of Israel or whatever, like 70 or 72 or whatever. But some translations say the sons of Israel, but the original language says, I think it says B'nai Elohim, so that it's sons of God. But then, of course, that gets confused or maybe not confused in the New Testament with like, well, is there like sons of God? Surely we all agree that sons of God is sometimes speaking of angels. I think it's being born again, you become a direct creation of God. So Adam was a son of God by literal fiat, because he's a direct creation of God. He wasn't born of man. He was born directly from God. And I think the New Testament incorporates that language to say you are a new creation spiritually, that is a direct child of God. And that's kind of the born again language. And it borrows on that idea, like you are a son of God and a child of God. And so it's interesting. And Heiser would point out in Deuteronomy 32, it's really not a very good translation, but it's kind of an assumption, kind of anachronistically placed back in there, because of course Israel didn't exist yet when he divides the nations after Babel. So that's one of the better arguments against that being. But I think it's like things like this, where if you take this to mean human beings, then you'd kind of make sense to place that back in, because of course Israel existed when that text was written, but not, in time, as the story flows in time, they didn't exist yet. But of course, the scripture was written then, I suppose.
Well, yeah, and I don't think, like I'm saying, I'm not disagreeing with Michael Heiser on everything he's saying. Like, I agree with the part that he says at the beginning about the Elohim, and so I'm only referring to the Psalm 82, that I think it is not referring to a divine council.
Well, what about the
that
part
particular
you'll
passage?
die like men? You'll die like I said, you're the sons of the Most High, but you shall die like man. How would you look at that part of it?
Yeah, yeah, that's a good question. Well, because it's like, if you read the full context, it says, you're all sons of the Most High God, but you will die like mere mortals. You will fall like every other ruler. So like, basically they're people who have been placed in a high position, and, they are given God-given authority, but they're just going to die like every other mortal. So
what translation was that, by the way? It's interesting. Slightly.
Yeah, I have to agree with Rebecca on this, because even in the New Testament, John, that word used for gods, one of the acceptable definition is magistrate. And Jesus did talk to them about, you're put in a place of, like a rulership or leadership from a status standpoint, like a magistrate.
This is where it's fascinating, though, because we understand that God speaks of the princes of nations and the rulers of nations in such a way where it will, like in Ezekiel 28, like I was saying with the Prince of Tyre, he's speaking to the Prince of Tyre and what he's doing and how he's going to be judged. And then it just kind of, without warning, is talking about this power behind, the Prince of Persia, right? In Daniel, we see that with this angel that Michael contends with. but it's called the Prince of Persia, right? So and that's what Paul also says, these powers that are these spiritual powers that are behind these leaders. So there's almost like this weird overlap. Like, I don't know, it's fascinating.
Oh, I completely agree, because understand when it comes to these entities, again, they do have authority of their own, and so oftentimes these kinds of powers will be behind many of the world leaders, whether they are aware of it or not, right? And so what's going on is that when Yahweh is saying that, although you shall, I'm probably paraphrasing this, but although you shall be as gods, you shall die like men. Essentially, what is going on is that due to their folly, due to their rebellion against the Most High, they are going to be wiped away along with their worshipers. That's essentially what's going on in the text here, that as far as I understand it. And so what's going on, how that can apply today, is that how should I say this? This is going into conspiracy theory territory, but I'm not totally against this either. But basically, there are these theories out there that oftentimes different leaders, different people in power will actually do blood sacrifice to these gods as a way of maintaining control and vitality in their own lives. Have you heard of anything like that, Jamie?
That
Yeah, I think it's possible.
Satanism. That's just weird.
Yeah, there's stuff like that happens. You'd be shocked.
Yeah, I know, because there's actually this there's this I guess you could call it a blood ritual, right? Where where the person kind of sacrifices either usually a human and often a child, right? And by bathing in this child's blood in some particular way, you can basically grant yourself longer life. In fact, in the Catholic Church, we even have a bit of an example of this, because you can look this up for yourself. But I swear to God, what I'm about to tell you is on official Vatican records that this has happened. So basically, what is going on? Has anybody ever heard of Cardinal Joseph Bernardine? Anyone?
No.
Okay. So this is an education for you, but basically, Joseph Bernardine was a cardinal, and also was a Satanist, and essentially infiltrated the priesthood. And again, this is actually on official Vatican records, and my source for this is Church Militant. And what Cardinal Bernardine had basically done is that he invited a few of his wealthy friends over. And they ended up like how should I there's no PG way of putting this, but they basically raped a little girl on an altar and offered her virginity to Satan, and they did this as a way of gaining favor from him. So we have a Satanist that infiltrated the church, actively participated in these roles, while also actively sabotaging the institution. So what's going on here is that, just like what we see in ye olden times of the Old Testament, there are leaders in high places today, just as were yesterday, that take advantage of these spiritual powers as part of their rebellion against God.
Yeah. You cut out.
How much of that did you catch, Rebecca?
The last thing, there's leaders that are taking advantage of the powers given by God or something like that. So you just cut out for a minute.
Yeah, that these leaders today, just as they were in ancient times, have services and have devotions to these gods by which they can be given earthly power in their rebellion against the Most High.
Yeah,
it's just Satanism he's talking about.
Yeah, it's pretty ugly. Well, so let's shift back to the subject of these signs. I'm gonna pull up that verse again. Did anybody want to have any comments about that? About these, how we should take these signs in Revelation, like the stars falling to the earth? Anybody have any interpretation of that, or anything they want to comment on?
Well, mine is literal. I think the stars are gonna fall to Earth, and but I know I'm the only person that believes that we live in a geocentric enclosed system. I'm more of a dome earther than a flat earther. I think there's like a dome on top. All right, that was it. And then Fro with the conspiracy theories over here, man. Good, shocking.
Hey, listen, Iger, I'm not against conspiracy theories, okay? It's just some of them are clearly wrong. Some of them have more legitimacy than others.
Yeah,
So I'm not against them.
That you can see like these Satanist people have infiltrated even the Vatican, and then but imagine what they've done to the government, the media, just about everything else. These
Yeah.
secret societies and satanic infiltrators.
Yeah, because even just a couple popes ago, when Saint John Paul II, and he said this during his during his time in office in the Papal See, he said that the smoke of Satan is actually coming from the Vatican. As in, he was basically saying that many places and areas of the Vatican have already been infiltrated, even in his day.
Yeah,
and this was some 50 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a fascinating story. So
Yeah.
I wanted to mention having an Adventist background and holding to a historicist view of prophecy of Daniel and Revelation. They believed before the Great Disappointment and during the Great Awakening that this was possibly one of the signs. And there's a reoccurring, and in fact, it happened just this last year. I can't remember the cycle exactly on this, but it comes around every so many years, this Leonid meteor shower. And you can see it with your telescope, and you can see it with the naked eye, of course. But there was a particularly bright, I believe that's what this was. And people were, well, I'll play part of it and see what they say here. It's kind of interesting. People were this was such an impressive showing of this this meteor shower that comes in the Earth's path, we know and understand now. But that people said things like, it was so bright, it filled the entire sky, and it was so bright that you could read the newspaper during the black of night when this was happening. And so people literally dropped to their knees and thought this was the final sign from Scripture.
Well, let's hear it.
Of legend and lore. Okay, we got a lot of ground to cover today, and I don't want to take more than 45, 50 minutes, hopefully, here. As always, first, the disclaimer, I'm a local historical society librarian, of course, not connected to this incredible event in many ways. So this is not a science-driven lecture, so just be aware of that. Okay, Edzard Dewees, it's an odd name. He was an Alsatian newspaper editor who lived in Bloomington for a little while in the early 1870s. So this Edzard Dewees, while he was in Bloomington, realizing that the initial pioneer generation was passing away, decided to interview elderly, for the most part, pioneers. This is in the early 1870s, and then he put it all down on the paper. The result was Good Old Times in McLean County, published in 1874, and it is a wealth of early settler stories. Sure, there's plenty of legend and lore, but there's also this is a volume rich with anecdotes that can be mined for further research. So, for example, in Good Old Times, one comes across topics such as the winter of deep snow, which was 1830-31, the sudden freeze of December 20th, 1836, all sorts of fascinating things. The difficulty of milling grain in the winter.
So I'm going to go, I found something better here real quick. It just shows some of the newspaper articles here, so it's a little more interesting here.
Yeah, that one was like 40, 45 minutes. I'm like,
That's cool.
Hey, Jamie, thanks for having me on. I got to run. Good night, everybody.
Right.
Good night. Thanks for
Good night,
coming.
Good night, Rebecca.
Of course, back then everybody had this biblical insight, or thinking when they saw those sorts of things. That's kind of interesting. They're going to use biblical language and stuff, but
Yeah,
I
it
don't know.
would happen, wouldn't it?
They were expecting second coming probably, but yeah, I don't know it's how to take it necessarily. So
Yeah. I have to say, actually, just kind of going on a tangent here. I must say I do respect Iger's flat Earth position because although I definitely disagree with it, and I think it fails on many levels. At the same time, he actually is able to understand what he really believes is not a flat Earth, but more like the domed Earth, making it more basically taking on exactly what is taught within the Old Testament. I like that.
Well, yeah, it's it was the conception of the universe before we got the heliocentric model. It didn't matter if you were Hebrew or Hindu or anything. Everybody had a pretty much similar understanding that we lived in an enclosed system. I think I got a good picture I could show where it has all the different ancient cosmology
Yeah.
interpretations, and
Now,
it's not just the Bible, but it was everybody before the heliocentric model was thought of.
Now that I would disagree. I would agree with that, but also disagree at the same time. Like for instance, as far as I know, that's not how they believe. The Hindus didn't believe that the Earth was flat. I don't think they ascribed any shape to it. Really, I think they saw it more as a state of being or a realm. It didn't have a definite shape, as far as I understand it to be. But however, the idea of the world being kind of a domed Earth. It's less of an ancient model and more of a Near Eastern model. For instance, when you look at the surrounding cultures around Judah, you see that Babylon had it, Assyria had it, the Arabs had it, Egypt had it. Right? They all conceived the world in this way. But
what
that's
else
not to
would
say
they?
that's not to say it was the standard. Like for instance, we know for fact, for instance, that the Greeks believed that the world was round thousands of years before even Jesus walked. Right?
Well, there
Yeah,
was just one Greek. His name was Pythagoras. I'm sorry, no, Aristophanes. He was the only Greek that thought that
well, he's
that
the one
the
that
Earth was
proved
round.
it.
But can you imagine one guy? Like people think like, oh yeah, the days of Jesus, the Greeks knew about it. It was this one Greek. He didn't convince all the other Greeks,
that's
and then those Greeks didn't go out and just tell everybody instantly in the day before, telephones and internet. Like to just think that, and then in the days of Columbus, they're making fun of him because they think he's gonna fall off the edge or whatever.
well, they weren't
So
sure.
people say this Greek, but it was one guy that supposedly
Yeah.
said that the Earth was a globe back in those days.
But dude, the Columbus thing is kind of a myth. Like high
Yeah.
society people knew this.
Hey Jamie,
And
can I explain this real quick?
yeah,
Because
right.
I'm actually very aware of this. Essentially, no, nobody ever thought Columbus never thought the Earth was flat, and nobody back then really thought the world was flat either. The idea that the medieval world believed that the world was flat is a later invention made by the atheistic Enlightenment. That's where that came from. It was actually a myth, a mockery invented by Enlightenment philosophers as a way of casting the medieval world as something superstitious and foreign. In their wildest dreams, they would have had no idea how successful their polemic would have been. But let me tell you, Columbus did not sail thinking the Earth was flat. No one did. No one.
Bro, everybody back then used to think the Earth was flat. It wasn't until Copernicus, really, in the 1500s, where this whole heliocentric model even started to gain in the speed. Because he even studied under another guy that was a geocentric, Tycho Brahe,
Here's the thing, Iger. Here's the thing. Do not mix between dome, flat Earth, and geocentrism. They're not the same thing. For instance, Dr. Sungenis, who's a major Catholic apologist, is also a geocentrist. He believes that the sun. He believes that the Earth, that the Earth is at the center. Is at the center. The sun revolves around the Earth. He believes that, but he also doesn't believe in flat Earth. He believes the Earth is in fact round.
Yeah.
In fact, and again, the scientific consensus for like centuries upon centuries, even in the medieval ages, was that the Earth is round. What was questioned is whether or not the Earth is going over the sun or the sun is going around the Earth. That's what was at stake. That's what was being questioned, not whether or not the Earth was flat.
No,
Yeah,
right.
since the 500s, it's a pretty much established scholarly fact that pretty much from at least the 500s AD on, that the Christian thinkers were considered the Earth is round. They looked at the moon and the sun, and they saw that it was round. And I would say, but now when you go back to like the concepts of the ancient Near East, which would
Can I share my screen real quick so I can show you the Hindu cosmology?
Something to keep in mind, I want to say though, something to
Yeah.
keep in mind about the flat Earth of the really ancient writings of Scripture, like they weren't suggesting the Earth was a flat thing floating in space. They didn't have a globe model per se to contrast it against. They just were describing the Earth as they saw it, is my opinion.
Correct.
Oh yeah, they believed in the waters above and the great deep. So it wasn't like the Earth was floating in space. It's floating in water. But let me share this screen for the Hindu cosmology, just because I thought it was pretty interesting. I don't know how modern. I mean, some of these look pretty modern, so I don't know if there's been lies or manipulation or whatever. Oh man, I'm gonna do it on Yahoo real quick, just because it lets me make the screen bigger. With Google, it only does like a little side screen. But all I did was type in Hindu cosmology. Sorry about that. Thought I had it pulled up. Now they have this weird thing with a turtle and elephants, right? But that's not what I'm
that
looking
is
for
that
here.
is the Hindu cosmology. Yes.
Now, I mean, I've seen some pictures like that, but some of these right here are pretty interesting, where they even have like different. Say, they talk about like even the Greeks talk about like a tower is reserved for like the fallen angels, or well, I guess they would call them the Titans. So it's pretty interesting. I don't think I could zoom in anymore. Let me see.
Well, actually, typically with the Far East, you had like lesser, kind of like in the Near East, you kind of had like lesser spiritual entities, just like you did in the Far East. And oftentimes these were kind of existing in a world below humanity, such as what one being in particular that comes to mind is the Asura, which was a being of violent temper and rage, and that because of that was considered more savage and less sophisticated than man. So it's probably what it's kind of trying to describe here in the image you got.
Oh yeah, well, this was
There-
their perception.
There
Basically,
are some simple things that you can do to see
there's
the
another
actual
one. That's,
curve.
hold on. I'm sorry. Go
to
ahead.
see there are some things that you can do to actually see the curve of the Earth while standing on the Earth. You want me to share with you how you can do that?
I mean, I'm pretty sure I tried everything because it took me a year to come to accept switch sides per se. I used to believe in the spinning ball for 35 years of my life. But go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Yeah, just for fun. Yeah, tell us.
One of the things you can do is if you're standing there and you're watching the sunset, let's say set in the water, and you've got the view behind you fairly well. As it goes down into the water, it will actually cast its shadow on the sky that would be behind you. If you have clouds there that reach up high where the sun will still crest the earth and light the top of the clouds, you can actually see that the curve itself when you do that. That's one way. Another way you can tell that the earth is round is the directional gyro in an airplane on a flat Earth won't work. It will only work on a sphere.
Why is that?
Because as you fly east or west on a flat Earth, the directional gyro does not care about magnetic north. So as you, let's say we're flying from west to east, your north would keep going on the magnetic compass would trail behind your wing and head off towards your tail as you travel. But that does not happen. And the only way that cannot happen is on a globe. Because then you can continuously fly east and north will be always off your left wing. So the directional gyro shows you that as a demonstration for navigation that the Earth is actually a sphere. I hope some of that helps. There's more, but I think those are fairly simple.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, it's gonna take a lot to convince me at this point, I guess. But you know, whatever. It's okay.
Once again,
I don't
actually
expect
have
to change your
turn.
mind.
Yeah. Well, the directional gyro is sufficiently precise in navigation that we actually use it to take off on runways without being able to see outside the airplane. And that's one of the things that I had to just demonstrate being able to do to become an instrument-rated pilot.
Okay, but all that's doing is pointing to the same point. So if you, it will work.
Well,
it will work the
what
same
that
on a
points-
flat Earth. That's
Hold
what
on a
I'm
second.
saying.
What
That
that points
gyro
to
will
is
work the
that
same on a
the Earth
flat Earth
would-
or a ball Earth.
What it points to
you're
is
just following where the gyro's pointing you to. What was the other
the gyro
one?
will make you fly in a straight line, and that you use for navigational purposes.
Correct, but
It doesn't care about the shape of the Earth in the
Yeah,
sense
it
that
doesn't.
it will point the direction that you're flying.
That's
You actually
right.
have to turn around the gyro to get your plane to point a different direction. So if it's a flat Earth, the directional gyro on flying from west to east will always have north go back towards the tail. But it never does that. It always stays off the wing. It stays 90 degrees off of your easterly heading.
Yep. Okay, let me ask you
I
this since
see
you're
what
a
you're
pilot.
saying.
Since
That's
you're a
interesting.
pilot, let me ask you this, bro. When you reach your cruising altitude, right? Do you take into account the curvature of the Earth? Like, it's from what I hear, the pilots I've spoken to, when you reach your cruising altitude, you lift your nose 3 degrees to stay at that altitude.
You're flying at a hold on. Let me share
go
with you.
ahead.
Your wing, it's like you're on the water. You know, you plane on the water. As long as you're going the proper speed, you're going to stay at the spot on the water. If you slow down, you're going to sink in the water. Obviously, you're not going to lift off the water. Well, I guess you could if you go too fast. Some boats do that. The airplane wings is the same thing. It flies over a certain density of altitude of the air. And then you just maintain that altitude, that density that you're flying in, so that you fly around the Earth. There is no pushing over to try to stay on the Earth because you just fly that level, that density level, that support of your wings. It would just be maintained because that's how the atmosphere is working on your wings. So as the atmosphere wraps around the Earth, that layer that you're flying on, you're going around that layer around the Earth too.
Okay.
So you don't have to push over.
Right. So the answer is no. You don't account for any curvature of the Earth.
You don't account for that.
The
Now you
plane
got equipment.
just assumes everything for you.
Hold on a second. You do have equipment on your airplane that does count for the curvature of the Earth, and that's called the attitude indicator. And it has a reset feature within the indicator as built into a part of it to compensate for that, so that your attitude indicator is not all whacked out as you travel, a quarter way around the Earth.
Before we had electrical indicators, altimeters, I think you said.
No,
there is
altimeter is different.
Oh, what did you just say? What was the instrument you were saying?
An attitude indicator is what indicates the attitude.
Isn't that like an altimeter though?
No, an altimeter works on barometric pressure. So it works on the pitot tube. and also the static tube on the side of the airplane.
Nice.
And it tells you how high you are.
Yeah, it tells you how high you are because based off of
The pressure.
the pressure. Now, that pressure is like that due to the fact that it's actually the gravity is pulling it down around the Earth. So you're gonna, you'll have those.
So you're now
So,
you're
hold
just
on,
saying
let me get this, hold on, Iger, hold on. Let me get
go
this
ahead.
straight. With that barometric pressure indicator you just said, I'd imagine that the higher you get, the lower the pressure, which means you'd be able to. All right, so the higher you get, the lower the pressure, so you'd be able to gauge how high you are based on how low the pressure is in the air around you.
Right. And what happens
Okay.
as you fly, air traffic control will give you the barometric pressure reading on the ground level for you while you're in the airplane so that you can tone it in right so that you're still the same altitude above the ground that you need to be, or at least what ground level would be.
I see.
Hey, before we move on from the topic, since you're a pilot, I got a couple questions, right? So the other one is this, right? When you're at the equator, the Earth is supposedly spinning 1,000 miles per hour. When you're in New York, it's only spinning like 300 miles per hour. So
What do you care?
Yeah, nobody cares. So that's what I'm saying.
Here's the reason why you don't care. Hold on a second. Here's the reason why you don't care.
Yeah.
When you're in the airplane, or I'm sorry, when you're in a car, you're driving. Do you care if you're sitting still or if you're driving at a constant speed? Do you feel anything different? If you got a glass with water in it and you're traveling at a constant speed, the water's not going to fly all over the place. It's going to stay in the glass.
So you're telling me if you're moving at 3,000 miles per hour and one of those things that spin you around, and I see people pass out all the time, that you're not going to feel, you think a glass of water is just going to stay there?
Now you're talking about something totally different, which is constantly changing your direction. In a small spot.
If you're if you're in a jet, do you think like a jet?
Right? I've had my glasses fall in a jetliner going 500 some miles an hour, and it's never fallen out of my cup.
What about like 2,000 miles per hour? What about one of these fast aircraft?
Doesn't matter. You got people flying SR-71s at 2,000 miles an hour. They don't have issues.
All right. Yeah. But my other question.
You're already moving at the Earth when you take off. You already have that speed. You're going on the Earth.
You're flying through the air. That's static with the Earth.
Well, if you're flying north, if you're flying from the equator where you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, and you're flying north to where the Earth is only spinning like 300 miles per hour,
you're still turning at 15 degrees per hour. I believe that's how fast the Earth actually turns. The turn rate of the Earth is
that's the sky. That's the sky is moving at 15 degrees per hour, and whether it's the sky moving or the Earth moving, that's an argument from the geocentrists and the flat earthers. But other question. So what I'm saying is, you're saying the Earth is still, but you're moving from an atmosphere that's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. When you're getting to New York, it's only spinning at 300 miles per hour, but you never account for that. The other thing is
that's called the Coriolis Effect accounts for that stuff.
Well, listen, let me finish. The other thing is, if you're landing from east to west or west to east or north to south, it doesn't matter either. It doesn't matter. So it's like you never account for curvature of the Earth. You never account for motion.
You don't even see
the curvature of the Earth when you're coming in for a landing. You wouldn't account for it because it doesn't exist. You've been told it exists, but even at an aircraft, even when flying an aircraft, when you would think it's the most crucial time to account for the spin of the Earth and the curvature of the Earth when landing, you don't.
I gave you demonstrable proof that the Earth is a sphere. I've told you that the directional gyro on a flat Earth would always show north trailing off the left wing, heading towards the tail as further east you go.
I get that.
It's not the magnetic compass that you're following now. The magnetic compass would be pointing towards north. So the magnetic compass would keep trailing off and showing you doing basically like a right turn, and you're not. You're going straight. Or if you started off on one side of the Earth, and I don't even know how you could not navigate on a flat Earth with a directional gyro.
Bro,
cannot happen.
the thing
Could
is,
not do it.
the thing is, when you're landing the aircraft, you don't care if it's spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator or 300 miles per hour at
You know,
New York,
you're
and you
what
just
you're
say
doing
it
is
doesn't matter. It doesn't. It's the
It wouldn't
atmosphere
matter.
is
Of
Velcro
course
to the
not.
Earth. And
Yeah.
then same thing if you're landing from the east or the west, where you're going against the spin of the Earth. But that
Hey,
doesn't
Iger,
matter either.
Iger, can I
Now
bring
you're
something up?
saying, oh, but if you
Okay.
look at a gyroscope, yeah, that proves it. But not that
Iger?
you don't have to take into account that which direction
Hey,
you're landing
Iger,
from,
when you're in
east to
Iger,
the
west or
hold
west
on.
to east.
Iger, can I bring something up that you might not have thought of? Here's the thing. When Mr. O'Connell's correct in saying, and you and Mr. O'Connell are correct in saying that nobody cares what speed we're going at, and here's the reason. Fact of the matter is, we have both. One, I would say, the Earth turning and gravity itself, keeping a semi-constant pressure on every object within the atmosphere, and so because of that, it's entirely possible to go at insanely fast speeds and not see a major difference. Like for instance, when you're in a car and you're going at 90 miles an hour, you see somebody that you really need to stop for, you just slam the brakes, and well, now you care about which speed you're going because you've had just a sudden change of speed in a very short amount of time, right? So what's going on? But the reason you don't notice that change of speed going up to 90 is because you have like constant pressures upon the vehicle up till that point. And then when you slam on the brakes, now you're artificially changing that pressure. Does that make sense?
Yeah, if a train's going north 200 miles an hour and you're inside of it, if you walk towards the front of the train, it's not easier than it is to turn around and walk backwards in the train, because even though the momentum's going north and you know what I mean, it's like, that's, what do they call that? It's like the conservation of energy. Like you're turning on the surface of the earth with the earth, so it's not, that's already in your momentum.
Yeah,
of
I get it, bro. Yeah, and you know, it was hard for me
Here.
to accept it too, but you guys are just you know, making arguments why we can't see curvature, why we can't feel motion,
Well,
and
What? No, I
but
said
there's a
I
third
make an argument why
possibility,
you
right?
can
That
see it.
it's flat and stationary, just like the
No.
ancient people believed.
Yeah, no, it's not flat, nor is it stationary.
Well,
My dad
that's
was
my
in the Air
position, but
Force.
you know, you could
He's
believe
flown-
whatever you
yeah.
want.
All right, so
He's flown it over eight. Hold on a second. My dad's was in the Air Force. He flew over 80,000 feet during missions, and he had to wear basically a spacesuit because above 60,000 feet, your blood will boil in your body while the atmosphere is set thin. And he's seen the curvature of the Earth.
Well, we have footage from amateur balloons now that they go 120,000 feet, and there is no curvature of the Earth. What
Once
you do
again,
see,
I've got eyewitness account that's already told me, yep, Mark, it's curved.
what you do see, I will say something, because even when you go to the beach, you see it like a circle around you, and it's like a 360-degree circle. You don't have to go up in the sky, but you could just go to the beach and you'll see it, because you can only see 360 degrees around you, just like if you draw a circle on the compass. That's just how far your line of sight is. And then the other thing is, when you're flying, when you're on an airplane, a lot of times you get like a curvature from the window itself. So even when you're at the ground level, then you'll see that the distortion is there as well when you're on the ground. If you see a video, or if you're on the ground in the aircraft, sometimes the window's a little bit curved. But yeah, man, we have some friends.
Okay, you're kind of timing out there, Iger. So let me kind of put it to you this: one, you are quite attached to the kind of domed Earth model, and that's admirable. I'm not going to kind of try to dissuade you of that. The only thing I'm trying to do, Iger, is be able to get you to see that both the round Earth and the flat Earth models can be seen as valid. But moreover, why I think more evidence points to the curvature and the roundness of the Earth is for the fact that we have entire industries that operate quite successfully on the idea, on the premise that the Earth is actually round. And so, to my knowledge, and again, you're welcome to prove me wrong, but to my knowledge, there's not a single, how should I say this? There's not a single industry today that operates on, like, say, a flat Earth premise. If I'm wrong, correct me.
Well,
I don't think
everything runs off a flat Earth premise. I mean, unless you're talking about NASA, RAXA, JAXA, or SpaceX, but everything is based on a flat Earth premise. Like,
Well, how about
you don't take
Boeing?
it, you don't take into account the curvature of the Earth when building a
What-
phone or
Shall-
an
what-
airplane or
what
a
about
car.
Boeing? Because
Or a
Boeing's
spinning
neither of
ball.
these things.
Everything is based on a flat stationary Earth. You're never gonna take into account
No.
the curvature or motion of the Earth ever.
Well, now when you're on the ground, of course, but when you're like, say, a Boeing 227 and you're kind of shipping like 3,000 people as passengers from one side of the Earth to the other,
They
then you
don't
need
take
to
it
account
into
for
account
that.
either, bro. Like even if you look at the NASA documents, when they build their aircraft, they assume a flat stationary Earth because, like you guys are saying, where the atmosphere is Velcro, and they assume a flat stationary Earth. Nobody ever takes into account no spinning ball, bro. Like I said, when you're landing an aircraft, it doesn't matter if you're coming from east to west. You don't make any adjustments. It doesn't matter if you left from the equator to New York, where they're spinning at different speeds. You don't make any adjustments for that. That's it. I yield.
Okay.
You don't need to, because you're flying through the air and you're going with the air mass. So if the air mass is up north or
You
if
just
it's down
confirm my
south,
point. You don't need to. You don't need to take
it's
into account.
but it's turning with the
curvature.
earth.
You don't need to, but you don't need to take it into account, just like you said just now. So you don't take it into account. Period.
I don't. That doesn't prove your point.
That's my point. That you don't take it into account even when flying aircraft. That was my point, and you just said
But that
you don't take it
but
into
that
account.
but let me rephrase that. It wouldn't matter if the earth was flat or if it was round for my statement to be accurate.
I'm just saying, bro. Nobody ever takes it into account, and
But
that's
we
why I
do
get to my
take it.
conclusion.
We do take it into the account when we use that directional gyro. You've not covered that.
I don't understand that. I never heard that argument before.
Do you
I never.
understand
I
how
don't have
gyro
a.
functions?
I don't have a directional gyro. I understand when you spin the wheel, it keeps going in the same direction.
And it has a resistance to you moving it around, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so the directional gyro sits in the equipment and it spins, and the plane turns around the directional gyro. So you actually have to turn the plane for it to show the turn, left or right, whatever it is.
Well, when you chart your course, you're not gonna chart curve course. That's gonna make you waste gas. You're gonna chart a straight line.
From on a curved Earth, I am.
Any Earth, whether it's flat or round, you're gonna chart a straight line to your destination because you want to conserve energy.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Your argument
you
with the
do know
gyro,
you do know
it doesn't
that
matter.
you do know that we have airlines that go from the southern tip of, like, what's it, Johannesburg over to Sydney. Don't you?
That's fine. I don't care
Well,
about
let me
that.
cover that. On a flat Earth, that trip is about 30,000 miles. An airplane can't stay in the air for 30,000 miles unrefueled.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. Yes,
30,000 miles.
I am. Unrefueled, an airplane cannot stay in the air for, I think the longest ones we got might be between 8,000 and 9,000 miles. That's it. And
I will say one thing. I will say one thing, bro.
They do fly that all
Yeah,
the time.
pull up a flat Earth model. Let's see the distance on that.
Well, no, I will say one thing, bro. Like, you know how nobody likes to defend a map, right? Because even within the flat Earth community, we know we've been lied to about the shape of the Earth. So a lot of us don't hold to any map. Where the most common map is going to be the AE map. Let me see if I can find a picture here. But
you can go on to Flight Anywhere,
hold on.
and then you can actually go look at that particular flight. You can see that going from east to west, west to east, it's the same amount of time. In order for an airplane to actually traverse that distance going the route that it goes on a flat Earth, it would have to go between 2,000 and 3,000 miles an hour. We don't have any airline plane that can go 2,000 or 3,000 miles one direction and just I don't know what the other direction, the regular 500 miles
It's
an hour
really
they actually
far.
go.
Look at that.
Yeah. No, I will say that I like the AE map the best, just because you can overlay a planisphere, and you can even make a 24-hour watch and put the flat Earth map under it, the AE map.
Also,
it lines
the
up pretty good
application for
with what we see in the sky and what with the sun and the stars.
yeah,
the
go to
constellations.
Australia. You'll see it failed miserably in Australia because there are guys that actually
There's
use
flat
the
earthers from Australia,
application.
man.
They
There's-
use the application that says the sun's supposed to be in this location at a certain time, and it's not. It's off west or east of the actual place where they're standing, and they actually show you. It says, okay,
I was
here's where
talking to an Australian guy a couple days ago, bro. Because I've been doing a stream once a week, so somebody joined. Forgot.
I'm in Idaho, and
Either way, man. Either way, that's your argument, right? Like, you said the gyroscope. You said we already said that it doesn't matter if you're flying aircraft. You don't take into account the curvature of the Earth when landing or while you're flying.
You don't need to.
You don't need to, exactly. So you don't have to take any of that into account. So, but yeah,
go
man.
outside, tell me what stars you see. I see Orion's belt just above the horizon to the south in Idaho. I know you're far away.
Yo.
Let's see what we see. And I've already told you, any man can go to the beach on a clear night, lay down on his chest, look across the water at the horizon, and watch the sun go over the horizon. And then just when the top of the sun disappears over the horizon, you can stand up really quick and part of the top of the sun will reappear. Right there, that proves right there that the Earth, it is not a matter of distance, it's a matter of curvature, because when you stand up, it brings back the top of the sun into view.
That's silly, Jamie Russell.
No, that's the easiest proof. It's silly because you don't want to accept it. That proof right there, it's not distance, because you stand up, why do you see it? Why do you see it? What does it come back into view?
Okay, so let me ask you this. If I'm laying down on the floor right now, how far could I see?
Depends
About
on
6 miles to the horizon.
If I was
when the curve exceeds your vision.
Yeah, but listen, man. If the higher I go, the further I can see, Jamie Russell, and that's how it works on the flat Earth as well. So that's a ridiculous argument, Jamie Russell. That's all.
Well, okay. Well, let's take it this way. Imagine you're kind of on a beach, right? Because there's nothing obstructing your view on a beach.
Yes.
It is just the beach. It is the ocean. It is the sunrise or the sunset on the other
Guys,
side.
the higher you go, the further you can see. That's just the way it is. That's how it works in the flat Earth as well.
This is where you're missing it.
Well, here's the thing, Iger. On the flat Earth model, right? It is only distance is really like accounting for any other obstruction. Let's say mountains, rivers, valleys, peaks, right? Accounting for those, just going to like a shore and doing what Jamie did. Theoretically, that should work if the Earth is indeed flat, because the only thing that matters in that environment is going to be the distance between where you are and the world's edge.
And
if
don't
you
see
stand
the
up
whole
and you can
sun.
still see the sun,
It's
well,
not
that's
that
a
you see the whole
curvature.
sun. This is key. It's not that you see the whole sun suddenly because you can see further. I'm saying it brings back just the very top of the sun. If you were to be able to do this in a very tall building with fast elevators, you would see more of the sun if you could get up quick enough, soon enough. But the point is, it brings back just the top. It's not a matter of seeing more or further. It only brings back the top that just disappeared over the horizon. That's why it's not about distance. It's about, yes, you can see farther when you're higher up, of course. But I'm saying it brings back the top of the sun, and you watch the sunset again disappear over the horizon.
If you had a drone, you could go up higher and you can watch the sunset again. I've seen people do it. But that doesn't prove anything, because it works the same on the flat Earth or the round Earth. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, here's another
thing. It doesn't matter.
No, on your model, the sun would shrink and it would get bigger.
Let me go to another proof here. The next proof is the following. The size of the sun on a flat Earth would get smaller as it went off into the distance. It would actually get smaller from its viewpoint, if you being able to see it, to where you couldn't see it. As it moves, it would get smaller. But our sun going across the entire sky always takes up the same amount of sky at every position all the way to where it sunsets. It doesn't get smaller the way it should as it approaches the sunset stuff. It's
sadly
still the
enough,
same
sometimes
size.
it gets bigger. Like, you ever seen a sunset
No, it
where
doesn't
the
get
sun
big.
looks huge?
It appears bigger because
That's
it
right.
gets closer to things that you are able to compare it to, but it doesn't
It's
actually
called
get bigger.
atmospheric lensing sometimes. So it's a lot going on there.
The atmospheric lensing is not going to be that much. What
Well,
you're
sometimes
going to
it looks
get there is that
bigger. Sometimes it looks smaller, and you're gonna blame it on the same thing on
no,
the
no, it's
atmosphere.
not. I live in Florida. I live on the east or the west coast here in Florida. I can go out to the beach every single day and watch that sunset, and it's always
Hey, I
the
live
same
in Florida
size.
too, bro. I live on the East Coast.
Yeah, SpaceX should have proved to you enough that the Earth was round. I mean, they sent up his own car on live video showing the entire Earth in the video or in the thing before they actually went the batteries gave out and no longer sent that image. Now this is a private company. You know,
Yeah, I
they
know.
don't behold to anything from NASA
Yeah.
or the government.
He's not an elitist, occultist, New Age or New World Order agent that's trying to lead us into, put microchips in our head. He's not making
No,
the
he's not.
Neuralink or anything
No,
like that.
he's
No,
been
he's not making the
yeah,
Neuralink. He tested
he's
it out
been
on pigs. They all passed away. God bless their
he's
soul.
been against what Biden says. And Biden says wants us to go all electric. He says no, go pump oil. We
Well,
don't
that you
have
think
enough.
that
We can't do enough. But that's what he said. That's his
well,
his
that
statement,
you
not
think that
mine.
these globalists care about Democrats or Republicans is silly when there's so many different parties all over the world. The globalists don't care about. They control both sides at this point, bro. Sorry, but that's another topic. I don't want to get into that. I was gonna show that Tesla in space, bro, because I've showed this to multiple people, just random people, not flat earthers, just while I'm out and about, and they think it's a fake picture, and I'm like, it is, but it was funny. I watched. That's actually when I became a flat earther. When I saw the Elon Musk launch, that was like the what do you call the straw that broke the camel's back? That was it. I was like, that's it. These guys were right. The Earth is flat. Can I share a picture from that, Jamie Russell? It's funny. But yeah, I showed that to people, and they're like, "Bro, that's fake." I'm like, "I know," but they don't know.
Go ahead.
They don't know yeah, this is it, bro. Yeah, this is when I became a flat earther officially. I mean, I had already been looking into it for about a year, but after watching this whole rocket launch, and it was so creepy too. The music they were playing, the name of the boat was called "I Still Love You." Then you got the whole thing being called Dragon, but it was February 6, 2018, bro, and and yeah, Elon Musk launches the first Tesla to space. Now here you'll notice a perfectly blue ball, but if you watch the video, which I'll play here in a minute, you're gonna notice that there's a lot of different inconsistencies. But let's see if I can actually find the video. Bro, that was that, bro. I'm gonna put the video so you don't say I'm making
No,
it
I've seen it. I've seen it.
Photoshop.
It is rather incredible.
I've watched the video myself when it actually was being transmitted live. I had no problems with it.
Yeah, I
it
saw
looks
the whole
pretty
thing,
real,
bro.
man. Looks pretty real.
I'm trying to. They might have pulled it down because it's so stupid. And then even Elon Musk afterwards. Let me see. Even
Yeah, he's a
Elon
weird
Musk afterwards says it's got to be true because if it was CGI, they would have done a better job. He literally says that.
What would it look like if it was real, though? What would it look like?
Well, no, I'm saying that's
It wouldn't look like what we saw.
real, but he said so many people are saying it's fake. He said it's got to be real because if it was fake, we'll have way better CGI. That's what he says, bro. Like to defend himself. It's got to be real because if it was fake, we'll have better CGI. That was
He's making fun of flat earthers, by the way.
well, at that time, that's when the movement was growing. But
I just don't know what it would look like if it was real. Then, I mean,
full video.
what would you expect to see? That's pretty good.
Well,
CGI.
you'd expect to see the hard lighting like you saw
This might be
on
it.
the Tesla stuff
Yeah, I
when,
mean,
when the sun was pointing at it. You would not expect to see stars because then if you saw the stars,
It'd be
the Tesla, the Earth, everything would be blown out as far as overexposed.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, this is a surreal thing, I mean, what do you expect?
And this is only a minute long, bro, but it's like a egg shape. And actually, man, watching the video, I saw there was quite a few glitches. There was one scene where it cuts to like the studio scene for like a quick second, but I'm sure you can't find that. It's all going to be edited out.
Tell me what you'd expect to be different if it were real.
Well,
if
you know, how hot is the temperature of space? You know, how come our spacecrafts are covered in you know, super expensive material? No, like you got the lunar modules.
Ray, I'm going to go ahead and answer that one for you. First of all, when things are hot here in the world or on Earth, you feel it because the air is hot and the air is touching you. In space, there is no air to touch you. So all you had is radiative heat. And now if you're standing outside and you feel the sun hitting you, you feel the same sun hitting you up in space, you're just not going to have any air between you and it. So
well, what's the temperature up there, bro?
It depends on what if the side of you is facing the sun, it's going to be showing a higher temperature than the sun behind you.
I hear it's like 2,000, 3,000 degrees, something like that.
Behind you. I'm sorry, say it again.
Isn't it like 2,000-3,000? I mean, I won't pull it up because I'm playing the video right now, but it's like 2,000, 3,000 degrees up in space, bro. Is the temperature?
No, it's not that hot.
How hot is it? Can you look it up for me?
It's like 200 some degrees in the sun, and not 200 and like negative 200 some degrees out of the sun. But you're talking about radiative. Hold on a second. You're talking about radiative heat. You're not talking about, you know, heat that you can feel because it's touching you. There's a difference between that. You know, like when you stand close to a fire, you're still going to feel some of the radiative heat from that, but you're also you don't burn up from that. And that's like 1,200 degrees right next to you.
Right. So okay, well, that's one of the problems, right? That the heat thing. Like, how do you measure? How do they know the temperature is 200 degrees if you measure it? Then how do you even come up with these numbers if you can measure it? But then, but you're saying that you don't feel it. So how do they measure it?
I didn't say you didn't feel it. I said the radiative heat is not the same as the actual temperature of stuff touching you heat. You know, it's like the frying your hand on a stove. You know, you're not going to feel the heat the same way you're going to feel it if you're touching the burner.
Okay,
you know,
well,
you have 1,200.
That's some of the problems, right?
You have
because how do you measure the heat?
You have 1,200 degrees or more from an open fire pit. You can stand near that. Even though it's 1,200 degrees and feel the heat coming off of that, you're not going to stand there very long, but you can stand there enough.
Inside,
and that's a lot hotter.
Okay, so the problem is, like I said, supposedly sometimes the temperature, depending on the layer of the exosphere and whatnot that you're going through, it can go up to like 2,000 degrees. Okay.
No, it's not going to be 2,000 degrees on there.
The temperature is around 1,000 degrees.
It's like a 400 degree swing difference between.
Let me see. Atmosphere. Let's see. Either way, man, the problem right with the car is that that forget the temperature where the paint should be melting off, or the dashboard, because this is just a regular car. Find the temperature of the thermosphere and stuff like that. Wow. So besides the temperature problem, there's more, right? Like supposedly it's gravity.
Hey, Jamie, hold on, Iger. Real quick, Jamie, can you highlight Arctic Timberwolf's last comment, because I think it's hilarious.
Well, Arctic Timberwolf is let's see what it says. Iger's getting mad, ha ha ha, is because he knows deep in his heart that the Earth is a brain tan meatball. and you know, yeah, I'll expand on that a little bit. You guys heard of the mud flow, where a lot of these mountains were basically big animals before the flood. So Arctic timber wolf holds to that a lot of these continents and stuff used to be big giant animals. I'm talking about monstrous sized animals. Where even like the mountains are
Is this
animals,
Mud
and I can
Fossil
see that actually. So,
Mud Fossil University, that stuff?
huh?
Is this Mud
Yeah,
Fossil?
right, exactly.
Dude, that's
Yeah. If you guys
not
looked into that, it's pretty fascinating, especially if you believe in the flood. And so before the flood, we know everything used to be bigger. So it's pretty fascinating stuff. I'm gonna do a stream on that Wednesday because I have this guy that has a page on that's gonna come on supposedly. We'll see if he shows up. That he went to some of these locations and there was one like a elephant. It looks like an elephant. You could look up Elephant Rock, and then he goes into caves and stuff, and then it's like the stuff lines up anatomically to the biology of the elephant. So it's pretty interesting stuff. Bro.
okay, but something you have to realize about as you scale something up in size, like there's in material science, like so like look, if you drop a mouse off the Empire State Building, it can like land and not die, right? Because of its weight ratio and the terminal velocity. But if you drop an elephant off of the Empire State Building, it would explode when it hit the ground. Okay, and so when things get larger, they get larger in 3 dimensions. And so like you can't have giant people walking around much over 13 feet tall without severely having to modify the physics of their structure, because you would literally, like, the only reason a blue whale can get as big as it gets is because it's floating in the water. Like, you can't just scale stuff up and expect that it could actually even hold itself together. Like there's breaking points in material science. Like insects can't get any bigger than then when you up the oxygen content because of the way they breathe. Like, so they breathe through their skin, right? And they have these passages to pass the oxygen through their blood. And because they have exoskeletons and these oxygen pathways have to go through the joints, it's like a pinch point, right? And so there's a limit to how much oxygen they can flow through their body because of their size, right? And so they only get so big because there's these like bottlenecks at their joints, right? And it just turns out like if you have the oxygen content up, 20-40%, you can get insects as large as we see in the fossil record. But as far as the oxygen content we see now, it's literally physically impossible for them to get any bigger than the largest ones we see today with the oxygen content we have. You can't just have these giant animals. Like it'd be like having a water balloon that was like 5 feet across, but made out of the same elastic as the one of a regular size. Obviously, it wouldn't be able to hold its own weight together. So like there's like physical limits to things like how big an animal or creature can get and walk in our atmosphere. Like,
well, yeah, we're talking about before the flood, Jamie Russell. So the oxygen was different. That's why they're all dead and petrified.
yes,
I'll
but
show
I'm
you-
saying like
I'll show you
trees
what I'm
can't
talking about real
suck up
quick.
water that are 2,000 feet tall. It's not physically possible. Like you can't have animals the size of a state. Like you can't have human beings that are over 12 feet tall. Like it's physically impossible for them still to have the same structure as a regular human being. Even at that height, you're talking like needing much, much thicker bones. I'm not saying those things aren't possible, but I'm saying an elephant that size wouldn't physically be able to move and hold itself together by its.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about before the flood, Jamie Russell. Again, everything was different. We don't know how
How different. I'm saying you're talking like different laws of physics necessary here, my friend. Like even if he's made of Kevlar 6 inches thick, I don't think.
Well, how big do you think like a brontosaurus was, or whatever animals?
Yeah, those are pushing those are pushing the limits of our understanding, but they're still limited. They're not going to get much bigger than we see.
Well, that's what I'm talking about here, and it's the same concept.
This is outrageously huge. This is just. It's not that these were real animals. I mean, at best, you could maybe make a case that they're carved.
Hey, Jamie, it's been fun, but I gotta get out of here now, okay?
All right. See you later, Fro. It was nice
Hi,
chatting.
man. Good to see you.
See you
But
later.
go ahead,
See you
make
later,
your
Hunter.
case. Make your
All right,
case.
All right, everybody.
No, I'm done. I'm done. That was it.
All right, everybody,
I was
convert to
having
the
fun with the
Catholic Church.
SpaceX.
Pray the Rosary. Viva Cristo Rey. Love everybody. Bye bye.
He's a Catholic.
Yeah.
That's fine. I don't mind.
Yeah, see you, bro.
What do you have any comments on that, Mark? You get what I'm trying to say? Does it make any sense?
Oh, you're talking about, or you mean those images that he
Jungle!
was showing
Long
that
time
look like
no see.
elephants?
Yeah, I mean they couldn't
Yeah,
have walked the earth.
there's a term for that. It's I forgot what it's called, but it's the reason why we
Pareidolia.
see images in the clouds.
It's called
Because,
pareidolia.
you know, we are
Pareidolia.
susceptible to trying to do that, to see patterns, to see images, so that we can see
Yeah, I'll be right
faces,
back.
we can see characters.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
There's no difference. It's
Yeah.
not a fossilized animal. It just looks like that from the direction that we're looking at it. You change directions, and it's not going to look the same.
Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't. If at best just appeal to it being carved or something. If maybe I'll listen to that. But what's up, Jungle? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, Jamie?
No, yeah, there's an actual term about seeing images in the clouds, and that's actually what your mind's doing to see that there. I mean, it looks like it to me too, like the side of an elephant, but not all of an elephant. You know, it did not have each of the legs separated. And then how's an elephant going to die standing up and be fossilized like that? I just don't see that.
Well, how do you know?
Anytime
are
I've
you
seen a
sure?
dead animal, it's laying on its side,
Are you sure?
pretty much. It is definitely not standing up.
Oh well.
Well, we see the frozen mammoth standing up. I'll give him that one.
Yeah, but that was because the continents broke apart, and
They died in place and were buried.
they were shoved up into the Arctic, and they froze instantly. Well, not instantly. Some of them they didn't freeze instantly. Some of them rotted, but they all froze. Entire forest froze.
Yeah, you ever heard of that, Mark? That's kind of an interesting subject. I think clearly mammoths were originally in a warm climate. The idea that they were dusting around in the snow for food is hard to swallow.
But that was such a mystery for such a long time. I'm scratching my head. Well, how in the world could these things freeze while they're eating vegetation? You know.
Well, I guess the theory is, you know, if the Earth was covered with an ice shield, and then that was broken during Noah flood, that would that would come forth with rain that you would have, as well as the water apparently coming up out of the ground as well. What was interesting is they discovered that there's actually more water under the United States than there is on top of the Earth. Just here, you know, like 400 miles down. That blew my mind. I thought that was interesting.
You know what that proves? Water couldn't have come to a formed Earth after the fact and be that deep in the Earth.
Yeah, but that was after the flood. When they were frozen, when they were eating vegetation and they got froze, they're sitting on top of the sediments deposited by the global flood. So that was after the global flood. That happened.
Well, the global flood was what, a year in the making, and then so I don't know. I would think that, you know, with that reduced pressure, it would work just like an air conditioner system. It does when the gas expands. What happens? The stuff cools, and you get an ice age.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, it happened like on top of the sediments from the global flood. It happened after the flood deposited the sediments on all of the continents, and then they were up there feeding up in the northern part, which was like a tropical forest, and the whole continental shelf got shoved into the Arctic instantly, and they froze. That's how they froze.
That's
Sounds
interesting.
like you and I might be saying the same thing, just in a different way.
Well, but I'm saying it was after the global flood. It wasn't because of the global flood.
I would not know of what
Because, well, there's a verse
event
in the
could do that other than the expansion of the atmosphere.
but there's a verse in the Bible that says the earth was divided, the continents broke apart 100 years after the global flood. That's what I'm going by.
You're talking about the Tower of Babel?
At the time of the Tower of Babel, when they were trying to build the Tower of Babel, the earth was divided. People separated into family groups and started speaking their own language and then spread out. But as that was happening, or when it happened, that's when the continents were all stuck at the South Pole. They were all conglomerated at the South Pole. And when they broke apart, they just spread out away from each other and moved north. In the process, they just shoved the northern parts, got shoved into the Arctic, which were not in the Arctic to begin with. Sounds wild, but that's what the
Okay,
evidence.
so the Tower of Babel was after the flood.
Yeah, 100 years, 100 years after the flood, almost exactly in the days of Peleg.
I don't see the continents all floating apart. I see the water level rising and the land bridges disappearing. What's wrong with that view?
Because it was centrifugal force, because they're all conglomerated at the South Pole. When they broke apart, the centrifugal force just caused them to move north. In the process, the northern parts got shoved into the Arctic, they weren't close to the Arctic, but they got shoved into the Arctic.
It seems to me it's more plausible that they would be oopsies. They would be
I mean,
I get what you're saying. Yeah, okay.
It sounds wild. It sounds crazy, but that's what the evidence is showing, because India has glacial markings on it going from south to north. Same thing with Brazil, Africa, and Australia. Sounds crazy, but that's what the evidence is showing. Plus, the sediment layers line up, the fossils line up between the continents.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I like the hydroplate model. So I do think the continents moved quickly.
Yeah, but that's just an idea. It's not based on real evidence, or it's just like a model of the flood. It's not based on actual evidence, because what I'm saying is based on actual evidence of the fossils lining up, the sediment layers lining up, living animals lining up between continents, plant fossils, and the glacial markings on the continents proving that they were all at the South Pole.
What happened to the other guy?
He dropped out.
He said, "This is too much. This is too much.
It's too heavy. Yeah.
Too heavy, bro. Earth is flat. Mountains are giant, titan things. Now the
continents
Peleg is Pangea.
Now the continents are breaking apart and flying up to the north.
Pangea happened after the flood. This is craziness. Just kidding.
In today's Iraq, were quickly confused by God with differing
Good
languages
times,
and thereby
man.
forced to spread out. This also explains why the origin of all language is tracked back to this region. About 2 generations after Babel, the earth was divided in the day of Peleg in Genesis chapter 10. Peleg's name is a root for many words today concerning water.
Oh,
like
there's
archipelago
actual
or bathpelagic
video on it.
This lends credence to the idea that the earth was literally divided by rising ocean levels that separated the continents in the days of Peleg. I'll now give a brief general summary of how Earth formed from an evolutionary view. There are actually many differing views, but the following appears to be the most popular today. Supposedly 4.5 billion years ago, asteroids gravitationally collapsed into each other, and the energy released from these impacts produced a molten liquid Earth, which remained molten for millions of years. As accretion ceased, the surface eventually cooled and formed a solid crust, but as we just covered, a granite crust could not have originated from a previously molten condition, and no lab has ever been able to replicate granite from a molten state. The evolutionary model then states that over time, the remaining inner molten materials were gravitationally separated to form the dense, solid inner and outer cores of the Earth. Note that any thermal analysis accounting for all realistic forms of heat generation and heat transfer predicts that the sphere of Earth should have completely solidified by now if it is actually 4.5 billion years old. This is one of many observations which strongly indicate the upper limit of Earth's age is much younger than assumed when relying on radiometric ratios. To further investigate the fundamental problems with radiometric dating, please refer to my other video titled Hydroplate Theory, The Origin of Earth's Radioactivity. Evolutionary theory of the Earth's origin assumes that the Earth remained in a molten state for around 200 million years. Naturally, any water brought by asteroids would rise to the surface and evaporate long before the Earth's crust solidified. A runaway greenhouse would have followed, trapping solar heat in the humid atmosphere and making life on Earth impossible forever. According to some evolutionists, millions of years after surface solidification, comets bombarded the Earth, depositing even more water on its surface. But recent discoveries of high deuterium concentration, or heavy water, on comets, compared to Earth's oceans, have led some scientists to conclude that Earth's water could not have come from comets. In summary, the evolutionary theories of how water came to be so prevalent on Earth's surface is not supported by what we observe today. But if we assume the evolutionary theory is somehow true, then basic scientific principles tell us that Earth's water should only be found on the surface. What is surprising from this evolutionary view is that there are unexpectedly large amounts of water trapped at depths far deeper than surface water could ever seep. Here is why deep water under continents is not expected. Imagine a block of soft modeling clay or Play-Doh. Now stack more blocks of clay on top. Eventually, the bottom block will deform sideways due to the weight of the added blocks. Add more blocks and more of the material deforms. Now imagine that you have stacked another column of clay blocks very close to the original column. What will it do? It too will deform and compress against the other material. The dashed line represents the boundary at which the compressive strength of the clay or Play-Doh has been exceeded. Material below this boundary forms a tight seal. Even small microscopic cracks cannot exist below this boundary line. Take notice that gravity is the causal source of this condition. Even if surface water is poured into the gap or crack, it cannot seep below the boundary line. For clay or Play-Doh, this boundary may be only a few feet from the surface. You've likely seen a similar scenario after making stovetop pudding or cheesecake, after it cools in the refrigerator overnight. The semi-solid separates or cracks at the surface as it cools, but the crack is not very deep because the weight of the material slumps and closes the crack at a certain depth. Rock like granite has good compressive strength and can support a crack of up to 5 miles depth, but no deeper. In summary, assuming the evolution scenario, water from asteroids and comets collected on the surface before crust solidification, since granite's max compressive strength is approximately 23,000 pounds per square inch. No significant continental water would be expected below 5 miles depth. However, it is well known that deep water exists much deeper than this. Germany's KTB dig and Russia's Kola dig are the deepest man-made holes in Earth's crystalline continental granite. The goal of these digs was to reach the Earth's mantle rock, but neither succeeded. Both holes reached depths well below the 5-mile boundary of granite's max compressive strength. Both holes encountered unexpectedly extreme heat as depth increased. Even more surprisingly, they both struck saltwater-filled interconnected fractures in the granite. More recently, using conductivity measurements, a mile-thick layer of saltwater-filled sediments has been reported 10 miles under the Tibetan Plateau. In fact, deep saltwater appears to be a common trait under all continents.
Explain that. It falsifies the model. Sorry, it falsifies it. The Earth was made from water, period.
Out of water and in water.
Water can't seep below a certain depth. We find water below that depth. That means it did not originate after the Earth formed from comets. Earth was part of the original creation of the earth, period.
Yeah, everything was
Yeah, bro.
created
It's
basically.
crazy.
Because
That's some real
nothing,
science for you, Iger. You should be digging that. That's some real stuff right
Great.
there.
because
I
no
was kind of
physical
digging it, but
thing
the
can
guy
make.
kind of like, well, my model, bro. There's waters below, way, way, way down below.
I know, but if you listen to what he was saying, like what, like because of the weight of the and the compressive, water can't seep below a certain mark because there's too much weight, and so it would be totally sealed. Water would never be able to seep down further than that. It's not
Right,
it's not physically possible. It's not
right,
physically
but
possible.
it's a different. They say it's a different form of water. It's not. It's not water like what we're used to. It's a different kind of water or form of water. But it's very, very deep, though.
Right. I'm saying their model, evolutionary model of the origin of water on Earth, it doesn't matter what kind of water it couldn't seep below that depth.
Yeah,
But there's
right,
water that deep, so the water couldn't have come after the Earth was created.
right, right.
To me, that's just
Video
like
of
a
the
real.
guy that takes a serene and then he sees a lake at the bottom of it.
So
You guys are he was doing a documentary, and he goes and takes a little some in the ocean, and then he sees a lake, and then he tries to go into the some crazy water down there. You guys ever seen that or no? Not, I'll look for it. But.
So, did you guys check out that book of Dr. Jensen's, Traced?
Yeah,
What do
pretty
you
cool.
What do you think about it? Sounds
Seems,
good.
yeah, for sure.
I think
I,
it's horrible. I think it's horrible.
what's wrong with it? I just mean I watched the video that, if you're talking about the video where the guy is giving that book report on, I don't have the book.
Right, right. Well,
So
if you
what's
think
wrong
about it, he's got the Jews where the nations are supposed to be, and the nations are where the Jews are supposed to be. You probably didn't think about it.
I think I got too many windows open.
Well, I was falling asleep when I was watching it last night, but as far as the rates and stuff about the genetics, that was interesting.
In other words, he's saying Jews aren't Jews. He's saying they're Turkish.
I didn't get that. I don't know. I didn't.
He's saying they're Turkish, is what he's saying.
Well, you want to describe the problem you see with that?
Where they're, well, they're Turkish, they're Japhethite. He says they're Japhethite. He says the Jews today, the ones that suffered through the Holocaust, he's saying they're Japhethite and not Semitic.
Hold on, let me show you this real quick.
So according to him, they're not even Jews.
And so as we get closer and closer to it, I noticed that the black band had what appeared to be kind of steam over it. And then I looked, and there was water lapping against the shoreline. This band was a ring of mussels. And inside the ring of mussels was a lake. And it's like, wait a minute, I'm already underwater. We went out over the water in this lake and tried to descend it, and it bounced off. It was so super saline and dense that the submarine couldn't go down. We literally bounced off, and as we bounced off, we sent ripples heading back to the shoreline. It was insane. I've never seen anything like it.
I saw that.
What was it?
It's an underwater lake. It's a lake underwater.
Underwater lake.
I saw that. I saw that.
The Great
But the
Deep, they
animals,
call that. The Great Deep.
the
All right, go
animals
ahead.
can't survive. The
That's so
animals
fake.
can't survive in that lake, though.
All I know is that was so fake. I don't buy it. That was CGI.
No, it's real.
No, that's so fake. There's no way. Water
There's no
mixes.
way.
Period. End of story.
His name
I
is
mean,
Mike the Gruy. He did it's a BBC documentary. I
you
forget
buy
what it's
that? You believe that they're in some sort of submarine underwater, floating in space underwater? I mean, come on.
floating in space underwater.
Yeah, like there's some other substance in the water, like water doesn't mix. I mean, they're flying around in their space marine. I mean, come on.
They're flying around.
Overseas.
They're flying around in space underwater, and then
that
they
one.
can't.
That one
They
I do
can't
believe.
go.
This one I do believe.
And they can't go underwater.
But dude, come on, water mixes, period. So therefore, I mean, that was like space underwater. Like they couldn't go into the other water. Why? Was it a hard dome or something? I mean, come on. Water's water. It's made to go in the water. Why couldn't they go into it? That's nonsense. It's fake. It's CGI.
It's the Great Deep, bro.
You get my point.
It kills the animals that go near it. If they get stuck in it, they'll die.
The Great Deep.
No, I think that's really amazingly cool, actually. I think it's incredible. And I do believe it.
Hey, guess
That's-
what? They killed this guy, bro. Well, I don't know if they killed him or not, but he died like kind of weirdly. I forget his story, but he died shortly after making the documentary.
He probably brought back dinosaur bones too, right?
Probably.
Made out of plaster.
I think he brought back giant elephant. Fossils. He found some giant bones.
That's what he was doing down
Yeah,
there. Is he was blasting up fake dinosaur bones. That's what he was doing.
And the Smithsonian Institution got after him.
Yep.
Yeah, they stole him. That's why it doesn't have him. No, I'm just.
It might have been. It might have been the people that the people that came up with the molten iron core and the yellow layer cartoon and the orange cartoon. And
No,
it was
those are
probably
real
those people that came after him.
Yeah, dude, those are real pictures of the Earth. Those
Yeah, the cartoon with the yellow center and the orange center and the red center.
Is this the saltwater mussels like at the border of the freshwater? Is that what's going on here?
It's the lake. Yeah, it's crazy.
Because he's in the ocean, right? And he's saying this is like, but it sounded like he was in a freshwater lake, and this was like a saline, salty water section or something.
No. He's in the ocean. He's in the bottom of the ocean. I think he was in that big trench, whatever that big trench is.
Oh, that's so cool. So what? But isn't it that there was like pockets of fresh water in there? Is what he's saying? Is that what he's saying?
No, he's saying it was super saline water. It's his theory.
Oh, it was just extra salty. Okay.
That's a theory though, even at that point, because he's not out, testing the water. He tried to go in it. Yeah, he
bounced off.
Yeah, just bounced off.
Well, if you think about it, like in the Dead Sea, like people float like bob, like corks in there. Have you seen that? It's so salty.
I've seen a video of like two seas where one looks green and the other one's blue, and people are sailing across it, and it's like a clear division, which I think is kind of weird.
Yeah. Look up the Dead Sea. People swimming in the Dead Sea in Israel.
Yeah,
it's really amazing. You won't believe it.
What Iger's talking about is where the Atlantic Ocean meets the Pacific Ocean. They're two different colors.
Yeah, I've seen that too. But look up the Dead Sea. Just people swimming in the Dead Sea. Because it looks fake too. I mean, it looks like what's going on here? These people are like floating out of the water because it's so salty. Like you float extra well. So I think that's what he was describing. Was this extra salty section, and so you literally like bounce off because it's like different density.
Oh, it's toxic. That's all I know.
Yeah, it'll burn your eyes. Yeah, Dead Sea. Yeah, there you go.
And that's
my letter S broke.
Yeah, that first one works. Dead Sea, their swim spotlights. That looks like it'll show the whole idea. Maybe not. I don't know.
Data C for its therapeutic
I don't
qualities.
think this is it,
Data
bro.
C is a fraction of the size
There
it
you
was
go.
then,
Oh, yeah, that
having
does look
fallen
crazy.
victim to politics and mineral extraction.
See how she was
For the
floating?
last 25
Just
years,
like that was just her body.
I'll mute it.
highlight the problem.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel you, bro.
minerals.
Yeah, they look pretty good.
There's lots
So you
of
could
minerals in that water.
Yeah, you can tell right there
float.
that they're like out of the water more without any floating. I'll see if I can find one too here.
Yeah.
Super float. Like using Yahoo lately too, bro. Like better results on the videos and stuff. Google sold
I
their
just
soul
think,
to the devil.
I think it's pretty neat how there's so much to learn and so many neat things to learn about.
I can show you. Yeah, I got one here. I'll share it.
The Dead Sea.
Yeah, I clicked that one. That'll work.
What, this one?
Yeah.
Dead Sea.
Or this one?
Probably the other one. It looks
Okay,
like
Asian girl.
doesn't matter.
The Dead.
All right, we'll go with the guy.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
he looks like he's really floating. Yeah, bro.
This is called the Dead Sea. So here's pretty sweet view from the side, and then there's also there's how salty it is on the bottom. 36% salt. The average ocean is 3, sometimes 6% salt. This is 36% minerals. So you'll see what happens when we float.
All right, I'm taking control here. So,
I gotta float too.
Whoa! This is insane! Wow! I love this.
It's like I'm not doing anything. It's like flotation. It's like I feel completely lifeless right now, but it's cool. It's beautiful. How's it going, Aaron? Pretty good.
Fake.
That's another thing. If the Earth was a different size, we'd be too heavy. Or
Obviously
too light.
fake. It's so fake.
It would be too heavy.
He's full of hot air, man.
I didn't know about that. It's pretty crazy though.
Sorry,
it makes sense.
I
Bro.
didn't mean to kick you out.
It makes perfect logical sense, bro.
That's CGI, right?
Yeah, it makes perfect
Yeah, that's
logical
fake.
sense. He said it's 36% salt as opposed to most oceans are 3% salt. So it will make sense that you can, it's more solid. Or
Dude, if
whatever.
it was 36% salt, it would be like you'd see just like it would be like puddles of water and giant mountains of white salt. There's no way that's 36% salt.
There are.
That's
There
over
is-
1/3
There is
salt.
white salt on the edges. It's all covered with white salt on the edges.
I don't care, man. If it was 36% salt, why do we see like this looks like 99% water?
Bro,
That's
look it
not-
up. Look it up real quick. That's what he just said. I don't know if it's right or not, but he just
Oh, it
said
is right because it's soluble. It's just I'm just giving you a hard time.
Soluble.
Just like to discredit everything, Jamie Russell.
No, it's just not always as
You're
it
a
appears,
discredit
that's all.
agent.
I mean, you could make the case like why if it's a third salt, why didn't we see any salt there? It's soluble, that's why. I mean, but you could argue that. I mean, because you'd think you'd see the salt if it was that much salt in there, right?
Well,
Just
you see it
like
on
common
the edges.
Yeah. I'm not saying I disbelieve it. I'm just saying like that's the kind of argument you could make. I mean, if it was 1/3 salt, where is it all? You know, stuff like that. I'm just saying.
If it's
Like,
salt in the water, you freaking
It's in the water.
you
it
never
turns
see
into
sugar in a cup of water.
Oh,
bro?
I see. It just turns into water when you because it's salt. That makes sense.
You silly rabbit.
It's just I'm just saying, like you can make those kind of arguments and take it for granted. Like things aren't always what you first think that it seems like. You know, that's all.
But what happens is that it's in the water already, but then the water evaporates from the water, and what's left is more concentration of salt that's already in the water.
Yeah, it's definitely the Dead Sea. That's why they call it the Dead Sea. I'm just having fun. Just trying to make a point.
There's no outlet for the Dead Sea. It doesn't have an outlet.
I probably seem like a total dick. I'm just trying to make a point. If you want to share something else, I'm going to be away from the keyboard for a minute, but I'll be listening. Just like for a minute.
Me and Jungle are supposed to have a giant tree debate where the mesas are giant trees or not.
Giant trees. Well, there's redwoods. They're pretty giant.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like pre-flood giant trees, like the Devil's Tower. You heard about that?
Yeah, but that's not a tree. It's a volcanic rock.
Right. Well, you believe in like big stuff before the flood, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You can make a little bit of room there for giant trees, no?
Big animals, but you know, it depends how giant the trees are supposed to be. You know.
Well, how big were the animals?
They were bigger. People were bigger too. Nimrod was big, you know.
Yeah. What about like the Nephilim? How big were they compared to like Nimrod?
Probably not as big. I mean, because I think Nimrod was pretty big, but then people started getting smaller after the people after the flood weren't as big as people before the flood.
I'll put the giant tree video on. Let's see if I can.
They just started getting smaller. They started getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Because of the resources, you know. And whenever you mess with the epigenetics, the person is bigger or the animal is bigger.
Well, Jungle, I'm doing a live stream Monday night if you want to come. Creation Evolution.
Monday night?
Yeah, about this time. I already put the window.
I can't guarantee I'll be awake or anything, but
no, I got you. Yeah, it's because I work nights, so then when I get out of work, that's that's when I do. But
yeah, sometimes I'll be up because a lot of times I go to bed early and I sleep, and then I wake up like about this time, you know.
Oh, you just woke up?
Yeah, I was sleeping. Yeah, a little bit.
This is the giant tree video, bro, where mesas were giant trees before the flood.
The mesas, yeah, there's a mesas, yeah. Mesa, you know what a
This is
mesa
the
is,
redwoods
right?
you were talking about. Yeah, it's it looks like a chopped down tree, basically. Giant tree. Right here,
Yeah,
these
but
are the mesas.
that means there's a flat layer on it on top.
See?
Yeah.
Venezuela, there's this big mesa. And then over here we got a chopped up tree.
But you know that's from runoff, right? That eroded the area around it and it just kind of left the tabletop mesa.
Yeah, not me now. I think they're giant trees that were chopped down by Nephilim, bro, back before the flood. That's my new worldview.
No.
Yeah, because you think about it,
they weren't that big. The Nephilim weren't that big.
Well, if Nimrod, who was just like a possessed person, was big.
Well,
Even Noah and them people that lived to be 969 years old, they probably
yeah,
got super big too.
yeah, they
I'm
were
talking about
big.
like
Yeah.
they probably got like to 8 feet, 9 feet, normal,
Well,
right?
they were bigger. They had a slower metabolism too. That's one of the reasons why they lived longer is because they were bigger and had slower metabolisms. But then people started being being shrunk, being
Yeah, and we're talking about normal humans here. What about the Nephilim when the fallen angels came mixed with mankind? And the
well,
Bible goes to say they made giants. So this
yeah,
was bigger than the big people you're thinking about. They called them giants. So these people were already like
yeah.
eight,
Like,
9 feet
well,
tall. How big were the
we
giants,
know
bro?
we know how big Og, the king of Bashan. We know how big he was, the size of his bed and the size of his spear and stuff.
Yeah, but that's post flood
And
too, bro.
Goliath, yeah. But I don't believe in the mixing of angels and people because Jesus didn't die for angels,
That's why
but
they're
he died for all of people's sins, but
all right.
not
What about this,
angelic.
bro? How do you explain if these are lava formations, right? Hexagonal columns. How does
Yeah.
uh, how does this solidify, I should say, into
Yeah,
these perfect hexagonal columns?
that's a natural formation of lava. They've
So once it looks like this picture on the left, then it's gonna solidify into these hexagonal columns
well
on the
the,
right.
the conditions have to be right. It's probably during the flood that happened anyways, so it's got to be it's different conditions, and it solidifies into geometric shapes.
Yeah, I mean that sounds like a nice theory and all, but we don't see that happening now.
But you can't see tree rings or anything. They're just it's just geometric columns.
We can't see tree rings. Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Especially with these hexagonal columns, it kind of does look like they're tree
Well,
rings.
well, I think a hexagonal is a natural shape of when something's pressurized in a certain way. So could
The,
be. I don't know how it works, but they have
when it
explanations for it.
yeah when it crystallizes, it's a natural formation. It's very common. I mean, as far as geology is concerned.
It was probably pushed up, and then everything else was eroded because it was loose or softer sediment. That's why.
I will argue it's a common
It looks like
it's a
a tree.
common shape. I will argue it's a common shape because there's a lot of giant trees that were shot down back in the days before the flood. These Nephilim
Sometimes the
giants.
land is pushed up like that place in Australia that was pushed up from underneath. That what's that, Mount Ayers Rock? It's not supposed to be called Mount Ayers Rock anymore. That came from underneath. That was pushed up from underneath Ayers Rock.
I'll look it up after this video. It's a short video. It's only like 10 minutes long. But yeah,
I mean, I suppose that could have been pushed up too, for that matter. But
oh yeah,
Hi, Wild Heart.
Hello. Cheers. Thanks for letting me on. Hello.
Wild Heart.
Hey, Wild Heart, how you doing?
Here's Wild Heart to enlighten. What do you think of these giant messes being giant trees before the flood, Wild Heart?
I think that's bullshit before. I don't think that was real.
All right.
I've not seen the trees, to be honest. I don't know.
No? All right. Yeah, I'm playing this video. It's 10 minutes long. It's about how you ever heard of the Devil's Tower here in the USA? I don't know what. Yeah. But so you heard of the theory, right? That they were giant trees before. I'm sure you heard it before, bro.
Yeah, the massive ones, the really, really massive ones. They're not trees. They're not trees. Sorry.
Well, you hung out with Grey Wolf before. We used to talk about this.
Yeah. It's not.
So
it's
you're saying that these giant mesas were giant trees once upon a time before
Yeah,
before the flood or prehistory, whatever you want to call it, and then they got petrified and became, some of these weird structures that they cannot be explained by lava flow. It's a lot of different
But
theories going into this.
they
but
can't
like
be
that,
explained by trees either.
but some of them are really huge. They're very large, very expansive, and it doesn't make sense for that to be a tree.
Yeah, too big to be a tree. You don't get trees that big. It's a bit of a giveaway.
That's not a typical shape of tree texture.
That's a
Well, yeah, it could have
cliff.
been like a bush or something like that. It didn't necessarily have to be a tree. Could have been a freaking bush. But I think I got a commercial. Commercial about dinosaurs. Go figure. All right.
It's like that dinosaur that fell over and left that imprint.
Speed, so we can.
It's the size of a continent. It's not. It's just nonsense. So.
1.5. I want and just so you see how it's referenced in the Bible also.
Well, I made a controversial video. Did you see my controversial video, Iger?
Not yet.
But you saw
What was it
the
about?
one yesterday. You saw a little bit of the
Yeah,
one yesterday, though. Yeah.
yeah. It was only 20 minutes long. I think because I had to leave, so I think I even went back and rewatched the whole thing. But I was about to go to bed. So, what was it about? What's the topic?
It was about the book Traced, Dr. Jensen's book that Traced about the genetic haplogroups of the Y chromosomes of people.
Oh yeah, you always talk about that actually.
Yeah, but Dr. Jensen says that he did what I was doing, and that he says he thinks his is better than mine, and I think mine's better than his assessment.
If you want to play it, you're welcome to.
Well, the
Yeah,
video, no, I
I'm
can't
kind
do it
of.
right now. I don't think, unless you want to go there. But it's a long video. That's about an hour or so, I think.
Are you
But
on your phone?
the beginning, you can go there and play the beginning of it if you want to.
Yeah, give me a second.
But it's very, very controversial. I don't know if you want to do that. No, I'm just kidding.
We talked about the flat Earth. We talked about mountains being giant trees. We talked about what else did we
Okay.
talk about?
Okay. The next video will be about the breakup of the continents. Then. No, this one's about the haplogroups of the nations of the three sons of Noah. But I had to reveal myself because it was such a serious topic. I'm just warning you.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself. I'll probably go inside soon too, guys.
Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? There seems to be a little bit of a confusion going on. You can speed it up as to the descendants of the grandsons of Noah, the 16 grandsons of Noah. So, one thing to note is that each of the grandsons of Noah have their own haplogroup designation with people living today with that haplogroup. So all of the haplogroups in the world line up to the 16 grandsons of Noah perfectly. So that's one thing that needs to be understood. Anyway, there's this thing. I got in contact with Dr. Jensen. He responded once. He didn't really respond back yet, as far as I know. But he still didn't respond. He threw out the Cohen monotype haplogroup. In other words, the descendants of the Kohanim, the priest of Israel, are obligated to tell their son that they are direct descendant of Aaron to be a priest of Israel. So throughout all history, every descendant of Aaron has told his son that he's a descendant of Aaron. So they took all these the DNA of all these Kohen, priests of Israel, and they compared it, and they found, what is probably the marker for Aaron, the brother of Moses, of the tribe of Levi, of course. I don't think this is the right And it's one. an R1. This is the other one. So he basically just threw that out, discarded it. He also discarded the fact that the largest haplogroup of the Jewish people is a J2. He threw that out and said as it's the other one. They're mixed up on somehow. YouTube mixed them up. It's the most recent one, but it's the second one.
That was the one from last night, no?
Yeah, that was one from last night, but the one from today has a map on it, or supposed to have a map on it.
Oh. If you just did it, maybe it didn't show up yet. After you do a stream, it takes a while for it to show up on YouTube.
No, it should be there. I watched it a couple of times already.
Iger, pull it up for me.
Okay. Jamie Russell, we gotta go to bed soon, bro. It's getting late.
Yeah, I'm laying down, so that's why I'm asking you to do it. But
You got it. Jungle jargon. Walhart, before we get started, anything you want to add to this? From the atheistic Big Bang evolution point of view?
It's the one with the map. It's the one from today.
Yeah, like I said, bro, since you did a StreamYard, sometimes
It doesn't show up.
Yeah, it takes 24 hours to show up sometimes, because this is the last one. It's the one from yesterday, 23 hours ago.
Oh, that's weird. Because people, yeah, okay.
Well, if you go on your notifications, hold on, because I am subscribed to you, so let me check it out. Walhart, you got anything to say before I get started with Jungle Jargon?
No, I don't know what the video's about. I'm looking forward to it.
How long ago was it, Jungle?
It was this afternoon. It was 4 o'clock this afternoon. It was
How long ago was that?
All right, you're in charge, Jungle. Or Iger. You can. I'm going to be.
I don't
listening.
have any control.
I'm looking at my subscriptions.
Oh yeah, the subscription, it might be there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it won't show up on your page, but we got Standing for Truth.
It was only 4 o'clock this afternoon.
I know, that was a lot. What, 8 hours ago or so?
Yeah.
So I'm getting close. Walhart was live. I'm subscribed to Walhart as well.
Yeah, I've just finished.
Saturday crap show. Oliver and even yes, bro. He's the one that posted that video. He's talking about this Klaus Schwab guy from the World Economic Forum. They just tell us what they're planning to do, bro. They're like, yeah, we want a communist world government. We want a one world government, one world currency, one world religion, but it's all gonna be great. It's gonna be for your benefit. It's like these people are a-holes.
It wouldn't it come up if you did a search too, or?
Nah, you gotta have the link.
That's it right there. That's it.
Yeah, I see it.
No, yeah.
But yeah, you gotta have the link. That's when you do StreamYard, bro, it takes like 24 hours for it to show up on your page.
All right.
Unless you one of your subscribers sees the thing, then like I just did.
Yeah.
It's an hour 33 minutes long. Jungle. I'm not
Well,
gonna
you
make
don't have to
this
watch
long.
the whole thing. Just just watch the reveal.
We've been waiting for this discussion, right?
Wait, so the reveal's what, towards the end or what?
Right at the beginning. Just play from the beginning. Should work.
Okay. Hold on, and I got it on fast speed, so I'll just put it like I'll
Yeah.
switch it up real quick. It's a little too fast. I'll go up 1.5, and then
Yeah, 1.5 is good.
just tell
That's
me
good.
what. I'll play for like 5 minutes or so, or whatever. I don't got nothing else to talk about. I already got everything off my chest for the day, I think.
Can't hear.
Gotcha.
Okay. How's everybody doing? We got a few people here. And this is the discussion that I'm sure we have all been waiting for. We've been waiting for this discussion, right? Well, turns out that I've been researching the same haplogroups or lineages as Dr. Nathaniel Jensen, and my results are completely and totally in contrast to his somehow. So we have to get to the bottom of it and see who's making the mistakes and who's messing everything up. But essentially, it's a serious discussion.
It's not showing
Let me
up.
see if we can go ahead and do this. It's a serious discussion, so might as well take these off.
It's not showing up.
And because of the gravity of the situation and everything, and I might get doxxed anyway. But still not supposed to dox people. But yeah, my conclusions are very different than that of Nathaniel Jensen, and turns out his conclusions are very much opposed. They're very much opposed to the the standard groupings of what people normally have been accepting for years. So essentially, what Nathaniel Jensen has, he has the entire Middle East being raptured out of the Middle East and reappearing in Siberia, China, and Europe, and Western Europe.
Have to restart it.
So he has all the Semitic descendants. Somehow they're no longer in the Middle East. That means no more Edomites in the Middle East. That means no more Amorites or Moabites in the Middle East. No Arameans in the Middle East or Syrians. No
Ammonites.
Assyrians in the Middle East. No Elamites. No Arabs whatsoever in the Middle East. They're all raptured out. They're gone. They reappear in Siberia, China, and Northern Europe. Then the nations that went to Siberia, China, and Northern Europe, they're raptured out. Can't believe that I'm even talking about this. They're suddenly raptured out of, the nation, the place of the nations, and they suddenly reappear in the Middle East. So you have the nations. We got to get it straight now. You have the nations that were in the north. They suddenly appear in the Middle East somehow, and they fill up the Middle East with the J and the IY chromosome. So the J and the IY chromosome are supposed to be the 7 sons of Japheth, and it's a single lineage. It's one grandson of Noah. It's one single lineage of Noah that he has the 7 sons of Japheth under in the Middle East, which is absurd. Now, it's humorous, and then again, it's not. It's a very serious thing, because what he's essentially saying is that the Jews that have been suffering for thousands of years suffering persecution as Jews, identifying as being Jews, Dr. Nathaniel Jensen is saying they're not Jews. So, they suffered in the Holocaust. They lost millions of people, 6 million or so people in the Holocaust, fathers, mothers, uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters. And Dr. Nathaniel Jensen is coming along and saying they're not Jews. So who are the Jews? Well, maybe it's that European conspiracy saying that the European, the Irish and the English, they're the Jews, and the who knows whatever else. I don't know. I don't even know how he has it, but he has the Semitic people all in the area of the northern nations, where the northern nations are supposed to be. So essentially, what he's saying that the Jews are basically Magog, Meshach, and Tubal, and the rest of the nation somehow. That's what Dr. Jensen, is saying the Jews are. So he's saying all the nations are in the Middle East. Now I'm going to go through and explain and show how that's not true, not the case. But we should know already that there is a Cohen modal haplogroup. This Cohen modal haplogroup
Might have
is
to
a
restart
genetic
it or
grouping
something.
where the sons of Aaron had
There it is. Oops, you're
had to
supposed to start
tell
at the
each of
beginning.
their
No, that's okay. That's okay.
sons of Aaron,
Too late.
each of their
Too
sons,
late
whenever they
now.
had a son, they had to tell their son that their
Did you want to show a picture or something? When I played the audio, I gotta mute myself because of not a.
Oh, the picture wasn't showing. The picture wasn't showing, so it
I saw
didn't show the reveal.
Yeah, I saw
The
that.
reveal where I took my glasses off. I took my sunglasses off.
Oh, this is the real Jungle Jurgen here. You dox yourself, bro.
No, I didn't dox myself. I just revealed myself. I didn't say my name or anything.
You look like a wise man, bro. But you
Yeah,
still believe in the
I look
spinning
like
ball.
something. I don't know what it looked like, but I look like something.
Did you want me to go back? You showed a map at one point.
Well, if you can show the reveal, just for the humor's sake of humor, whatever. Yeah.
Right here.
It's a serious discussion, you know. Let me see if we can go ahead and do this. It's a serious discussion, so might as well take these off, you know. And because of the gravity of the situation and everything, and I might get doxxed anyway. But still not supposed to dox people. But yeah, my conclusions are very different than that of Nathaniel Jensen, and turns out his conclusions are very much opposed. They're very much opposed to the the standard groupings of what people normally have been accepting for years. So essentially, what Nathaniel Jensen has, he has the entire Middle East being raptured out of the Middle East and reappearing in Siberia, China, and Europe, and Western Europe. So he has all the Semitic descendants. Somehow they're no longer in the Middle East. That means no more Edomites in the Middle East. That means no more Hivites in the Middle East. No Arameans in the Middle East, or Syrians. No Assyrians in the Middle East. No Elamites. No Arabs whatsoever in the Middle East. They're all raptured out. They're gone. They reappear in Siberia, China, and Northern Europe. Then the nations that went to Siberia, China, and Northern Europe, they're raptured out. Can't believe that I'm even talking about this. They're suddenly raptured out of the nations, the place of the nations, and they suddenly reappear in the Middle East. So you have the nations. We got to get it straight now. You have the nations that were in the north. They suddenly appear in the Middle East somehow, and they fill up the Middle East with the J and the IY chromosome. So the J and the IY chromosome are supposed to be the 7 sons of Japheth, and it's a single lineage. It's one grandson of Noah. It's one single lineage of Noah that he has the 7 sons of Japheth under in the Middle East, which is absurd. Now,
absurdo.
It's humorous, and then again, it's not. It's a very serious thing, because what he's essentially saying is that the Jews that have.
You want to give us a quick summary?
That's about it, I think. Basically, I already. He basically switched the Japhetic descendants with the Semitic descendants, is what he did. He just switched them out. But he's got all of the Japhetic descendants under one lineage, which is should be Arpachshad or Arphaxad. He's got the 7 sons of Japheth under that single lineage, which is total nonsense. But I go through. If you want to watch the whole thing, you watch the whole thing some other time, you know. But I go through, explain everything, you know, every little detail. If you're interested, I explain every little detail about it, you know. But
yeah, the Arctic Timberwolf. I think he's on your boat. Like you guys are both study
Timber.
this. Yeah, this genealogy is stuff pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but his conclusions are totally switched around, mixed up, and everything. He's got the Assyrians and Elamites as Hamitic. It's all mixed up. It's all messed up. So I just go through, explain the whole thing.
It's a pretty cool picture here. But it's only talking about Adam and Eve up to Noah's kids. Hold on, let me see if I can find a better picture.
You do know that Adam and Eve didn't exist, right?
No, we know they existed, bro, but it's okay. Oh, this one's good.
At one point, are your ancestors not real?
No, there was a mitochondrial Eve and something Adam, but they lived like 30,000 years apart. That's the only trouble.
They were monkeys.
But
in the same way that we are monkeys, yeah.
Adam
humans are apes.
The mitochondrial Eve goes back to the actual Eve, but the Y chromosome only goes back to Noah.
Here we go. This one's good. I think this one will be good. It's kind of blurry though.
You know what's interesting? Sometimes looking at maps, old maps of the Earth, it was pretty interesting sometimes too.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I know that. Believe me, I know that, bro. Back in the days when people thought they lived in a snow globe, yeah, those are pretty interesting, man. You're talking about like the Babylonian maps where they.
That's what the Bible describes a snow globe.
It's so blurry, I can't see it.
Snow globe.
I don't want to hear this stuff.
No, it looks flat.
Yeah, it looks flat. And then we had the pilot earlier. You don't take into account no curvature or motion. You're like, oh yeah, it's all spinning together equally, so that's why we don't have to take any motion or any speed or any
but not
curvature.
while you're flying, because it's not. I mean, it's bigger than that. It's not while you're flying. While you're flying, you try to keep level, straight. You fly straight while you're flying.
Yeah, what does level even mean on a?
The Bible describes a firmament around it with a window in, to like the water in from the space.
Well, that's the windows of heaven opening. That's metaphor for it raining.
No, in the firmament. The firmament
yeah.
is like a big dome.
Because that's what happens when it rains, is when the atmosphere loses pressure, then the water condenses out of the air and it rains.
I'm with Wahar on this one.
The Bible describes it as a window in the firmament.
Yeah,
hey, Jungle Jurgen.
That's metaphors.
What was the Milky Way called before it was called the Milky Way? It was called the Great Rift. According to legend, it's where God split open the firmament to let the waters above flood the earth.
Oh, okay, but
waters above being
Unless
a
if it was all
Yeah.
comets, if it came down as comets and melted and turned into rain, but then it would
Yeah,
be fire and brimstone too.
yeah, we see ice comets filling up the Earth, 3/3 of it all the time, bro. We have these ice comets all the time.
But yeah, it was already the water was already in the atmosphere, and it just the pressure dropped and it just condensed out of the air and rained.
sure the Bible says there's a window. Something.
Pretty sure it
It's
does.
a form of expression.
Walhart's trying to convince you to be a
Metaphor.
flat earther. Thanks, Walhart.
The
But either way, bro, it doesn't really matter, does it?
the age the ages of people
What,
is
you think
interesting.
the Bible's wrong?
No, I think the Bible's right. I think, Bill Nye is wrong. Or you guys have Brian Cox over there in the UK. I think that clown is wrong, bro. And he's just an actor paid by the Illuminati to spew nonsense to our kids so they believe in nothing fairy tales.
The lifespan of people is interesting too.
Yeah.
Because
Methuselah was 969 years old.
so like Eber and Sheila or whatever, they they lived up until the time Jacob and Esau were born. So Nimrod probably lived that old too. And that's why Esau is said to have killed Nimrod
This one looks very promising.
in the book of Jasher.
Oh, I like this one. What do you think of this one, Jungle?
Madai, Gomer. Yeah, well, and those are his sons. Ashkenaz, Riphath, Togarma.
Where's Ashkenaz? Where do you see that at? Oh, I see it.
Yeah, the son of Gomer. That's Ashkenaz, the son of Gomer.
It's like the
It's the
bad
area.
Jews.
It's
Mostly.
the area. Ashkenaz was in Europe, in the area where the Ashkenazi are from, or where the Ashkenazi were.
What do you think of this map, bro? It's pretty cool, huh?
Know what, Sam? I don't know. It's kind of Shem, Ham, Japheth.
Should I zoom in some more? Oh, I'm zooming in. Oh yeah, I can zoom in.
Is that the same one, or is it a different one?
No, I switched. This is a new one
Oh.
I just found. It's pretty detailed.
Yeah, but it's a little bit confusing. See, there's Europe, Africa, the Japheth, and what's the Cham? Cham. Put. It only has a couple. It doesn't have all the sons. It only has Put, Mitzrayim. Cush. It has Cush and Put. But then there's Mitzrayim and Canaan. There's Mitzrayim, Canaan.
Keep going.
Yeah, there's a whole, but that's very confusing though. You have
Well,
to.
I would imagine some families maybe interbreed it here or there. Seems like some of them died at some point right here. It doesn't seem like he keeps growing, but some of them keep growing. It's a pretty cool map, bro.
Where's Adam and Eve in that one?
Huh?
Where's Adam and Eve in that one? Are they in that one?
This is after the flood. It starts with Noah's family.
Yeah.
But it's a pretty cool picture, man.
Yeah.
Pretty cool family tree picture.
But it's neat. It's neat when you can do a Y chromosome test and you can tell which of the three sons of Noah that you're descended from, unless you listen to Dr. Nathaniel Jensen.
Never heard of that guy. Thank God.
Dr. Nathaniel, PhD, post hole digger. Educated at Harvard.
Where the Illuminati lives. Just kidding. But
no. Harvard educated.
It's just his theories are better than yours because he's in Harvard.
Apparently, he wrote a book about it, so I guess maybe that makes it true, right? Or no, it doesn't make it true.
I don't even know who the guy is. I'm just,
Not really.
It makes it
it's like
makes it nonsense. If it's nonsensical, it's nonsense.
I just like making fun of people and that
No
are
matter who wrote it, if it's nonsense, it's rubbish.
yep, like the Big Bang and evolution.
Japhet.
That was a cool map. I liked it.
Whereas a picture with names on it
See,
is fact.
that's 7 sons of Japheth. He says those 7 sons of Japheth are J J and I, which is a single lineage.
Let's see, man, the last time I looked this up, I found some good ones, bro, but not today.
I
This
like
one
the
looks crazy.
lifespan. I like the lifespan illustrations that show how long people lived and when people were living while other people were being born.
Yeah, why did we stop living till 900 years old? Seems a shame.
The oxygen was different. The atmosphere was different. They didn't get injected with corporate poison at birth. The food was real. It wasn't all genetically modified organisms corrupted by Monsanto.
Yeah,
They
that
weren't
was
sprayed in the
before.
air by crap. So
It was before the world was destroyed
we're
by the
so
global
corrupted
flood.
right now, bro. Like you can literally just open your fridge and you'll see how
9 times longer, 10 times longer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When the global flood cut the lifespan in half from 1,000 years to less than 500 or less than 1,000, and then the breakup of the continents cut the lifespan in half the second time in the days of Peleg to less than 250 years from
Have
500.
we ever dug up, like archaeologically, any bodies that were like over 500 years old?
I didn't hear what you said.
Have we ever dug up, like archaeologically, any bodies that any human bodies that were like 500 years old, sir? Or
Oh,
200?
not today. We can't. Our genome is too messed up. See the days of Peleg? The
209 years.
The lifespan was cut in half a second time in the days of Peleg, and it just kept on going down, down, down. But Jacob was born. See where Jacob was born? While Selah was still living. Or Eber, anyways. Yeah,
But all these are according to the Bible, aren't they?
Yeah, according to the records, but Jasher is an extra biblical record. It's not in the Bible, but Jasher says that the brother of Jacob, the twin brother of Jacob, Esau, killed Nimrod. As that means Nimrod was still living when Jacob and Esau were born twins. And Noah was like an albino too. Did you know that?
Yeah. It's on the Book of Enoch, bro. He was the first albino mentioned in the book in the Book of Enoch.
Yeah.
And, I guess you would call it biblical or extra biblical history.
Yeah, the
made up
book
history according to Walhart. These people just wrote these books that we're still debating today. So
that albino must be Midnight Sparkles descended from.
And see Enoch, see the genealogy, the lifespan of Enoch. He said, "I'm out of here. This place is messed up. I'm out of here."
Well, yeah, God came and got him, bro.
He says, "These people are too messed up."
Well, he's one of the only people like Jesus that went to heaven. You know what I mean? It's not like he died. God came and took him to heaven. So he didn't die, bro.
Because he already went. He kind of like went to heaven, came back, and everybody was, everybody turned to God, and then wasn't long before everybody turned away from God again.
Yep. True story, Wildheart.
Yeah, because it's in the Bible. So
Well, it's not. It's not in the Bible. It's in the book of Enoch.
But
Book of Enoch. Yeah,
the thing
those
is,
ones-
not the
one
other
of the
two.
books that didn't get into the Bible. Yeah.
the thing is, it's an actual narrative, and there is no other narrative. It's the only narrative that we have from before the global flood, except for
Yeah, that
Enoch.
doesn't make it true though, does it?
Well, I mean, if you think there's another truth, you should have another record, saying
No,
otherwise.
not necessarily. No. Just because we've only got one record, it doesn't mean it's correct.
Well,
It
I
could be
mean,
wrong.
we just mentioned 3 records: the Book of Enoch, the Book of Jasher, and the Bible. Those are 3 different records.
They could all be wrong.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, we have the historical records in the genealogies and such, and there are no other records or genealogies. And
Yeah, you don't understand. Just because there are no others, it doesn't mean that the ones we have are correct. They could
yeah,
be
but
wrong.
at least we have a record, is what I'm saying, because there is no other record to the contrary. In order to know something, there has to be some kind of record.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. So if they're wrong, then we don't know anything, do we? About that time.
Because your ancestors don't become mythical. Your ancestors are always real, and the genealogies are real.
We don't know those are our ancestors, do we?
Yeah,
The
we
only
have.
record we've got is
That's what the discussion of the haplogroups of Noah's 3 sons is all about. Is that we are all descendants from one of the 3 sons of Noah. That's what the whole discussion is about. So the real,
Have you got kind of citations for that?
yeah, the Y chromosomes go from father to son, or from son to father and grandfather, all the way back to its origin. And you can't.
We have sources saying that.
Yeah, you can't
those
jump.
3 sons are the.
But it's like this: you can't jump from one tree to another. You're either from one tree, you're from a Hamitic tree, which is the Africans and related people, or you're from the Semitic tree and related people, or you're from the tree of the nations, the Japhetic tree. You can't jump from one tree to another. You're either.
That's what I mean. Have you got some kind of scientific source for that?
Yeah, there's all kinds. That's what the Y chromosome is. That's what the Y chromosome is. And that's what I explain. I explain the whole thing in my videos. You're either one thing or another thing. You can't jump from one place to another. So
But have you got some scientific outside source that says the 3 sons of Noah?
It's absolutely real. You're absolutely descended from one of the 3 things. I mean, and the scientific sources could be wrong too, for that matter, right?
Yeah, but I'd be happy if I'd seen one.
I mean, just because they say we evolved from Africans, does that mean that's true? We evolved from Africans?
I'm sure they have the reasons and they back up the findings with evidence.
Yeah, but
I've not checked it out myself, but.
But that's what I'm saying. We have a historical record where we didn't evolve from Africans. We're the brothers to the Africans.
That's what I mean. So science is saying we came out of Africa. You're saying we're not. How do I tell which one is accurate?
Yeah, we have an actual historical record as being brothers to the Africans.
But science says we came out of Africa.
No, science can't say anything. Science doesn't say anything. There's just evidence, and you have an interpretation of what the evidence is based on your preconceived notions.
No, it's based on science and what it says, I think. It says where he came out of Africa. Are you saying
Because
he didn't?
because science says that there's different lengths of lineages, but that's just nonsense because everybody's lineage is the same
Right.
age.
So you're disagreeing with science basically and saying what book
But
is correct over science.
but listen to what I'm saying. Is there a lineage of anybody that's older than somebody else? Think it through logically. Is your lineage older or younger than anybody else's lineage?
Yeah, but I'm saying your book is wrong and the science is correct. So it's your part what's wrong in that.
No, but the science doesn't have a book. They're just making assumptions and assertions.
Yes, they go.
You know,
They keep changing it. They're so stupid, bro.
and so everybody's lineage is the same age regardless of the numbers of mutations that you have in your lineage. But they're trying to say if you have more mutations in your lineage, that means your lineage is longer, which is nonsense because everybody's lineage is exactly the same age. Nobody's
But
lineage.
I don't understand where you're disagreeing with science and science is wrong. I don't see how you can demonstrate that. How can you demonstrate that?
Well,
I
I'm
would say
explaining.
theories are wrong, but look,
I'm ex-
science you can replicate, reproduce, and like you start lumping. You just say science, and you think like, man, I hate that they just think you deny all science, but you guys don't
yeah.
understand that a lot of these theories are being lumped with science, and you
No,
just say
you just
science,
deny the
and you
science.
think
So
your theory
the
of evolution, your theory of the Big Bang is science for some reason, but that's not like building a TV or building a car or building, even growing vegetables is a science. Clean water, making clean water is a science, and but these are real sciences.
yeah,
But then you
it's all
throw
used
things
as
like
a scientific
evolution and the
method.
Big Bang in there, and just say, "Oh yeah, you guys don't believe in science." It's such crap. You don't understand the difference
Yeah.
between theories and science.
What's called science doesn't mean it is true. It's just a theory, and it's what's
Do you know what
believed.
a theory is in science?
It's
It's
what's
that's the
believed.
highest thing you can get to.
Yeah, it's what's
That's a
believed to be
theory.
true.
A theory contains laws. You
Yeah,
can't get higher than a theory. There's nothing better
yeah.
in science than a theory.
But evolution is a theory, and it's not
Is
science.
there
There's nothing
a difference
scientific about
between actual
evolution.
science and
Yes,
theories?
evolution's
There's
pretty
no
much.
science. There's no science in evolution, and it's called a theory. So how do you go? How does that work?
It's because it's
It's not.
a
It's not based
theory.
on. It's
It
not
contains
based on any
laws.
laws.
It
It's not
contains
based.
rules. It contains facts.
It's not based on any facts. It's based on assumption. This jumped into that thing, and that thing jumped into something else, and something else jumped into the other thing. And when the truth is everything is what it
I
is
don't think
made to be.
evolution says that things jumped into other things.
Everything
So,
in the fossil record, you have fully formed animals everywhere. Everything is a fully formed animal. Nothing is a transitional
yeah, you don't
form
get
from one
half
thing.
animals. No.
Nothing
Every
is
animal is a fully
transitional.
formed animal. Yeah.
I mean, everything is fully formed. There is no evolution.
Yeah. You don't get half animals.
It's either in one tree or another tree or another tree or another tree. There's no jumping from tree to tree. You can't jump from tree to tree.
Kind of a monkey.
Because how are you getting the information? How do you get the information to be something else? You can't get information by
Frequencies change over time.
you can't get information by making mistakes.
We know that happens. That's a
You
fact.
can make variations, you can adapt, you can respond to the environment, but you can't change what you are. You can't jump from being one thing to another thing to another thing.
No, there's no jumps. It takes quite a long.
Well, you've heard of punctual equilibrium, right? Punctuated evolution, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same thing as jumping from one thing to another. That's the exact same thing. That's the exact same thing what I said. You're jumping from one thing to another. That's a
Yeah, but it's not over one generation. It's over
so-called
many generations.
that's a no, it's punctuated equilibrium, punctuated evolution, whatever it is. That's
Yeah.
jumping from one
I
thing
got
to another. That's exactly what I said.
That's slightly
I got a
faster.
quick question. Quick question for Walhart. Quick question for Walhart. You know, you don't believe the Bible, it's a historical record. So what do you take as a historical record? How old is the oldest historical record you think is actually? Yeah. Well, I'm asking Walhart, bro. I get that, but because most people, most atheists I've spoken to, it's like some book written in the 1800s or something, or a lot of times they'll quote like a Hindu text. But I'm asking Walhart.
The Bhagavad Gita is older than the Bible anyway, so it doesn't matter if the Bible was correct. It's still older.
Well, I'm asking you, what do you think is the oldest historical record? Factual
As far as I know,
record.
It's the Hindu book, the Bhagavad Gita, whatever it's called.
Which is, they have a calendar
What is
of
it called?
5,000 years old. Their calendar, the Hindu calendar is 5,000 years old, and the history in the Bible goes back 6,000 years old.
Yeah, and the Hindu.
So what is the oldest historical book though? I'm gonna look it up, bro. I'm kind of curious.
I know the Hindu book is older than the Bible. I don't know. There's probably older books.
Their calendar only goes back 5,000 years. The Bible goes back 6,000 years.
The
What's it called, Jungle?
Bhagavad Gita or something like that. Bhagavad Gita.
Don't ask me to spell it.
Bro, I need to type it up so I can learn how to look it up. Like, how do you spell
it? Just put Hindu
Bhagavad Gita. Can you look it up real quick,
Bahar?
Bahamahita?
Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavad Gita. I don't know, something like that. Just put, it'll come up.
Bhagavad Gita.
Put Hindu Bhagavad Gita. So it should come up.
Okay, I was curious because I like to ask atheists that because the Illuminati, the New World Order, they want us living in the present. That way they can, if you don't know the past, then or there's even a saying like whoever controls the past controls the present, whoever controls the present controls the future. They don't want you knowing about your past.
Put the link in the private chat. It's just the Wikipedia page.
Story and how you don't see it. I don't know if you're getting paid to deny history or if you just do it on random.
See, I'm not denying history. You're denying science. You're disagreeing with science.
No. We're
the secret agent.
We're denying theories. We're not denying science.
Yeah, which is science.
I'm not denying 5G or 4G or 3G or 2G. I'm not denying X-rays. I'm denying Big Bang. I'm denying the evolution. So it's different. It's different with theories.
Which is the highest thing you can get in science. You're denying scientific theories. Yeah.
No,
science.
I am denying scientific theories. But thank you for clarifying. Thank you for clarifying that I'm denying the theories, not the actual replicable science that we can all do.
Gravity, you can observe that.
The theory contains the science. The theory is the final thing that contains all the science that goes into the theories.
We can observe what goes up comes down, but we can't observe evolution.
Yeah, because it takes a long time.
No, no matter how much time, it's not going to help because time is only going to degrade the genome. We can't.
But scientists disagree. That's the problem.
You can't start with lesser.
That doesn't really mean anything because
you can't start from lesser.
Disagreeing with science without any evidence to back it up.
If you start from lesser programming, you can't arrive at more programming. It just doesn't work that way.
I do like
That's it. Any evidence to back that up?
To observe that no programming is ever written by making mistakes. That's observed.
It's a program.
Yeah, written program that orders you to be a human instead of a chinchilla.
Right, because I thought it was a bunch of chemicals interacting with each other. I didn't know it was a program.
No, it's written programming that orders you to be a human instead of a chinchilla and or a gopher or an agouti or a capybara.
Right. I'm sure it's DNA is like chemicals. I don't think it's a written program.
But chemicals can't order anything. Chemicals can't direct anything. Chemicals don't have any direction.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so how is a
Chemical.
chemical going to order anything if it can't direct anything?
Because that's how DNA works. It's chemicals.
But it doesn't
We all agree it's
work.
chemicals.
It doesn't work like that. You either have the written
For sure it
program.
does. That's how DNA works. It's chemicals interacting with
You
each other. That's what
you
DNA is.
either have the
Hey guys,
concatenation or you don't.
can you guys hear me? I'll be
Yeah.
back in like 30 minutes. I gotta go get ready for bed and stuff, but I'll come back and say goodbye to y'all. But I won't be. I'll let you guys carry on, and maybe
All right.
listen in actually, because hey, nice seeing you again, Jungle. I'm gonna do the stream Monday. Wildheart, you already
Cheers.
Wildheart came on my last stream. It was pretty cool because me and another Wildheart comes in and says things back to like the topic, and we start fighting amongst ourselves.
Yeah,
And
I
then
see your
so it was
stream
nice to have you
sometime.
there, Wildheart.
Cheers.
Yeah, come by, bro. I'll do a live stream. I'm gonna try to do one every week, either Sunday or Monday night, and but it's only gonna be like 2 hours long, because I have the free StreamYard, so I only do 20 hours. So I'm trying to space it all out in case I want to do any debates or anything like that, and or in case I want to share anything else. So I'm gonna try to do one either Sunday or Monday night. This one's coming up is Monday night. And the topic is creation evolution, which I like because it's very wide. When you think about creation versus evolution, you could pretty much talk about anything, geocentric, heliocentric, evolution, Big Bang, even end time stuff. So I think I'm gonna leave it like that for a while. But hey, God bless Jungle Jurgen and Wildheart. It's always nice to have your point of view, because then we don't fight amongst each other about little things when somebody's here standing strong for evolution and the bigger lies, right? Because the devil's so clever, bro. He divides and conquers us on everything. All right, good night, bro.
All right.
God bless.
All right. Yeah, that's what that thing with Dr. Jensen's book that he just came out with called Trace. That thing is just to divide and make people mad at each other, basically. That's my assessment.
Yeah.
That's my assessment of the. Because it's total nonsense. He switched the two lineages, which you can't switch. You can't have Semitic people as the northern nations, and you can't have the northern nations as Semitic people. It's just nonsense.
Right. So there's two different theories. One is based on the Bible. One is based on science. And you're going with the one that's based on the Bible. Is that right?
Well, we have to go with known human history is what we have to go with.
But the Bible's not known human history. That's the problem.
Well, it is contemporaneous with all of ancient history, actually.
Except the science.
Because Abraham was a Sumerian from a Sumerian city called Ur, where Nimrod was king in the land of Shinar. That's known human history.
Well, is there anything outside the Bible what confirms that? Or is that just what's written in the Bible?
No, the Assyrians are a known people group. The C Hamitic Y chromosome in the area is a known haplogroup, which can only be from Nimrod, which was in.
So why does the science disagree with that? And how does the science disagree?
But the science really doesn't disagree with it, because it confirms that the first people in Europe were darker complexion, and because it was the G
Does science confirm that it's 3 of Noah's sons?
What? Yeah,
So
science
that's confirmed that.
Science confirmed that the early Europeans were autosomally darker complexion.
Does darker complexion mean one of Noah's sons necessarily?
They confirmed that. And we have known history of the Assyrians going into Europe, which is the GY chromosome and the CY chromosome. The CY chromosome is the Hamitic Cushite descendant that made the Europeans darker early on.
But being darker doesn't mean it's one of Noah's sons necessarily. We only get that from the Bible, don't we?
No, being darker means that you probably a descendant of Cush, who is one of the sons.
Where does being darker necessitate that it's one of Noah's sons?
Because when everybody separated into family groups, their variations became fixed. So when the Cushites went to Africa, the Cushites became dark-skinned, and they became fixed in their population. The same thing with the other Cushites. Nimrod was a Cushite, descended from Cush. Nimrod was the son of Cush. So his descendants...
Is there anything outside the Bible what confirms that, is what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, that's the reason why the Europeans were darker, is because it was from
I'm saying, is there anything outside the Bible what confirms that is actually true?
Because the Bible says that Cush is the dark-skinned people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is there anything outside the Bible, any outside sources what?
Well, we can observe, we can see that the Cushites are dark-skinned people. We can see them, they're living today. We can see they're dark-skinned people.
Yeah, but dark skin doesn't mean one of Noah's sons necessarily, does it?
Well, it means a particular group of people were dark-skinned, and they're known throughout all history as being Cushites. Even the Bible.
Just the Bible.
Even the Bible says they were dark-skinned.
Not even the Bible, only the Bible.
No, you've never seen Egyptian paintings with dark-skinned people and light-skinned people?
Yeah, does it mention that any of them were Noah's sons?
Well, obviously there were dark-skinned people and light-skinned people. That's a matter of known human history.
And only the Bible says that there were Noah's sons.
And the Bible confirms that yes, the Cushites were dark-skinned people. The Bible confirms it because the Bible is contemporaneous with ancient human history. It's contemporaneous. It's the same history, same human history.
Right, so the rest of science says that they were dark-skinned, and only the Bible says that it was Noah's sons.
The rest of science says they were dark-skinned? Yeah, and the Bible
is that correct?
And the Bible says there were dark-skinned too. There were dark-skinned people, right?
And it's just the Bible that says that it was
science confirms then what the Bible says, that there were dark-skinned people known as Cushites, Ethiopians, right?
Yeah.
So science confirms
just the Bible says that there were Noah's sons.
So science confirms what the Bible. The Bible is the most accurate record of all records, all human source records. The Bible is the most honest.
To determine that?
It's the most honest, most accurate, most reliable historical record for archaeologists to find ancient cities and histories and everything. It's the most. It's the single most accurate. It's the single most accurate ancient historical record that exists. It's a matter of fact. And
no,
it's verified.
It wasn't written down at the time. The Old Testament was written down through word of mouth. It wasn't written down at the time.
You got to understand that they have found mountain passes by reading the Bible. They have found gates of cities reading the Bible. They have found roads and passageways reading the Bible. They have
Does that
found
mean the events that take
they
place in
have
the
found
Bible are
signet
accurate
rings.
because
They
the
have found
places exist? That doesn't
signet
follow.
rings. They have found signet rings and names of kings and prophets by through archaeology that are in the Bible.
Right. Does that mean that the actual events actually took place because the people exist and the
It means
places
that
exist? Does that mean that the events that
those kings and
it's
prophets
actually happened?
It means those kings and prophets actually existed.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, so the
They
record
existed.
is the
Does that mean
Bible
the
is
events that took
the
place in the
most
storybook?
it's the
Does that
most
mean they actually
accurate
happened?
it's the most accurate, reliable source of all ancient records, the Bible.
According to Christians and Jews, probably. Yeah. Not convinced.
No, because the other records they're all biased and they only tell the good things, they don't tell the bad things, and they skew the history like they're always winning all the wars and everything when that's not the case. They're actually losing
So
wars.
the holy book that you're going off isn't bias. It's not.
No, no,
That's not bias.
if
And
it's
all the
if they
sources
lost when
that
they
doesn't mean
lost war, the Bible says they lost the war whenever they lost the wars. They don't sugarcoat history. The Bible doesn't sugarcoat history.
I'm pretty sure almost all religious books are kind of biased. That's what they're for.
No, because it's honest about the wickedness of the people and the mistakes of the people, everything they did wrong.
Wickedness. So that's objective wickedness. Is it?
No, they were wicked. They were going after wicked pagan deities and all that stuff, sacrificing babies. That's wicked, right? And the Bible is honest about it. It says they offered.
Have we dug up any dead babies in these times?
It said they offered sacrifices to idols on the hills.
It says a lot of things. Yeah, I'm saying, is there any way of confirming it that it's actually true?
Well,
It says a lot of things.
that's exactly what I'm saying. It says that they offered sacrifices in high places. So archaeologists go to the high places and they find all these idols and sacrifices to pagan deities in Israel.
Right. Have you got any kind of scientific archaeological papers to back
Well,
that up?
it's exactly what I'm talking about. This is all scientific archaeological findings, discoveries.
Cool. Have you got a link or anything?
Yeah, there's tons of them. I mean, on a daily basis. On a daily basis, they find stuff written in the Bible that confirms the Bible. For all intents,
cool.
Virtually, practically speaking.
Have you got a link to? Do you want me to Google it?
Yeah, if you're interested, you can find it because it's you just look up biblical history, archaeology, and you'll learn the stuff for yourself. So I won't have to tell you that they discover things that the Bible talks about all the time. I mean, I can't be an infinite source of all information. I'm going for the most specific, sources of information that I can. I mean, this stuff is known. Archaeology is a known science. People spend their lives, working on archaeology and stuff in the Bible, biblical lands, and other places like the Hittites and the Egyptians and all the other places, the Edomites, the Elamites, the
So it says the oldest written down is 600 BC.
Ammonites, Moabites.
6,000 years ago.
Based on what? Based on guessing? Based on guesstimation?
Ketef Hinnom scrolls, probably the oldest surviving text currently known from the Hebrew Bible, priestly blessing dated to 600 BC. That's
No,
not
but
6,000
you have
years.
to understand they're copies of copies of copies, and it's a copy of a earlier record.
We don't have the originals, presumably, so we don't know how close these
I
copies
mean,
are to the originals.
but you can't expect to have the original if it was being copied every time it got old.
Yeah, so you can't expect us to know that they're accurate. They could be very different from the originals.
No, but it's a matter of fact human historical record.
No, we don't have the records. It's not.
Yeah, we do have the records. We do have the copies that were made of the records that
And they
were
weren't copies. They were passed down through oral tradition.
and
They weren't written down.
and you know about the Dead Sea Scrolls, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're older copies. They're older copies that they found of the same text in the Bible.
Older than 600 BC.
Of Isaiah and all that stuff.
Because that says that's the oldest ones we've got, 600 BC.
Yeah, but that's a copy of the original record. That's not the date of the original record.
We don't have the originals. How do we know when they were written down?
But we do have the history. We don't have the actual originals, but we do have the information that was copied of the genealogies going back 6,000 years when the calendars of regular history only goes back 5,000 years. Regular ancient history, Hindu, no matter what it is, Mayan, Hindu, it only goes back 5,000 years. Biblical history goes back 6,000 years. And that's a matter of fact.
I mean, this is just a Google search quote. It says archaeologists view some parts of the Bible as a loose historical record, but there's no way to verify without finding actual artifacts. What is true and what is fiction?
Well, that's the thing. They do find historical artifacts. They find signet rings, they find gates, they find passageways, they find mountains, they find all kinds of things.
Well, that only demonstrates that the places exist, and maybe some of the people. It doesn't demonstrate that the events actually happened, does it?
But it's places from different times in history, different periods of time in history, though.
Yeah, that means that the places were there then. That's all.
Well, it means the record is correct. Because when you dig down, you get into the older history.
Have you heard about like New York existing, but Spider-Man not necessarily existing? Do you get the analogy?
Well, if you dig down in New York, you'll find older New York artifacts and stuff just the same.
That means that New York has been there a long time.
Well,
that's all.
It means to go back as far as New York has been there, maybe.
Yeah. But if someone wants a story about something that happened in New York, just because New York's there doesn't mean the story happened, does it?
No, but you'd have to, produce another record, in order to verify something.
No, you don't.
If there was another version, you should have another record. Otherwise, it's just your speculation.
No, you don't. You don't need another record to.
But do you see what I'm
demonstrate that yours is correct?
But do you see
You could have a record and it could be wrong.
But do you see what I'm saying? If you don't have a record, then all you have is your speculation.
Yeah, but just because we don't have another record, it doesn't make yours correct.
if you do have a record, at least you have a record that can be validated by other ways, by other confirmations, other histories
Which
around.
the Bible hasn't been. That's the problem.
And that's the whole thing with the Y chromosome, is that we can validate the 3 sons of Noah as existing because you're either from one tree, one son of Noah, or the other 2. If you take a Y chromosome test right now, it'll determine which son of Noah that you're descended from. And if you take a mitochondrial DNA test, it'll determine the maternal haplogroup, which wife of the 3 sons of Noah that you're descended from.
But it's only the only place that it says it's Noah's sons is the Bible. And we don't know whether that's accurate or not.
No, we do know what, because we have genealogies and historical records going all that way back.
So the DNA proves what? Noah's sons.
Yeah, DNA proves the 3 sons of Noah
I think it does.
and the wives of the 3 sons of Noah. That's what DNA proves. The mitochondrial proves the wives of Noah's 3 sons, and the Y chromosome
agrees with that, even though it says we came out of Africa.
And the Y chromosome proves the 3 sons of Noah. I mean,
Well, science agree with that. I'll disagree with that.
Science has nothing to say to the contrary. It cannot disprove that I'm descended from Shem, one of the sons of
Can
Noah.
you prove it? That's the point.
It cannot disprove that I'm not descended from Arpachshad, one of the grandsons of Noah.
Science can't disprove God either. It doesn't mean that God exists.
No, we're not talking. We're talking about people and their genealogies right now. DNA proves which son of Noah that you're descended from, which grandson of Noah. That's the whole point of me doing this study of the haplogroups, is that I can prove which grandson of Noah that you're descended from if you take a Y chromosome test.
But you're saying science can't disprove it. Can you prove it?
No, because it's one tree going all the way back. You can't jump from being from one tree to another tree. You're either on one tree or you're on the other 2 trees.
But there's nowhere outside the Bible what says anything about Noah's sons.
And more than that, the study that I'm doing is showing that you're one of the 16 grandsons of Noah. You're on one of the trees of one of the 16.
According to the Bible, yeah. According to the Bible, that's true. I don't
One
trust
of the 16 grandsons. Well, there is no other history. That's the whole point. There is no other ancient civilizations. That's the whole point. There are no other. There's only Assyria.
Is that according to the Bible or according to actual
the
science?
Medes. No, according to known ancient history. And the skeptics are always saying,
the only ancient history.
Did you know the skeptics were saying, "Oh, the Hittites don't exist. The Hittites don't exist. The Hittites are made up by the Bible," and then they come to find out, "Oh, the Hittites do exist," and it confirms the Bible.
Right. So why does science disagree then? And how does it disagree? If that's the only record we've got, does it disagree with that?
But that means that your science was wrong and the Bible was right.
But how does science disagree with it if it's
because your science said that there were no Hittites, and it repeated there are no Hittites, and then come to find out, oh, there are Hittites. So your science was wrong. Your science was wrong, and the Bible was right. That happens over and over and over again. That happens all the time. Is when the skeptics say, no, that didn't happen, and then they come to find out, oh, it did happen. That happens over and over and over again. That's why I'm saying the Bible is contemporaneous with known ancient human history. It's in the middle of ancient human history. In fact, it tells you which civilizations are that exist. It names all the progenitors of every ancient civilization. That's the whole point of the Y chromosome study, is that the Bible names the progenitors of every ancient civilization that ever existed. And there are no other ancient civilizations. They don't exist. The only ancient civilizations that exist are the ones that the Bible gives you the progenitor of, which is the 16 grandsons of Noah. That's the whole point of the study of the Y chromosome and the mitochondrial DNA.
Yeah, so the science should line up with what the Bible says, but you're saying they
It's
disagree. That's
supposed
what I don't understand.
It's supposed to, yeah, and it ends up science they have to agree all the time with what the Bible says when they used to disagree.
So they agree now. If they agree, that's fine. It's not a problem. But
The
you're
what?
saying they disagree. If the science agrees with the Bible, that's fine. But you're saying they disagree. And I
Yeah,
don't
because they always have to make corrections as to their assertions and assumptions, and then they come to find out, oh, the Bible was right. All the time. It happens continually, all the time.
see, the science uses kind of methods to kind of back up what it's saying.
And they're always wrong.
Substance.
And they're always wrong when they disagree with what the Bible says, and they come to find out, oh, the
According to you, yeah.
The
Yeah.
Bible was right
It's the
all
Bible.
along.
Yeah.
And then they realize, oh, we were wrong. The Bible was right. That happens all the time.
Right, I'll take your word for that.
It happens
Actually, I
all
won't,
the
because
time.
it's not true.
I'm going to be 64 years old this month, and I've seen it happen over and over and over again. Every claim of that evolution ever made is always disproved. They say, "Oh, this is some kind of man," and then it's disproved.
See, I know that's just not true.
And then they claim, "Oh, this happened vestigial organs." Oh, that's not true. And then oh, junk DNA. Oh, that's not true. It's not junk DNA. It happens over.
No,
I've been watching.
It's still what they call junk DNA. They just
I've been watching it for. I've been watching it for decades, and every claim they make is always disproved. They say, "Oh, okay." It's just, they make, and then they make another.
It's still
Then they make another claim. Then they make another claim, and that's disproved.
It doesn't code
for. We're learning all the time, and then they make another claim, and that's disproved. It just goes. It happens over and over again.
Oh, no, I know that's not correct. That's
Haeckel's embryo drawings. That was a claim that was made and disproved. It just happens over and over and over again.
We're saying junk DNA has been disproved, and I know for a fact
they say the cell is just jelly and mush, and then say, "Oh, there's information in the cell."
Are you sure? Jelly and mush. Is that what?
Yeah, that's what they used to say. That's what their claim used to
Jelly
be.
and mush.
And they say, "Oh, science is learning all the time," when we knew all the time that it wasn't just jelly and mush, that there's information in the cells and structure and mechanisms that are
jelly and mush is.
That
So,
are.
I don't know why science would say that.
No, it did say that. They said it was a jelly or some kind of mush or something, whatever it was.
Not a clue as to what it was actually made of, just jelly.
They said it was some kind of nebulous liquid jelly or whatever stuff. They didn't know there was information inside, and then they find out, oh, there's information inside it. Well, where did the information come from? Oh, we think information wrote itself. But that's nonsense.
Well, if it's DNA, it's chemicals, isn't it? It's not
It's
information like a
ordered. It's
written
ordered
book.
chemicals.
It's
It's
chemicals.
chemicals written in succession that has information and instruction, which can't write itself. It's like a book. It reads a storyline.
Book made of chemicals.
It's like a book. You can make a machine with a book from the information in the book.
But you don't generally make books out of chemicals, do you? I
No,
mean, you do, but
the chemicals don't write
writing as well.
the chemicals don't write the information. The chemicals don't write the book. The chemicals are just chemicals.
DNA is chemicals. That's all it is.
It's ordered chemicals. It's
Yeah, still chemicals. Doesn't matter if they're ordered.
and the information is in your computer is just O's and ones and O's, right? That's all it is ones and O's, right?
Yeah.
No. The information in your computer is ordered. It's specifically ordered, and it
Still
can't
ones and
work.
O's. It might be ordered ones and O's, but it's still ones and O's.
It can't order itself. It can't program itself. Where's the computer that programmed its own software?
But the chemicals aren't programmed. The chemicals.
They are programmed because if they
They're
weren't
not.
programmed,
We assign the letters to the chemicals.
if the
They're not actual letters.
if the chemicals weren't programmed inside of you, you wouldn't be a human. You would not be
Yeah,
a human.
they weren't ordered the specific way they are, and that's true. But it doesn't mean that they were programmed by a mind, by an intelligence.
Well, it doesn't mean that they were programmed by matter.
It doesn't mean that they're programmed. That's a problem at all, whatsoever. The
Of
chemicals.
course it's programmed, because if it wasn't programmed, you wouldn't be a human.
If they weren't in that specific order, yeah, that doesn't mean that it's programmed by a brain, by a mind.
Well,
That's not what it means.
it's not programmed by chemicals. It's not programmed by matter. It's not programmed by electrical activity.
Exactly, it's not programmed. That's the point.
No, but it is programmed.
They're ordered in a specific way. That doesn't mean that they're programmed.
Yeah. You got your program from your parents. You're bits and pieces of your parents and grandparents. That's what you are. You are selected pieces and bits of your parents and grandparents. That's what you are. And if you have brothers and sisters, they're different bits of information from your grandparents and parents.
Yeah, that doesn't mean programmed. It means chemicals in a certain order. That's all it means.
Oh, in a certain order, but the certain order is the programming.
No, it's just the order the chemicals are in.
And it can't order itself. That's the whole point of the nonsense of evolution, is that they think mistakes can write programming that's not there. Billions and billions of bits of written programming that's not there. They think mistakes did it.
When you say written programming, DNA is chemicals. That's all it is. So where's the writing? Where's the
No,
writing?
but it's not just chemicals. It's ordered chemicals.
It is. That's all it is. It's chemicals. DNA is just chemicals interacting with each other. There's no written down anything.
It's chemicals that were ordered, and they can't order themselves. It's not complicated. It's not complicated.
But you're saying it's a written code. There's no writing. It's just chemicals in a certain order.
According to every experiment, chemicals have never written any programming that's not there. If you can get it to write programming that's not there, you would have $10 million in your pocket.
But what you're calling programming is just the order the chemicals are in. That's the programming. There's no actual programming, is there?
If you can get matter to write a sentence, you can have $10 million in your pocket. If you can get matter to order something intelligible,
chemicals in a certain order is not a sentence, is it?
With meaning If you can get them to write something that works or with meaning, you can have $10 million in your pocket.
Right. So where are the words in the chemicals?
Well, that's a different
You're saying
language.
that,
Just the same as there's different languages that we speak, there's different languages of
and the
DNA.
language is entirely made up of chemicals.
And the language has to be written down first. It has to be copied. It has to be
Right.
interpreted,
So where's the
and it
written
has
down
to be.
language in DNA? Given
It
that the
has to
DNA is
assign.
just chemicals. That's all it is.
It has to assign 3D objects in order to make everything you are.
3D objects being the chemicals. So where's the writing?
Well, the proteins. The proteins are the 3D objects that you consist of.
Yeah,
And
the chemicals.
that's all by way of the
It's
written.
just chemicals. So where's this
Well,
language?
it's
Where's
not
this
just
written
chemicals, it's
language?
information. It's information to make the structure that you consist of.
No, it's just chemicals in a certain order. That's all it is.
Right. In a
I'm
certain
sorry.
in a certain order.
There's no writing. There's not.
In a certain
We
order
assign
doesn't
the letters to the chemicals.
it
That's
doesn't
why
happen
it's
in a
in
certain order by itself. It doesn't happen by itself. To get in a certain order,
scientists say it does.
you
That's
have
what I
to.
don't understand.
Scientists are knucklehead lunatics that believe in magical morphin monkeys. That's what you call scientists. They believe
Right,
in
we'll have to
magic.
agree to disagree because I've got to go. So it's been fun. Tell Jamie Russell. Cheers.
It was great talking to you, Andrew. Long time, long time no see and stuff.
Yeah, good to see you. I've got to go now.
All right.
Cheers. Bye.
All right, bye. All right, you gonna be back? If not, everybody can watch my video if they want. But other than that, I gotta go. Probably if Iger's not coming back. But that's I mean, it's amazing. This same discussion I have every day with skeptics, and they think that they have the science on their side, and then come to think of it, the only thing they have on their side is magic, a magical belief on their side. Anyways, I gotta go. Probably should go. Well, God bless everybody. If there's anybody in the chat, I don't even know if anybody's here. Oh, Arctic Timberwolf. All right. God bless everybody. If anybody's still here. Ciao. You know the Italian expression, ciao.
and took up my parable concerning them. The Holy Great One will come forth from his dwelling, and the eternal God will tread upon the earth, even on Mount Sinai, and appear from his camp, and appear in the strength of his might from the heaven of heavens. And all shall be smitten with fear, and the watchers shall quake, and great fear and trembling shall seize them unto the ends of the earth. And the high mountains shall be shaken, and the high hills shall be made low, and shall melt like wax before the flame. And the earth shall be wholly rent in sunder, and wholly rent in sunder. Lest are to be removed. And he took this one by God. From them I heard everything. For this generation, which is for to come, and took up my parable concerning them. The Holy Great One will come forth from his dwelling, and the eternal God will tread upon the earth, even on Mount Sinai, and appear from his camp. Heaven of heavens, and all shall be smitten with fear, shall quake, and great fear and trembling shall seize them unto the ends of the earth. And the high mountains shall be shaken, and the high like wax before the flame. And the earth shall be wholly rent in sunder, and all that is upon the earth shall perish. And there shall be a judgment upon all men. But with the righteous he will make peace, and will protect the elect, and mercy shall be upon them. And they shall all belong to God, and they shall all be prospered, and they shall all be blessed. And he will help them all, and light shall appear unto them, and he will make peace with them. And behold, he cometh with 10,000s of his holy ones, to execute judgment upon all, and to destroy all the ungodly, and to convict all flesh of all the works of their ungodliness, which they have ungodly committed, and of all the hard things which ungodly sinners have spoken against him. Observe ye everything that takes place in the heaven, how they do not change their orbits, and the luminaries which are in the heaven, how they all rise and set in order in each its season, and transgress not against their appointed order. Behold ye the earth, and give heed to the things which take place upon it from first to last, how steadfast they are, how none of the things upon earth change, but all the works of God appear to you. Behold the summer and the winter, how the whole earth is filled with water, and clouds and dew and rain lie upon it. Chapter 3. Observe and see how in the winter all the trees seem as though they had withered and shed all their leaves, except 14 trees do not lose their foliage, but retain the old foliage from 2 to 3 years till the new comes. Chapter 4. And again, observe ye the days of summer, how the sun is above the earth over against it, and you seek shade and shelter by reason of the heat of the sun. And the earth also burns with growing heat, and so you cannot tread on the earth, or on a rock by reason of its heat. Chapter 5. Observe ye how the trees cover themselves with green leaves and bear fruit. Wherefore give ye heed, and know, with regard to all his works, and recognize how he that liveth forever hath made them so. And all his works go on thus, from year to year, forever. And all the tasks which they accomplish for him, and their tasks, change not. But, according as God hath ordained, so is it done. And behold, how the sea and the rivers, in like manner, accomplish and change not their tasks, from his commandments. But ye have not been steadfast, nor done the commandments of the Lord, but ye have turned away and spoken proud and hard words, with your impure mouths against his greatness. O ye hard-hearted, ye shall find no peace. Therefore shall ye execrate your days, and the years of your life shall perish, and the years of your destruction shall be multiplied in eternal execration, and ye shall find no mercy. In those days an eternal execration unto all the righteous, and by you shall all who curse, curse, and all the sinners and godless shall imprecate by you. And for you the godless there shall be a curse, and all the godly shall rejoice, and there shall be forgiveness of sins, and every mercy, and peace, and forbearance. There shall be salvation unto them, a goodly light. And for all of you sinners there shall be no salvation, but on you all shall abide a curse. But for the elect there shall be light and joy and peace, and they shall inherit the earth. And then there shall be bestowed upon the elect wisdom, and they shall all live and never again sin, either through ungodliness or through pride. But they who are wise shall be humble, and they shall not again transgress, nor shall they all the days of their life. nor shall they die of the divine anger or wrath, but they shall complete the number of the days of their life, and their lives shall be increased in peace, and the years of their joy shall be multiplied in eternal gladness and peace all the days of their life. Chapter 6. And it came to pass, when the children of men had multiplied, that in those days were born beautiful and comely daughters. And the angels, the children of the heaven, saw and lusted after them, and said to one another, Come, let us choose wives from among the children of men, and beget us children. And Semyaza, who was their leader, said unto them, I fear ye will not indeed agree to do this deed, and I alone shall have to pay the penalty of a great sin. And they all answered him, and said, Let us all swear an oath, and all bind ourselves by mutual imprecations, not to abandon this plan, but to do this thing. Then swear they all together, and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And they were in all 200, who descended in the days of Jared on the summit of Mount Hermon. And they called it Mount Hermon, because they had sworn and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And these are the names of their leaders: Semyaza, their leader; Arakiba, Ramael, Kokabeel, Tamael, Ramael, Danel, Ezekiel, Barakijal, Asael, Armaros, Batarel, Ananel, Zakael, Samsapil, Satarel, Turel, Jomjael, Sarael. These are their chiefs of tens. Chapter 7. And all the others together with them took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one. And they began to go in unto them, and to defile themselves with them. And they taught them charms and enchantments, and the cutting of roots, and made them acquainted with plants. And they became pregnant, and they bare great giants, whose height was 3,000 ells, who consumed all the acquisitions of men. And when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them, and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against birds, and beasts, and reptiles, and fish, and to devour one another's flesh, and drink the blood. Then the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones. Semyaza taught enchantments and root cuttings, Armaros the resolving of enchantments, Barakijal taught astrology, Kokabel the constellations, Ezekiel the knowledge of the clouds, Arakiel the signs of the earth, Damsael the signs of the sun, Sarael the course of the moon. And as men perished, they cried, and their cry went up to heaven. Chapter 9. And then Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel looked down from heaven, and saw much blood being shed upon the earth, and all lawlessness being wrought upon the earth. And they said to one another, The earth made without inhabitant cries the voice of their crying up to the gates of heaven. And now to you, the holy ones of heaven, the souls of men make their suit, saying, Bring our cause before the Most High. And they said to the Lord of the ages, Lord of lords, God of gods, King of kings, and God of the ages, the throne of thy glory standeth unto all the generations of the ages. And thy name holy and glorious and blessed unto all the ages. Thou hast made all things, and power over all things hast thou. And all things are naked and open in thy sight, and thou seest all things, and nothing can hide itself from thee. Thou seest what Azazel has done, who hath taught all unrighteousness on earth, and revealed the eternal secrets which were preserved in heaven, which men were striving to learn. And Semyaza, to whom thou hast given authority to bear rule over his associates, and they have gone to the daughters of men upon the earth, and they have slept with the women, and have defiled themselves, and revealed to them all kinds of sins. And the women have borne giants, and the whole earth has thereby been filled with blood and unrighteousness. And now, behold, the souls of those who have died are crying, and making their suit to the gates of heaven, and their lamentations have ascended, and cannot cease because of the lawless deeds which are wrought on the earth. And thou knowest all things before they come to pass, and thou seest these things, and thou dost suffer them, and thou dost not say to us what we are to do to them in regard to these. Chapter 10. Then said the Most High, the Holy and Great One, spake, and sent Uriel to the son of Lamech, and said to him, Go to Noah, and tell him in my name, Hide thyself, and reveal to him the end that is approaching, that the whole earth will be destroyed, and a deluge is about to come upon the whole earth, and will destroy all that is on it. And now instruct him that he may escape, and his seed may be preserved for all the generations of the world. And again the Lord said to Raphael, Bind Azazel hand and foot, cast him into the darkness, and make an opening in the desert, which is in Dudael, and cast him therein, and place upon him rough and jagged rocks, and cover him with darkness, and let him abide there forever, and cover his face that he may not see light. And on the day of the great judgment he shall be cast into the fire, and heal the earth which the angels have corrupted, and proclaim the healing of the earth, that they may heal the plague, and that all the children of men may not perish through all the secret things that the watchers have disclosed, and have taught their sons. And the whole earth has been corrupted through the works that were taught by Azazel. To him ascribe all sin. And to Gabriel said the Lord, proceed against the bastards and the reprobates, and against the children of fornication, and destroy the children of fornication, and the children of the watchers from amongst men, and cause them to go forth. Send them one against the other, that they may destroy each other in battle. For length of days shall they not have. And no request that they, their fathers, make of thee shall be granted unto their fathers on their behalf. For they hope to live in eternal life, and that each one of them will live 500 years. And the Lord said unto Michael, go, bind Samyaza and his associates, who have united themselves with women, so as to defile themselves with them in all their uncleanness. And when their sons have slain one another, and they have seen the destruction of their beloved ones, bind them fast for 70 generations in the valleys of the earth, till the day of their judgment and of their consummation, till the judgment that is forever and ever is consummated. In those days they shall be led off to the abyss of fire, and to the torment and the prison in which they shall be confined forever. And whosoever shall be condemned and destroyed will from thenceforth be bound together with them to the end of all generations. And destroy all the spirits of the reprobate and the children of the watchers, because they have wronged mankind. Destroy all wrong from the face of the earth, and let every evil work come to an end. And let the plant of righteousness and truth appear, and it shall prove a blessing. The works of righteousness and truth shall be planted in truth and joy forevermore. And then shall all the righteous escape, and they shall live till they beget thousands of children. And all the days of their youth and their old age shall they complete in peace. And then shall the whole earth be tilled in righteousness, and shall all be planted with trees and be full of blessing. And all desirable trees shall be planted on it, and they shall plant vines on it. And the vine which they plant thereon shall yield wine in abundance. And as for all the seed which is sown thereon, each measure of it shall bear 1,000, and each measure of olives shall yield 10 presses of oil. And cleanse thou the earth from all oppression, and from all unrighteousness, and from all sin, and from all godlessness. All the uncleanness that is wrought upon the earth destroy from off the earth. All the children of men shall become righteous, and all nations shall offer adoration, and shall praise me, and all shall worship me. And the earth shall be cleansed from all defilement, and from all sin, and from all punishment, and from all torment, and I will never again send them upon it from generation to generation, and forever. Chapter 11. And in those days I will open the store chambers of blessing, which are in the heaven, so as to send them down upon the earth, over the work and labor of the children of men. And truth and peace shall be associated together throughout all the days of the world, and throughout all the generations of men. Chapter 12. Before these things Enoch was hidden, and no one of the children of men knew where he was hidden, and where he abode, and what had become of him. And his activities had to do with the watchers, and his days were with the holy ones. And I, Enoch, was blessing the Lord of majesty, and the King of the ages. And lo, the watchers called me, and said to me, Enoch, thou scribe of righteousness, go, declare to the watchers of the heaven, who have left the high heaven, the holy eternal place, and have defiled themselves with women, and have done as the children of earth do, and have taken unto themselves wives. Ye have wrought great destruction on the earth, and ye shall have no peace nor forgiveness of sin. And inasmuch as they delight themselves in their children, the murder of their beloved ones shall they see, and over the destruction of their children shall they lament, and shall make supplication unto eternity, but mercy and peace shall ye not attain. Chapter 13. And Enoch went and said, Azazel, thou shalt have no peace. A severe sentence has gone forth against thee, to put thee in bonds, and thou shalt not have toleration, nor request granted to thee, because of the unrighteousness which thou hast taught, and because of all the works of godlessness and unrighteousness and sin which thou hast shown to men. Then I went and spoke to them all together, and they were all afraid, and fear and trembling seized them. And they besought me to draw up a petition for them, that they might find forgiveness, and to read their petition in the presence of the Lord of heaven. For from thenceforward they could not speak with him, nor lift up their eyes to heaven for shame of their sins, for which they had been condemned. Then I wrote out their petition, and the prayer in regard to their spirits and their deeds individually, and in regard to their request that they should have forgiveness and length of days. And I went off and sat down at the waters of Dan, in the land of Dan, to the south of the west of Hermon. I read their petition till I fell asleep, and behold, a dream came to me, and visions fell down upon me. And I saw visions of chastisement, and a voice came bidding me, I tell it to the sons of heaven, and reprimand them. And when I awakened, I came unto them, and they were all sitting gathered together, weeping in Abel's jail, which is between Lebanon and Senecer, with their faces covered. And I recounted before them all the visions which I had seen in sleep, and I began to speak the words of righteousness, and to reprimand the heavenly watchers. Chapter 14. The book of the words of righteousness, and of the reprimand of the eternal watchers, in accordance with the command of the Holy Great One in that vision. I saw in my sleep what I will now say with a tongue of flesh, with the breath of my mouth. With the Great One has given to men to converse therewith, and to understand with the heart. And he has created and given to man the power of understanding the word of wisdom. So hath he created me also, and given me the power of reprimanding the watchers, the children of heaven. I wrote out your petition, and in my vision it appeared thus, that your petition will not be granted unto you throughout all the days of eternity, and that judgment has been finally passed upon you. Yea, your petition will not be granted unto you. And from henceforth you shall not ascend into heaven unto all eternity. And in bonds of the earth the decree has gone forth to bind you for all the days of the world. And that previously you shall have seen the destruction of your beloved sons, and ye shall have no pleasure in them, but they shall fall before you by the sword. And your petition on their behalf shall not be granted, nor yet on your own, even though you weep and pray and speak all the words contained in the writing which I have written. And the vision was shown to me thus. Behold, in the vision clouds invited me, and a mist summoned me, and the course of the stars and the lightnings sped and hastened me, and the winds in the vision caused me to fly, and lifted me upward, and bore me into heaven. And I went in till I drew nigh to a wall which is built of crystals, and surrounded by tongues of fire, and it began to affright me. And I went into the tongues of fire, and drew nigh to a large house which was built of crystals, and the walls of the house were like a tessellated floor made of crystals, and its groundwork was of crystal. Its ceiling was like the path of the stars and the lightnings, and between them were fiery cherubim, and their heaven was water. A flaming fire surrounded the walls, and its portals blazed with fire. And I entered into that house, and it was hot as fire, and cold as ice. There were no delights of life therein. Fear covered me, and trembling got hold upon me. And as I quaked and trembled, I fell upon my face, and I beheld a vision. And lo, there was a second house greater than the former. And the entire portal stood open before me, and it was built of flames of fire. And in every respect it so excelled in splendor and magnificence and extent that I cannot describe to you its splendor and its extent. And its floor was of fire, and above it were lightnings in the path of the stars, and its ceiling also was flaming fire. And I looked and saw therein a lofty throne. Its appearance was as crystal, and the wheels thereof as the shining sun. And there was the vision of cherubim. And from underneath the throne came streams of flaming fire, so that I could not look thereon. And the great glory sat thereon, and his raiment shone more brightly than the sun, and was whiter than any snow. None of the angels could enter and could behold his face by reason of the magnificence and glory, and no flesh could behold him. The flaming fire was round about him, and a great fire stood before him, and none around could draw nigh him. 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him, yet he needed no counselor. And the most holy ones who were nigh to him did not leave by, nor depart from him. And until then I had been prostrate on my face, trembling. And the Lord called me with his own mouth, and said to me, Come hither, Enoch, and hear my word. And one of the holy ones came to me, and waked me. And he made me rise up, and approach the door. And I bowed my face downwards. Approach hither, and hear my voice. And go, say to the watchers of heaven, who have sent thee to intercede for them. You should intercede for men, and not men for you. Wherefore have ye left the high, holy, and eternal heaven, and lain with women, and defiled yourselves with the daughters of men, and taken to yourselves wives, and done like the children of earth, and begotten giants as your sons? And though you were holy, spiritual, living the eternal life, you had defiled yourselves with the blood of women, and have begotten children with the blood of flesh. And as the children of men have lusted after flesh and blood, as those also do who die and perish, therefore have I given them wives, also that they might impregnate them, and beget children by them, that thus nothing might be wanting to them on earth. But you were formerly spiritual, living the eternal life, and immortal for all generations of the world. And therefore I have not appointed wives for you. For as the spiritual ones of the heaven, in heaven is their dwelling. And now the giants, who are produced from the spirits and flesh, shall be called evil spirits upon the earth, and on the earth shall be their dwelling. Evil spirits have proceeded from their bodies, because they are born from men. And from the holy watchers is their beginning and primal origin. They shall be evil spirits on earth, and evil spirits shall they be called. As for the spirits of heaven, in heaven shall be their dwelling. But as for the spirits of the earth, which were born upon the earth, and on the earth shall be their dwelling. And the spirits of the giants afflict, oppress, destroy, attack, do battle, and work destruction on the earth, and cause trouble. They take no food, but nevertheless hunger, and thirst, and cause offenses. And these spirits shall rise up against the children of men and against the women, because they have proceeded from them. Chapter 16. From the days of the slaughter and destruction and death of the giants, from the souls of whose flesh the spirits, having gone forth, shall destroy without incurring judgment, thus shall they destroy until the day of the consummation, the great judgment, in which the age shall be consummated, over the watchers and the godless, yea, shall be wholly consummated. And now, as to the watchers who have sent thee to intercede for them, who had been aforetime in heaven, say to them, you have been in heaven, but all the mysteries had not yet been revealed to you, and you knew worthless ones. And these in the hardness of your hearts you have made known to the women, and through these mysteries women and men work much evil on earth. Say to them, therefore, you have no peace. Chapter 17. And they took and brought me to a place in which those who were there were like flaming fire, and when they wished, they appeared as men. And they brought me to the place of darkness, and to a mountain, the point of whose summit reached to heaven. And I saw the places of the luminaries, and the treasuries of the stars, and of the thunder, and in the uttermost depths where were a fiery bow and arrows, and their quiver, and a fiery sword, and all the lightnings. And they took me to the living waters, and to the fire of the west, which receives every setting of the sun. And I came to a river of fire, in which the fire flows like water, and discharges itself into the great sea towards the west. I saw the great rivers, and came to the great river, and to the great darkness, and went to the place where no flesh walks. I saw the mountains of the darkness of winter, and the place whence all the waters of the deep flow. I saw the mouths of all the rivers of the earth, and the mouth of the deep. I saw the treasuries of all the winds. I saw how he had furnished them with the whole creation and the firm foundations of the earth. And I saw the cornerstone of the earth. I saw the four winds which bear the earth, and the firmament of the heaven. And I saw how the winds stretch out the vaults of heaven, and have their station between heaven and earth. These are the pillars of the heaven. I saw the winds of heaven, which turn and bring the circumference of the sun and all the stars to their setting. I saw the winds on the earth carrying the clouds. I saw the paths of the angels. I saw at the end of the earth the firmament of the heaven above. And I proceeded and saw a place which burns day and night, where there are 7 mountains of magnificent stones, 3 towards the east and 3 towards the south. And as for those towards the east, one was of colored stone, and one of pearl, and one of jacinth, and those towards the south of red stone. But the middle one reached to heaven like the throne of God, of alabaster, and the summit of the throne was of sapphire. And I saw a flaming fire, and beyond these mountains is a region, the end of the great earth. There the heavens were completed. And I saw a deep abyss, with columns of heavenly fire, and among them I saw columns of fire fall, which were beyond measure, alike towards the height and towards the depth. And beyond that abyss I saw a place which had no firmament of the heaven above, and no firmly founded earth beneath it. There was no water upon it, and no birds, but it was a waste and horrible place. I saw there 7 stars like great burning mountains, and to me, when I inquired regarding them, the angel said, this place is the end of heaven and earth. This has become a prison for the stars and the host of heaven. And the stars which roll over the fire are they which have transgressed the commandment of the Lord in the beginning of their rising, because they did not come forth at their appointed times. And he was wroth with them, and bound them till the time when their guilt should be consummated, even for 10,000 years. And Uriel said to me, here shall stand the angels who have connected themselves with women, and their spirits, assuming many different forms, are defiling mankind, and shall lead them astray, into sacrificing demons as gods. Here shall they stand, till the day of the great judgment, in which they shall be judged till they are made an end of. And the women also of the angels who went astray shall become sirens. And I, Enoch, alone saw the vision, the ends of all things, and no man shall see as I have seen. So that was chapters 14 through 19, chapter 20. And these are the names of the holy angels who watch. Uriel, one of the holy angels, who is over the world and over Tartarus. Raphael, one of the holy angels, who is over the spirits of men. Raguel, one of the holy angels who takes vengeance on the world of the luminaries. Michael, one of the holy angels, to wit, he that is set over the best part of mankind, and over chaos. Sadakael, one of the holy angels, who is set over the spirits who sin in the spirit. Gabriel, one of the holy angels, who is over paradise and the serpents and the cherubim. Remiel, one of the holy angels, whom God set over those who rise. And I proceeded to where things were chaotic, and I saw there something horrible. I saw neither a heaven above nor a firmly founded earth, but a place chaotic and horrible. And there I saw 7 stars of the heaven bound together in it, like great mountains and burning with fire. Then I said, for what sin are they bound, and on what account have they been cast in hither? Then said Uriel, one of the holy angels, who was with me and was chief over them, and said, Enoch, why dost thou ask, and why art thou eager for the truth? These are the number of the stars of heaven, which have transgressed the commandment of the Lord, and are bound here till 10,000 years. The time entailed by their sins are consummated. And from thence I went to another place, which was still more horrible than the former. And I saw a horrible thing, a great fire there which burnt and blazed. And the place was cleft as far as the abyss, being full of great descending columns of fire. Neither its extent nor magnitude could I see, nor could I conjecture. Then I said, how fearful is the place, and how terrible to look upon. Then Uriel answered me, one of the holy angels who was with me, and said unto me, Enoch, why hast thou such fear and affright? And I answered, because of this fearful place, and because of the spectacle of the pain. And he said unto me, this place is the prison of the angels, and here they will be imprisoned forever. And thence I went to another place. Chapter 22. And thence I went to another place, and he showed me in the west another great and high mountain, and of hard rock, and there was in it 4 hollow places, deep and wide and very smooth. And there were 4 hollow places in it, deep and wide and very smooth. 3 of them were dark and 1 bright, and there was a fountain of water in its midst. And I said, how smooth are these hollow places, and deep and dark to view. Then Raphael answered, one of the holy angels, who was with me, and said unto me, these hollow places have been created for this very purpose, that the spirits of the souls of the dead should assemble therein. Yea, that all the souls of the children of men should assemble here. And these places have been made to receive them, to the day of their judgment, until their appointed period, till the great judgment comes upon them. I saw the spirit of a dead man making suit, and his voice went forth to heaven and made suit. And I asked Raphael the angel who was with me, and I said unto him, this spirit which maketh suit, who is it? Whose voice goeth forth and maketh suit to heaven? And he answered me, saying, this is the spirit which went forth from Abel, whom his brother Cain slew. And he makes his suit against him till his seed is destroyed from the face of the earth, and his seed is annihilated from amongst the seed of men. Then I asked regarding it, in all the hollow places, why is one separated from the other? And he answered me, saying, these 3 have been made that the spirits of the dead might be separated. And this division has been made for the spirits of the righteous, in which there is the bright spring of water. And this has been made for sinners, when they die and are buried in the earth, and judgment has not been executed on them in their lifetime. Here their spirit shall be set apart on this great pain, till the great day of judgment and punishment and torment of those who curse forever, and retribution for their spirits. There he shall bind them forever. And such a division has been made for the spirits of those who make their suit, who make disclosures concerning their destruction, when they were slain in the days of the sinners. Such has been made for the spirits of men who were not righteous but sinners, who were complete in transgression, and of the transgressors. They shall be companions, but their spirits shall not be slain in the day of judgment, nor shall they be raised from thence. Then I blessed the Lord of glory, and said, blessed be my Lord, the Lord of righteousness, who ruleth forever. Chapter 23. The fire that deals with the luminaries of heaven. From thence I went to another place to the west of the ends of the earth, and I saw a burning fire which ran without resting, and paused not from its course day or night, but ran regularly. And I asked, saying, what is this which rests not? Then Raguel, one of the holy angels who was with me, answered me and said unto me, this course of fire which thou hast seen is the fire in the west which persecutes all the luminaries of heaven. And from thence I went to another place of the earth, and he showed me a mountain range of fire which burnt day and night. And I went beyond it and saw 7 magnificent mountains, all differing each from the other, and the stones thereof were magnificent and beautiful, magnificent as a whole, of glorious appearance and fair exterior, 3 towards the east, 1 founded on the other, and 3 towards the south, 1 upon the other, and deep rough ravines, no one of which joined with any other. And the 7th mountain was in the midst of these, and it excelled them in height, resembling the seat of a throne. And fragrant trees encircled the throne, and amongst them was a tree such as I have never yet smelt. Neither was any amongst them, nor were others like it. It had a fragrance beyond all fragrance, and its leaves and blooms and wood wither not forever. And its fruit is beautiful, and its fruit resembles the dates of a palm. Then I said, how beautiful is this tree, and fragrant, and its leaves are fair, and its blooms very delightful in appearance. Then answered Michael, one of the holy and honored angels who was with me, and was their leader. And he said unto me, Enoch, why dost thou ask me regarding the fragrance of the tree? And why dost thou wish to learn the truth? Then I answered him, saying, I wish to know about everything, but especially about this tree. And he answered, saying, This high mountain which thou hast seen, whose summit is like the throne of God, is his throne, where the holy great one, the Lord of glory, the eternal King, will sit, when he shall come down to visit the earth with goodness. And as for this fragrant tree, no mortal is permitted to touch it till the great judgment, when he shall take vengeance on all, and bring everything to its consummation forever. It shall then be given to the righteous and holy. Its fruit shall be for food to the elect. It shall be transplanted to the holy place, to the temple of the Lord, the eternal King. Then shall they rejoice with joy and be glad, and into the holy place shall they enter, and its fragrance shall be in their bones, and they shall live a long life on earth, such as thy fathers lived. And in their days shall no sorrow or plague or torment or calamity touch them. Then blessed I the glory of God, the eternal King, who hath prepared such things for the righteous, and hath created them and promised to give to them. And I went from thence to the middle of the earth, and I saw a blessed place in which there were trees with branches abiding and blooming, of a dismembered tree. And there I saw a holy mountain, and underneath the mountain to the east there was a stream, and it flowed towards the south. And I saw towards the east another mountain higher than this, and between them a deep and narrow ravine. In it also ran a stream underneath the mountain. And to the west thereof there was another mountain, lower than the former, and of small elevation, and a ravine deep and dry between them. And another deep and dry ravine was at the extremities of the three mountains. And all the ravines were deep and narrow, being formed of hard rock, and trees were not planted upon them. And I marveled at the rocks, and I marveled at the ravine. Yea, I marveled very much. Then I said, For what object is this blessed land, which is entirely filled with trees, and this accursed valley between? Then Uriel, one of the holy angels who was with me, answered and said, This accursed valley is for those who are accursed forever. Here shall all the accursed be gathered together, who utter with their lips against the Lord unseemly words, and of his glory speak hard things. Here shall they be gathered together, and here shall be their place of judgment. In the last days there shall be upon them the spectacle of righteous judgment, in the presence of the righteous forever. Here shall the merciful bless the Lord of glory, the eternal King. In the days of judgment over the former, they shall bless him for the mercy in accordance with which he has assigned them their lot. Then I blessed the Lord of glory, and set forth his glory, and lauded him gloriously. Chapter 28. And thence I went towards the east, into the midst of the mountain range of the desert. And I saw a wilderness, and it was solitary, full of trees and plants, and water gushed forth from above. Rushing like a copious watercourse which flowed towards the northwest, it caused clouds and dew to ascend on every side. And thence I went to another place in the desert, and approached to the east of this mountain range. And there I saw aromatic trees exhaling the fragrance of frankincense and myrrh. And the trees also were similar to the almond tree. Chapter 30. And beyond these I went afar to the east, and I saw another place, a valley full of water, and therein was a tree, the color of fragrant trees such as the mastic. And on the sides of those valleys I saw fragrant cinnamon, and beyond these I proceeded to the east. And I saw other mountains, and amongst them were groves of trees, and there flowed forth from them nectar, which is named Sarara and Galbanum. And beyond these mountains I saw another mountain to the east of the ends of the earth, whereon were aloe trees, and all the trees were full of stacte, being like almond trees, and when one burnt it, it smelled sweeter than any fragrant odor. Chapter 32. And after these fragrant odors, as I looked towards the north over the mountains, I saw 7 mountains full of choice nard and fragrant trees and cinnamon and pepper. And thence I went over the summits of all these mountains, far towards the east of the earth, and passed above the Erythraean Sea, and went far from it, and passed over the angel Zotiel. And I came to the garden of righteousness. Ay, and from afar off trees more numerous than I, these trees, and great 2 trees there, very great, beautiful, and glorious, and magnificent, and the tree of knowledge, whose holy fruit they eat, and know great wisdom. That tree is in height like the fir, and its leaves are like those of the carob tree, and its fruit is like the clusters of the vine, very beautiful, and the fragrance of the tree penetrates afar. Then I said, How beautiful is the tree, and how attractive is its look! Then Raphael, the holy angel, who was with me, answered me and said, This is the tree of wisdom, of which thy father old in years, and thy aged mother, who were before thee, have eaten. And they learnt wisdom, and their eyes were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they were driven out of the garden. Chapter 33. And from thence I went to the ends of the earth, and saw their great beasts, and each differed from the other. And I saw birds also differing in appearance, and beauty and voice, the one differing from the other. And to the east of those beasts I saw the ends of the earth whereon the heaven rests, and the portals of the heaven open. And I saw how the stars of heaven come forth, and I counted the portals out of which they proceed, and wrote down all their outlets of each individual star by itself, according to their number and their names, their courses and their position, and their times and their months, as Uriel, the holy angel who was with me, showed me. He showed all things to me and wrote them down for me. Also their names he wrote for me, and their laws and their companies. Chapter 34. And from thence I went toward north to the ends of the earth. And there I saw a great and glorious device at the ends of the whole earth. And here I saw 3 portals of heaven open in the heaven. Through each of them proceed north winds. When they blow, there is cold, hail, frost, snow, dew, and rain. And out of one portal they blow for good. But when they blow through the other 2 portals, it is with violence and affliction on the earth, and they blow with violence. Chapter 35. And from thence I went towards the west to the ends of the earth, and saw there 3 portals of the heaven, open such as I had seen in the east, the same number of portals and the same number of outlets. Chapter 36. And from thence I went to the south, to the ends of the earth, and saw there 3 open portals of the heaven, and thence there came dew, rain, and wind. And from thence I went to the east, to the ends of the heaven, and saw here the 3 eastern portals of heaven open, and small portals above them. Through each of these small portals pass the stars of heaven, and run their course to the west on the path which is shown to them. And as often as I saw, I blessed always the Lord of glory. And I continued to bless the Lord of glory, who has wrought great and glorious wonders, to show the greatness of his work to the angels, and to spirits, and to men, that they might praise his work and all his creation, that they might see the work of his might, and praise the great work of his hands, and bless him forever. Chapter 37. Section 2, Chapter 37, the Parables. The second vision which he saw, the vision of wisdom, which Enoch the son of Jared, the son of Mahalalel, the son of Canaan, the son of Enos, the son of Seth, the son of Adam, saw. And this is the beginning of the words of wisdom, which I lifted up my voice to speak, and say to those which dwell on earth, Hear ye, men of old time, and see, ye that come after, the words of the Holy One, which I will speak before the Lord of spirits. It were better to declare them only to the men of old time, but even from those that come after we will not withhold the beginning of wisdom. Till the present day, such wisdom has never been given by the Lord of spirits, as I have received according to my insight, according to the good pleasure of the Lord of spirits, by whom the lot of eternal life has been given to me. Now 3 parables were imparted to me, and I lifted up my voice and recounted them to those that dwell on the earth. The first parable. When the congregation of the righteous shall appear, and sinners shall be judged for their sins, and shall be driven from the face of the earth. And when the righteous one shall appear before the eyes of the righteous, whose elect works hang upon the Lord of spirits. And light shall appear to the righteous and the elect who dwell on the earth. Where then will be the dwelling of the sinners? And where the resting place of those who have denied the Lord of spirits? It had been good for them if they had not been born. When the secrets of the righteous shall be revealed, and the sinners judged, and the godless driven from the presence of the righteous and elect. From that time those that possess the earth shall no longer be powerful and exalted, and they shall not be able to behold the face of the holy. For the Lord of spirits has caused his light to appear on the face of the holy, righteous, and elect. Then shall the kings and the mighty perish, and be given into the hands of the righteous and holy. And thenceforward none shall seek for themselves mercy from the Lord of spirits, for their life is at an end. And it shall come to pass in those days that elect and holy children will descend from the high heaven, and their seed will become one with the children of men. And in those days Enoch received books of zeal and wrath, and books of disquiet and expulsion. And mercy shall not be accorded to them, saith the Lord of spirits. And in those days a whirlwind carried me off from the earth, and set me down at the end of the heavens. And there I saw another vision, the dwelling places of the holy, and the resting places of the righteous. Here mine eyes saw their dwellings with his righteous angels, and their resting places with the holy. And they petitioned and interceded and prayed for the children of men. And righteousness flowed before them as water, and mercy like dew upon the earth. Thus it is amongst them, for ever and ever. And in that place mine eyes saw the elect one of righteousness and of faith. And I saw his dwelling place under the wings of the Lord of spirits. And righteousness shall prevail in his days. And the righteous and elect shall be without number before him for ever and ever. And all the righteous and elect before him shall be strong as fiery lights, and their mouth shall be full of blessing. And their lips extol the name of the Lord of spirits. And righteousness before him shall never fail, and uprightness shall never fail before him. There I wished to dwell, and my spirit longed for that dwelling place. And there heretofore hath been my portion, for so it has been established concerning me before the Lord of spirits. In those days I praised and extolled the name of the Lord of spirits with blessings and praises, because he hath destined me for blessing and glory according to the good pleasure of the Lord of spirits. For a long time mine eyes regarded that place, And I blessed him and praised him, saying, Blessed is he, and may he be blessed from the beginning and forevermore. And before him there is no ceasing. He knows before the world was created what is forever and what will be from generation unto generation. Those who sleep not bless thee. They stand before thy glory and bless, praise, and extol, saying, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of spirits. He filleth the earth with spirits. And here my eyes saw all those who sleep not. They stand before him and bless and say, Blessed be thou, and blessed be the name of the Lord forever and ever. And my face was changed, for I could no longer behold. And after that I saw thousands of thousands and 10,000 times 10,000. I saw a multitude beyond number and reckoning, who stood before the Lord of spirits. And on the four sides of the Lord of spirits I saw four presences, different from those that sleep on. And I learnt their names, for the angel that went with me made known to me their names, and showed me all the hidden things. And I heard the voices of those four presences as they uttered praises before the Lord of glory. The first voice blesses the Lord of spirits forever and ever. And the second voice I heard blessing the elect one, and the elect ones who hang upon the Lord of spirits. And the third voice I heard pray and intercede for those who dwell on the earth, and supplicate in the name of the Lord of spirits. And I heard the fourth voice fending off the Satans and forbidding them to come before the Lord of spirits, to accuse them who dwell on the earth. After that I asked the angel of peace who went with me, who showed me everything that is hidden, Who are these four presences which I have seen and whose words I have heard and written down? And he said to me, This first is Michael, the merciful and long-suffering. And the second, who is set over all the diseases and all the wounds of the children of men, is Raphael. And the third, who is set over all the powers, is Gabriel. And the fourth, who is set over the repentance unto hope of those who inherit eternal life, is named Phanuel. And these are the four angels of the Lord of spirits, and the four voices I heard in those days. And after that I saw all the secrets of the heavens, and how the kingdom is divided, and how the actions of men are weighed in the balance. And there I saw the mansions of the elect, and the mansions of the holy. And mine eyes saw there all the sinners being driven from thence which deny the name of the Lord of spirits, and being dragged off, they could not abide because of the punishment which proceeds from the Lord of spirits. And there mine eyes saw the secrets of the lightning, and of the thunder, and the secrets of the winds, how they are divided to blow over the earth, and the secrets of the clouds and dew. And there I saw from whence they proceed in that place, and from whence they saturate the dusty earth. And there I saw closed chambers out of which the winds are divided, the chamber of the hail and winds, the chamber of the mist, and of the clouds, and the cloud thereof hovers over the earth from the beginning of the world. And I saw the chambers of the sun and moon, whence they proceed and whither they come again, in their glorious return, and how one is superior to the other, and their stately orbit, and how they do not leave their orbit, and they add nothing to their orbit, and they take nothing from it, and they keep faith with each other, in accordance with the oath by which they are bound together. And first the sun goes forth, and traverses his path according to the commandment of the Lord of spirits, and mighty is his name forever and ever. And after that I saw the hidden and the visible path of the moon, and she accomplishes the course of her path in that place, by day and by night, the one holding a position opposite to the other before the Lord of spirits. And they give thanks and praise and rest not, for unto them is their thanksgiving rest. For the sun changes oft for a blessing or a curse, and the course of the path of the moon is light to the righteous, and darkness to the sinners in the name of the Lord, who made a separation between the light and the darkness, and divided the spirits of men, and strengthened the spirits of the righteous, in the name of his righteousness. For no angel hinders, and no power is able to hinder, for he appoints a judge for them all, and he judges them all before him. Wisdom found no place where she might dwell. Then a dwelling place was assigned her in the heavens. Wisdom went forth to make her dwelling among the children of men, and found no dwelling place. Wisdom returned to her place, and took her seat among the angels. And unrighteousness went forth from her chambers. Whom she sought not she found, and dwelt with them, as rain in a desert, and dew on a thirsty land. And I saw other lightnings in the stars of heaven, and I saw how he called them all by their names, and they hearkened unto him. And I saw how they are weighed in a righteous balance, according to their proportions of light. I saw the width of their spaces and the day of their appearing, and how their revolution produces lightning. And I saw their revolution according to the number of the angels, and how they keep faith with each other. And I asked the angel who went with me, who showed me what was hidden, What are these? And he said to me, The Lord of spirits hath showed thee their parabolic meaning. These are the names of the holy who dwell on the earth, and believe in the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. Also other phenomenon I saw in regard to the lightnings, how some of the stars arise and become lightnings, and cannot part with their new form. And this is the second parable concerning those who deny the name of the dwelling of the holy ones and the Lord of spirits. And into the heaven they shall not ascend, and on the earth they shall not come. Such shall be the lot of the sinners, who have denied the name of the Lord of spirits, who are thus preserved for the day of suffering and tribulation. On that day mine elect one shall sit on the throne of glory, and shall try their works. Places of rest shall be innumerable. And their souls shall grow strong within them when they see mine elect ones, and those who have called upon my glorious name. Then will I cause mine elect one to dwell among them, and I will transform the heaven, and make it an eternal blessing and light. And I will transform the earth, and make it a blessing. And I will cause mine elect ones to dwell upon it. But the sinners and evildoers shall not set foot thereon. For I have provided and satisfied with peace my righteous ones, and have caused them to dwell before me. But for the sinners there is judgment impending with me, so that I shall destroy them from the face of the earth. And there I saw one who had a head of days, and his head was white like wool. And with him was another being whose countenance had the appearance of a man, and his face was full of graciousness, like one of the holy angels. And I asked the angel who went with me and showed me all the hidden things concerning that Son of Man, who he was, and whence he was, and why he went with the head of days. And he answered and said unto me, This is the Son of Man, who hath righteousness, with whom dwelleth righteousness, and who revealeth all the treasures of that which is hidden. Because the Lord of spirits hath chosen him, and whose lot hath the preeminence before the Lord of spirits, in uprightness forever. And this Son of Man whom thou hast seen shall raise up the kings and the mighty from their seats, and the strong from their thrones, and shall loosen the reins of the strong, and break the teeth of the sinners. And he shall put down the kings from their thrones and kingdoms, because they do not extol and praise him, nor humbly acknowledge whence the kingdom was bestowed upon them. And he shall put down the countenance of the strong, and shall fill them with shame, and darkness shall be their dwelling, and worms shall be their bed. And they shall have no hope of rising from their beds, because they do not extol the name of the Lord of spirits, and raise their hands against the Most High, and tread upon the earth and dwell upon it. And all their deeds manifest unrighteousness, and their power rests upon their riches, and their faith is in the gods, and they deny the name of the Lord of spirits. And they persecute the houses of his congregations, and the faithful who hang upon the name of the Lord of spirits. And in those days shall have ascended the prayer of the righteous, and the blood of the righteous from the earth before the Lord of spirits. In those days the holy ones who dwell above in the heavens shall unite with one voice, and supplicate and pray and praise and give thanks and bless the name of the Lord of spirits, on behalf of the blood of the righteous which has been shed, and that the prayer of the righteous may not be in vain before the Lord of spirits, that judgment may be done unto them, and that they may not have to suffer forever. In those days I saw the head of days when he seated himself upon the throne of his glory, and the books of the living were opened before him. And all his host which is in heaven above, and his counselors stood before him. And the hearts of the holy were filled with joy, because the number of the righteous had been offered, and the prayer of the righteous had been heard, and the blood of the righteous had been required before the Lord of spirits. And in that place I saw the fountain of righteousness, which was inexhaustible, and around it were many fountains of wisdom. And all the thirsty drank of them, and were filled with wisdom. And their dwellings were with the righteous, and holy, and elect. And at that hour that Son of Man was named in the presence of the Lord of spirits, and his name before the head of days. Yea, before the sun and the signs were created, before the stars of the heaven were made, his name was named before the Lord of spirits. He shall be a staff to the righteous, whereon to stay themselves and not fall. And he shall be the light of the Gentiles, and the hope of those who are troubled of heart. All who dwell on earth shall fall down and worship before him, and will praise and bless and celebrate with song the Lord of spirits. And for this reason hath he been chosen and hidden before him, before the creation of the world and forevermore. And the wisdom of the Lord of spirits hath revealed him to the holy and righteous. For he hath preserved the lot of the righteous, because they have hated and despised this world of unrighteousness, and have hated all its works and ways in the name of the Lord of spirits. For in his name they are saved, and according to his good pleasure hath it been in regard to their life. In these days downcast in countenance shall the kings of the earth have become, and the strong who possess the land because of the works of their hands. For on the day of their anguish and affliction they shall not be able to save themselves, and I will give them over into the hands of mine elect. As straw in the fire, so shall they burn before the face of the holy. As lead in the water shall they sink before the face of the righteous. and no trace of them shall any more be found. And on the day of their affliction there shall be rest on the earth, and before them they shall fall, and not rise again. And there shall be no one to take them with his hand and raise them, for they have denied the Lord of spirits, and his anointed. The name of the Lord of spirits be blessed. For wisdom is poured out like water, and glory faileth not before him for evermore. For he is mighty in all the secrets of righteousness, and unrighteousness shall disappear as a shadow, and have no continuance, because the elect one standeth before the Lord of spirits, and his glory is for ever and ever, and his might unto all generations. And in him dwells the spirit of wisdom, and the spirit which gives insight, and the spirit of understanding and of might, and the spirit of those who have fallen asleep in righteousness. And he shall judge the secret things, and none shall be able to utter a lying word before him. For he is the elect one before the Lord of spirits, according to his good pleasure. And in those days a change shall take place for the holy and elect, and the light of day shall abide upon them, and glory and honor shall turn to the holy. On the day of affliction on which evil shall have been treasured up against the sinners, and the righteous shall be victorious in the name of the Lord of spirits. And he will cause the others to witness this, that they may repent, and forgo the works of their hands. They shall have no honor through the name of the Lord of spirits, yet through his name shall they be saved. And the Lord of spirits will have compassion on them, for his compassion is great, and he is righteous also in his judgment. And in the presence of his glory unrighteousness also shall not maintain itself. At his judgment the unrepentant shall perish before him. And from henceforth I will have no mercy on them, saith the Lord of spirits. And in those days shall the earth also give back that which has been entrusted to it. And Sheol also shall give back that which it has received, and hell shall give back that which it owes. For in those days the elect one shall arise, and he shall choose the righteous and holy from among them. For the day has drawn nigh that they should be saved. And the elect one shall in those days sit on my throne, and his mouth shall pour forth all the secrets of wisdom and counsel. For the Lord of spirits hath given them to him, and hath glorified him. And in those days shall the mountains leap like rams, and the hills also shall skip like lambs satisfied with milk. And the faces of all the angels in heaven shall be lighted up with joy. And the earth shall rejoice, and the righteous shall dwell upon it, and the elect shall walk thereon. And after those days, in that place where I had seen all the visions of that which is hidden, for I had been carried off in a whirlwind, and they had borne me towards the west, there mine eyes saw all the secret things of heaven that shall be, a mountain of iron, and a mountain of copper, and a mountain of silver, and a mountain of gold, and a mountain of soft metal, and a mountain of lead. And I asked the angel who went with me, saying, What things are these which I have seen in your secret? And he said unto me, All these things which thou hast seen shall serve the dominion of his anointed, that he may be potent and mighty on the earth. And that angel of peace answered, saying unto me, Wait a little, and there shall be revealed unto thee all the secret things which surround the Lord of spirits. And these mountains which thine eyes have seen, the mountain of iron, and the mountain of copper, and the mountain of silver, and the mountain of gold, and the mountain of soft metal, and the mountain of lead, all these shall be in the presence of the elect one, as wax before the fire, and like the water which streams down from above upon those mountains, and they shall become powerless before his feet. And it shall come to pass in those days that none shall be saved, either by gold or by silver, and none be able to escape. And there shall be no iron for war, nor shall one clothe oneself with a breastplate. Bronze shall be of no service, and tin shall be of no service, and shall not be esteemed, and lead shall not be desired. And all these things shall be denied, and destroyed from the surface of the earth, when the elect one shall appear before the face of the Lord of spirits. There mine eyes saw a deep valley with open mouths, and all who dwell on the earth and sea and islands shall bring to him gifts and presents and tokens of homage. But that deep valley shall not become full, and their hands commit lawless deeds, and the sinners devour all whom they lawlessly oppress. Yet the sinners shall be destroyed before the face of the Lord of spirits, and they shall be banished from out the face of his earth, and they shall perish for ever and ever. For I saw all the angels of punishment abiding there, and preparing all the instruments of Satan. And I asked the angel of peace who went with me, For whom are they preparing these instruments? And he said unto me, They prepare these for the kings and the mighty of this earth, that they may thereby be destroyed. And after this the righteous and elect one shall cause the house of his congregation to appear. Henceforth there shall be no more hindered in the name of the Lord of spirits. And these mountains shall not stand as the earth before his righteousness, but the hills shall be as a fountain of water, and the righteous shall have rest from the oppression of sinners. And I looked and turned to another part of the earth, and saw there a deep valley with burning fire. And they brought the kings and the mighty, and began to cast them into this deep valley. And there mine eyes saw how they made these their instruments, iron chains of immeasurable weight. And I asked the angel of peace who went with me, saying, For whom are these chains being prepared? And he said unto me, These are being prepared for the hosts of Azazel, so that they may take them, and cast them into the abyss of complete condemnation. And they shall cover their jaws with rough stones, as the Lord of spirits commanded. And Michael and Gabriel and Raphael and Phanuel shall take hold of them on that great day, and cast them on that day into the burning furnace, that the Lord of spirits may take vengeance on them, for their unrighteousness in becoming subject to Satan, and leading astray those who dwell on the earth. And in those days shall punishment come from the Lord of spirits, and he will open all the chambers of waters which are above the heavens, and of the fountains which are beneath the earth. And all the waters shall be joined with the waters. That which is above the heavens is the masculine, and the water which is beneath the earth is the feminine. And they shall destroy all who dwell on the earth, and those who dwell under the ends of the heavens. And when they have recognized their unrighteousness which they have wrought on the earth, then by these shall they perish. And after that the head of days repented and said, In vain have I destroyed all who dwell on the earth. And he sware by his great name, Henceforth I will not do so to all who dwell on the earth, and I will set a sign in the heaven, and this shall be a pledge of good faith between me and them forever, so long as heaven is above the earth. And this is in accordance with my command. When I have desired to take hold of them by the hand of the angels, on the day of tribulation and pain because of this, I will cause my chastisement and my wrath to abide upon them, saith God, the Lord of spirits. Ye mighty kings who dwell on the earth, ye shall have to behold mine elect one, how he sits on the throne of glory and judges Azazel, and all his associates, and all his hosts in the name of the Lord of spirits. And I saw there the hosts of the angels of punishment going, and they held scourges and chains of iron and bronze. And I asked the angel of peace who went with me, saying, To whom are these who hold the scourges going? And he said unto me, To their elect and beloved ones, that they may be cast down into the chasm of the abyss of the valley. And then that valley shall be filled with their elect and beloved. And the days of their life shall be at an end, and the days of their leading astray shall not thenceforward be reckoned. And in those days the angels shall return, and hurl themselves to the east upon the Parthians and Medes. They shall stir up the kings, so that a spirit of unrest shall come upon them, and they shall rouse them from their thrones, that they may break forth as lions from their lairs, and as hungry wolves among their flocks. And they shall go up and tread under foot the land of his elect ones. And the land of his elect ones shall be before them a threshing floor in that way. But the city of my righteous shall be a hindrance to their horses, and they shall begin to fight among themselves, and their right hand shall be strong against themselves. And a man shall not know his brother, nor a son his father or his mother, till there be no number of the corpses through their slaughter, and their punishment be not in vain. In those days Sheol shall open its jaws, and they shall be swallowed up therein, and their destruction shall be at an end. Sheol shall devour the sinners in the presence of the elect. And it came to pass after this, that I saw another host of wagons, and men riding thereon, and coming on the winds from the east, and from the west to the south. And the noise of their wagons was heard. And when this turmoil took place, the holy ones from heaven remarked it. And the pillars of the earth were moved from their place, and the sound thereof was heard from the one end of heaven to the other in one day. And they shall all fall down and worship the Lord of spirits. And this is the end of the second parable. And I began to speak the third parable concerning the righteous and elect. Blessed are ye, ye righteous and elect, for glorious shall be your lot. And the righteous shall be in the light of the sun, and the elect in the light of eternal life. The days of their life shall be unending, and the days of the holy without number. And they shall seek the light and find righteousness with the Lord of spirits. There shall be peace to the righteous in the name of the eternal Lord. And after this it shall be said to the holy in heaven, that they should seek out the secrets of righteousness, the heritage of faith. For it has become bright as the sun upon earth, and the darkness is past. And there shall be a light that never endeth, and to a limit, a number of days they shall not come. For the darkness shall first have been destroyed, and the light established before the Lord of spirits, and the light of uprightness established forever before the Lord of spirits. In those days mine eyes saw the secrets of the lightnings and of the lights, and the judgments they execute. And they light for a blessing or a curse, or as the Lord of spirits willeth. And there I saw the secrets of the thunder, and how when it resounds above in the heaven, the sound thereof is heard. And he caused me to see the judgments executed on the earth, whether they be for well-being and blessing, or for a curse according to the word of the Lord of spirits. And after that, all the secrets of the lights and lightnings were shown to me, and they lightened for blessing and for satisfying. In the year 500 in the 7th month, on the 14th day of the month in the life of Enoch, in that parable I saw how a mighty quaking made the heaven of heavens to quake, and the host of the Most High and the angels, 1,000 thousands and 10,000 times 10,000 were disquieted with a great disquiet. And the head of days sat on the throne of his glory, and the angels and the righteous stood around him. And a great trembling seized me, and fear took hold of me, and my loins gave way, and dissolved were my reins, and I fell upon my face. And Michael sent another angel from among the holy ones, and he raised me up. And when he had raised me up, my spirit returned, for I had not been able to endure the look of this host, and the commotion and the quaking of the heaven. And Michael said unto me, Why art thou disquieted with such a vision? This day lasted the day of his mercy, and he hath been merciful and long-suffering towards those who dwell on the earth. And when the day and the power and the punishment and the judgment come, which the Lord of spirits hath prepared for those who worship not the righteous law, and for those who deny the righteous judgment, and for those who take his name in vain, that day is prepared. For the elect a covenant, but for sinners an inquisition. When the punishment of the Lord shall rest upon them, it shall rest in order that the punishment of the Lord of spirits may not come in vain, and it shall slay the children with their mothers and the children with their fathers. Afterwards the judgment shall take place according to his mercy and his patience. And on that day were two monsters parted, a female monster named Leviathan, to dwell in the abysses of the ocean over the fountains of the waters. But the male is named Behemoth, who occupied with his breast a waste wilderness named Duodain, on the east of the garden where the elect and righteous dwell, where my grandfather was taken up, the seventh from Adam, the first man whom the Lord of spirits created. And I besought the other angel that he should show me the might of those monsters, how they were parted on one day and cast, the one into the abysses of the sea, and the other unto the dry land of the wilderness. And he said to me, Thou son of man, herein thou dost seek to know what is hidden. And the other angel who went with me and showed me what was hidden, told me what is first and last in the heaven and the height, and beneath the earth and the depth, and at the ends of the heaven, and on the foundation of the heaven, and the chambers of the winds, and how the winds are divided, and how they are weighed, and how the portals of the winds are reckoned, each according to the power of the wind, and the power of the lights of the moon, and according to the power that it is fitting, and the divisions of the stars according to their names, and how all the divisions are divided, and the thunders according to the places where they fall, and all the divisions that are made among the lightnings that it may lighten, and their hosts that they may at once obey. For the thunder has places of rest which are assigned to it, while it is waiting for its peal. And the thunder and lightning are inseparable, and although not one and undivided, they both go together through the Spirit and separate not. For when the lightning lightens, the thunder utters its voice, and the Spirit enforces a pause during the peal, and divides it equally between them, for the treasury of their peals is like the sand, and each one of them as it peals is held in with a bridle, and turned back by the power of the Spirit, and pushed forward according to the many quarters of the earth. And the spirit of the sea is masculine and strong, and according to the might of his strength he draws it back with a rein, and in like manner it is driven forward and disperses amid all the mountains of the earth. And the spirit of the hoarfrost is his own angel, and the spirit of the hail is a good angel. And the spirit of the snow has forsaken his chambers on account of his strength. There is a special spirit therein, and that which ascends from it is like smoke, and its name is frost. And the spirit of the mist is not united with them in their chambers, but it has a special chamber. For its course is glorious, both in light and in darkness. And in winter and in summer and in its chamber is an angel. And the spirit of the dew has its dwelling at the ends of the heaven, and is connected with the chambers of the rain. And its course is in winter and summer, and its clouds and the clouds of the mist are connected, and the one gives to the other. And when the spirit of the rain goes forth from its chamber, the angels come and open the chamber and lead it out. And when it is diffused over the whole earth, it unites with the water on the earth. And whensoever it unites with the water on the earth, for the waters are for those who dwell on the earth, for they are nourishment for the earth from the Most High, who is in heaven. Therefore there is a measure for the rain, and the angels take it in charge. And these things I saw towards the garden of the righteous. And the angel of peace who is with me said to me, These two monsters, prepared conformably to the greatness of God, shall feed. And I saw in those days how long cords were given to those angels, and how they took to themselves wings and flew, and they went towards the north. And I asked the angel, saying unto him, Why have those angels taken those cords and gone off? And he said unto me, They have gone to measure. And the angel who went with me said unto me, These shall bring the measures of the righteous, and the ropes of the righteous to the righteous, that they may stay themselves on the name of the Lord of spirits for ever and ever. The elect shall begin to dwell with the elect, and those are the measures which shall be given to faith, and which shall strengthen righteousness. And these measures shall reveal all the secrets of the depths of the earth, and those who have been destroyed by the desert, and those who have been devoured by the beasts, and those who have been devoured by the fish of the sea, that they may return and stay themselves on the day of the elect one. For none shall be destroyed before the Lord of spirits, and none can be destroyed. And all who dwell above in the heaven received a command and power, and one voice, and one light like unto fire. And that one with their first words they blessed, and extolled and lauded with wisdom. And they were wise in utterance and in the spirit of life. And the Lord of spirits placed the elect one on the throne of glory, and he shall judge all the works of the holy above in the heaven, and in the balance shall their deeds be weighed. And when he shall lift up his countenance to judge their secret ways according to the word of the name of the Lord of spirits, and their path according to the way of the righteous judgment of the Lord of spirits, then shall they all with one voice speak and bless, and glorify and extol, and sanctify the name of the Lord of spirits. And he will summon all the host of the heavens, and all the holy ones above, and the host of God, the cherubic, seraphim, and ophanim, and all the angels of power, and all the angels of principalities, and the elect one, and the other powers on the earth and over the water. On that day shall raise one voice, and bless and glorify, and exalt in the spirit of faith, and in the spirit of wisdom, and in the spirit of patience, and in the spirit of mercy, and in the spirit of judgment, and in the spirit of peace, and in the spirit of goodness, and shall all say with one voice, Blessed is he, and may the name of the Lord of spirits be blessed forever and ever. All who sleep not above in heaven shall bless him. All the holy ones who are in heaven shall bless him, and all the elect who dwell in the garden of life. And every spirit of light who is able to bless and glorify and extol and hallow thy blessed name, and all flesh shall beyond measure glorify and bless thy name forever and ever. For great is the mercy of the Lord of spirits, and he is long-suffering, and all his works and all that he has created, he has revealed to the righteous and elect in the name of the Lord of spirits. And thus the Lord commanded the kings and the mighty and the exalted, and those who dwell on the earth, and said, Open your eyes and lift up your horns if you are able to recognize the elect one. And the Lord of spirits seated him on the throne of his glory, and the spirit of righteousness was poured out upon him. And the word of his mouth slays all the sinners, and all the unrighteous are destroyed from before his face. And there shall stand up in that day all the kings and the mighty, and the exalted, and those who hold the earth. And they shall see and recognize how he sits on the throne of his glory, and righteousness is judged before him, and no lying word is spoken before him. Then shall pain come upon them as on a woman in travail, and she has pain in bringing forth, when her child enters the mouth of the womb, and she has pain in bringing forth. And one portion of them shall look on the other, and they shall be terrified, and they shall be downcast of countenance, and pain shall seize them, when they see that Son of Man sitting on the throne of his glory. And the kings and the mighty and all who possess the earth shall bless and glorify and extol him who rules over all, who is hidden. For from the beginning the Son of Man was hidden, and the Most High preserved him in the presence of his might, and revealed him to the elect. And the congregation of the elect and holy shall be sown, and all the elect shall stand before him on that day. And all the kings and the mighty and the exalted and those who rule the earth shall fall down before him on their faces, and worship and set their hope upon that Son of Man, and petition him and supplicate for mercy at his hands. Nevertheless, that Lord of spirits will so press them that they shall hastily go forth from his presence, and their faces shall be filled with shame, and the darkness grow deeper on their faces. And he will deliver them to the angels for punishment, to execute vengeance on them because they have oppressed his children and his elect. And they shall be a spectacle for the righteous and for his elect. They shall rejoice over them, because the wrath of the Lord of spirits resteth upon them. And his sword is drunk with their blood, and the righteous and elect shall be saved on that day. And they shall never thenceforward see the face of the sinners and unrighteous. And the Lord of spirits will abide over them, and with that Son of Man shall they eat, and lie down, and rise up forever and ever. And the righteous and elect shall have risen from the earth, and cease to be of downcast countenance. And they shall have been clothed with garments of glory, and these shall be the garments of light from the Lord of spirits. And your garments shall not grow old, nor your glory pass away before the Lord of spirits. In those days shall the mighty and the kings who possess the earth implore him to grant them a little respite from his angels of punishment, to whom they were delivered, that they might fall down and worship before the Lord of spirits, and confess their sins before him. And they shall bless and glorify the Lord of spirits, and say, Blessed is the Lord of spirits, and the Lord of kings, and the Lord of the mighty, and the Lord of the rich, and the Lord of glory, and the Lord of wisdom, and splendid in every secret thing is thy power from generation to generation, and thy glory forever and ever. Deep are all thy secrets and innumerable, and thy righteousness is beyond reckoning. We have now learnt that we should glorify and bless the Lord of kings, and him who is king and over all kings. And they shall say, Would that we had rest to glorify and give thanks, and confess our faith before his glory? And now we long for a little rest, but find it not. We follow hard upon, and obtain it not. And light has vanished from before us, and darkness is our dwelling place forever and ever. For we have not believed before him, nor glorified the name of the Lord of spirits, nor glorified our Lord. But our hope was in the scepter of our kingdom and in our glory. And in the day of our suffering and tribulation he saves us not, and we find no respite for confession. That our Lord is true in all his works, and in his judgments and his justice, and his judgments have no respect of persons. And we pass away from before his face on account of our works, and all our sins are reckoned up in righteousness. Now they shall say unto themselves, Our souls are full of unrighteous gain, but it does not prevent us from descending from the midst thereof into the burden of Sheol. And after that their faces shall be filled with darkness, and shame before that Son of Man. And they shall be driven from his presence, and the sword shall abide before his face, in their midst. Thus spake the Lord of spirits. This is the ordinance and judgment with respect to the mighty, and the kings and the exalted, and those who possess the earth before the Lord of spirits. And other forms I saw hidden in that place. I heard the voice of the angel saying, These are the angels who descended to the earth, and revealed what was hidden to the children of men, and seduced the children of men into committing sin. And in those days Noah saw the earth, that it had sunk down, and its destruction was nigh. And he arose from thence, and went to the ends of the earth, and cried aloud to his grandfather Enoch. And Noah said 3 times with an embittered voice, Hear me, hear me, hear me. And I said unto him, Tell me what it is that is fallen out on the earth, that the earth is in such evil plight, and shaken, lest perchance I shall perish with it. And thereupon there was a great commotion on the earth, and a voice was heard from heaven, and I fell on my face. And Enoch my grandfather came and stood by me, and said unto me, Why hast thou cried unto me with a bitter cry and weeping? And a command has gone forth from the presence of the Lord concerning those who dwell on the earth, that their ruin is accomplished, because they have learnt all the secrets of the angels, and all the violence of the Satans, and all their powers, the most secret ones, and all the power of those who practice sorcery, and the power of witchcraft, and the power of those who make molten images, for the whole earth, and how silver is produced from the dust of the earth, and how soft metal originates in the earth. For lead and tin are not produced from the earth like the first. It is a fountain that produces them, and an angel stands therein, and that angel is preeminent. And after that my grandfather Enoch took hold of me by my hand, and raised me up, and said unto me, Go, for I have asked the Lord of spirits as touching this commotion on the earth. And he said unto me, Because of their unrighteousness their judgment has been determined upon, and shall not be withheld by me forever. Because of the sorceries which they have searched out and learnt, the earth and those who dwell upon it shall be destroyed. And these they have no place of repentance for ever, because they have shown them what was hidden, and they are the damned. But as for thee, my son, the Lord of spirits knows that thou art pure, and guiltless of this reproach concerning the secrets. And he has destined thy name to be among the holy, and will preserve thee amongst those who dwell on the earth, and has destined thy righteous seed both for kingship and for great honors. And from thy seed shall proceed a fountain of the righteous and holy without number forever. And after that he showed me the angels of punishment, who are to come and let loose all the powers of the waters which are beneath in the earth, in order to judgment and destruction on all who abide and dwell on the earth. And the Lord of spirits gave commandment to the angels who were going forth, that they should not rise, but should hold them in check, for those angels were over the powers of the waters. And I went away from the presence of Enoch. And in those days the Lord of God came to me, and he said unto me, Noah, thy lot has come up before me, a lot without blame, a lot of love and uprightness. And now the angels are making a wooden building, and when they have completed that task I will place my hand upon it, and preserve it, and there shall come forth from it the seed of life, and a change shall set in, so that the earth will not remain without inhabitant. And I will make fast thy seed before me forever and ever. And I will spread abroad those who dwell with thee. It shall not be unfruitful on the face of the earth, but it shall be blessed and multiply on the earth in the name of the Lord. And he will imprison those angels who have shown unrighteousness. In that burning valley which my grandfather Enoch had formerly shown to me in the west, among the mountains of gold and silver and iron and soft metal and tin. And I saw that valley in which there was a great convulsion, and a convulsion of the waters. And when all this took place from that fiery molten metal, and from the convulsion thereof in that place, there was produced a smell of sulfur, and it was connected with those waters, and that valley of the angels who had led astray mankind, burned beneath that land. And through its valleys proceed streams of fire, where these angels are punished who had led astray those who dwell upon the earth. But those waters shall in those days serve for the kings and the mighty and the exalted, and those who dwell on the earth, for the healing of body, but for the punishment of the spirit. Now their spirit is full of lust, that they may be punished in their body, for they have denied the Lord of spirits, and see their punishment daily, and yet believe not in his name. And in proportion as the burning of their bodies becomes severe, a corresponding change shall take place in their spirit for ever and ever. For before the Lord of spirits none shall utter an idle word, for the judgment shall come upon them, because they believe in the lust of their body, and deny the Spirit of the Lord. And those same waters will undergo a change in those days, for when those angels are punished in these water springs shall change their temperature, and when the angels ascend, this water of the spring shall change and become cold. And I heard Michael answering and saying, This judgment wherewith the angels are judged is a testimony for the kings and the mighty who possess the earth, because these waters of judgment minister to the healing of the body of the kings and the lust of their body. Therefore they will not see and will not believe that those waters will change and become a fire which burns forever. And after that, my grandfather Enoch gave me the teaching of all the secrets in the book and the parables, which had been given to him. And he put them together for me in the words of the book of the parables. And on that day, Michael answered Raphael and said, the power of the Spirit transports and makes me to tremble because of the severity of the judgment of the secrets, the judgment of the angels. Who can endure the severe judgment which has been executed, and before which they melt away? And Michael answered again and said to Raphael, who is he whose heart is not softened concerning it, and whose reins are not troubled by this word of judgment that has gone forth upon them, because of those who have thus led them out? And it came to pass when he stood before the Lord of Spirits, Michael said thus to Raphael, I will not take their part under the eye of the Lord, for the Lord of Spirits has been angry with them because they do as if they were the Lord. Therefore all that is hidden shall come upon them for ever and ever, for neither angel nor man shall have his portion in it, but alone they have received their judgment for ever and ever. And after this judgment they shall terrify and make them to tremble, because they have shown this to those who dwell on the earth. And behold, the names of those angels, and these are their names. The first of them is Samjaza, the second Artakifa, and the third Armen, the fourth Kokabel, the fifth Turiel, the sixth Rumjal, the seventh Danjal, the eighth Nekael, the ninth Barakel, the 10th Azazel, the 11th Armaros, the 12th Batarjal, the 13th Busasajal, the 14th Hananel, the 15th Turel, and the 16th Simapaziel, the 17th Jetrel, the 18th Tumael, the 19th Turel, the 20th Rumael, the 21st Azazel. And these are the chiefs of their angels and their names, and their chief ones over hundreds and over fifties and over tens. The name of the first Jachan, that is, the one who led astray all the sons of God, and brought them down to the earth, and led them astray through the daughters of men. And the second was named Asbeel. He imparted to the holy sons of God evil counsel, and led them astray so that they defiled their bodies with the daughters of men. And the third was named Gadriel. He it is who showed the children of men all the blows of death. And he led astray Eve, and showed the weapons of death to the sons of men, the shield and the coat of mail, and the sword for battle, and all the weapons of death to the children of men. And from his hand they have proceeded against those who dwell on the earth from that day and forevermore. And the fourth was named Penemu. He taught the children of men the bitter and the sweet, and he taught them all the secrets of their wisdom. And he instructed mankind in writing with ink and paper, and thereby many sinned from eternity to eternity and until this day. For men were not created for such a purpose, to give confirmation to their good faith with pen and ink. For men were created exactly like the angels, to the intent that they should continue pure and righteous, and death, which destroys everything, could not have taken hold of them. But through this their knowledge they are perishing, and through this power it is consuming me. And the fifth was named Kazdeja. This is he who showed the children of men all the wicked smitings of spirits and demons, and the smitings of the embryo in the womb, that it may pass away, and the smitings of the soul, the bites of the serpent, and the smitings which befall through the noontide heat, the son of the serpent named Taba-et. And this is the task of Kazbeel, the chief of the oath which he showed to the holy ones when he dwelt high above in glory, and its name is Bika. This angel requested Michael to show him the hidden name, that he might enunciate it in the oath, so that those might quake before that name and oath, who revealed all that was in secret to the children of men. And this is the power of this oath, for it is powerful and strong. And he placed this oath Akai in the hand of Michael. And these are the secrets of his oath, and they are strong through his oath. And the heaven was suspended before the world was created, and forever. And through it the earth was founded upon the water. And from the secret recesses of the mountains come beautiful waters, from the creation of the world and unto eternity. And through that oath the sea was created, and as its foundation he set for it the sand against the time of its anger, and it dare not pass beyond it from the creation of the world unto eternity. And through that oath are the depths made fast, and abide and stir not from their place from eternity to eternity. And through that oath the sun and moon complete their course, and deviate not from their ordinance from eternity to eternity. And through that oath the stars complete their course, and he calls them by their names, and they answer him from eternity to eternity. And in like manner the spirits of the water, and of the winds, and of all zephyrs, and their paths from all the quarters of the winds. And there are preserved the voices of the thunder and the light of the lightnings. And there are preserved the chambers of the hail, and the chambers of the hoarfrost, and the chambers of the mist, and the chambers of the rain and the dew. And all these believe and give thanks before the Lord of spirits, and glorify him with all their power. and their food is in every act of thanksgiving. They thank and glorify and extol the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. And this oath is mighty over them, and through it they are preserved, and their paths are preserved, and their course is not destroyed. And there was great joy amongst them, and they blessed and glorified and extolled, because the name of that Son of Man had been revealed unto them. And he sat on the throne of his glory, and the sum of judgment was given unto the Son of Man. And he caused the sinners to pass away and be destroyed from off the face of the earth, and those who have led the world astray. With chains shall they be bound, and in their assemblage place of destruction shall they be imprisoned, and all their works vanish from the face of the earth. And from henceforth there shall be nothing corruptible, for that Son of Man has appeared, and has seated himself on the throne of his glory, and all evil shall pass away before his face. And the word of that Son of Man shall go forth, and be strong before the Lord of spirits. And it came to pass after this, that his name during his lifetime was raised aloft to that Son of Man, and to the Lord of spirits from amongst those who dwell on the earth. And he was raised aloft on the chariots of the Spirit, and his name vanished among them. And from that day I was no longer numbered amongst them. And he set me between the two winds, between the north and the west, where the angels took the cords to measure for me the place for the elect and righteous. And there I saw the first fathers and the righteous, who from the beginning dwell in that place. And it came to pass after this that my spirit was translated, and it ascended into the heavens, and I saw the holy sons of God. They were stepping on flames of fire. Their garments were white, and their raiment, and their faces shone like snow. And I saw two streams of fire, and the light of that fire shone like hyacinth. And I fell on my face before the Lord of spirits. And the angel Michael, one of the archangels, seized me by my right hand, and lifted me up and led me forth into all the secrets. And he showed me all the secrets of righteousness. And he showed me all the secrets of the ends of the heaven, and all the chambers of all the stars, and all the luminaries, whence they proceed before the face of the holy ones. And he translated my spirit into the heaven of heavens. And I saw there, as it were, a structure built of crystals, and between those crystals tongues of living fire. And my spirit saw the girdle which girt that house of fire, and on its four sides were streams full of living fire, and they girt that house. And round about were seraphim, cherubic, and ophanim, and these are they who sleep not, and guard the throne of his glory. And I saw angels who could not be counted, 1,000 thousands, and 10,000 times 10,000, encircling that house. And Michael and Raphael and Gabriel and Phanuel, and the holy angels who are above the heavens, go in and out of that house. And they came forth from that house, and Michael and Gabriel, Raphael and Phanuel, and many holy angels without number. And with them the head of days, his head white and pure as wool, and his raiment indescribable. And I fell on my face, and my whole body became relaxed, and my spirit was transfigured. And I cried with a loud voice, with the spirit of power, and blessed and glorified and extolled. And these blessings which went forth out of my mouth were well pleasing before that head of days. And that head of days came with Michael and Gabriel, Raphael and Phanuel, thousands and 10,000s of angels without number. And he, the angel, came to me and greeted me with his voice, and said unto me, This is the Son of Man who is born unto righteousness, and righteousness abides over him, and the righteousness of the head of days forsakes him not. And he said unto me, He proclaims unto thee peace in the name of the world to come. For from hence has proceeded peace since the creation of the world, and so shall it be unto thee forever and forever and ever. And all shall walk in his ways, since righteousness never forsaketh him. With him will be their dwelling places, and with him their heritage. And they shall not be separated from him forever and ever and ever. And so there shall be length of days with that Son of Man, and the righteous shall have peace in an upright way, in the name of the Lord of spirits, forever and ever.
The book of the courses of the heaven, the relations of each, according to their classes, their dominion, and their seasons, according to their names and places of origin. The book of the courses of the heaven, the relations of each, according to their classes, their dominion, and according to their names and places of origin. Who is with me, who is their guide, showed me. And he showed me all their laws exactly as they are, and how it is with regard to all the years of the world, and unto eternity, till the new creation is accomplished, with the earth till eternity. And this is the first law of the sun, has its rising in the eastern portals of the heaven, and its setting in the western portals of the heaven. And I saw in 6 portals in which the sun sets and the moon rises and sets in these portals. And the leaders of the stars and those whom they lead 6 in the east and 6 in the west, and all following each other in accurately corresponding order. Also, many windows to the right and left of these. And first there goes forth the great luminary named the sun, and his circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and he is quite filled with illuminating and heating fire. He ascends, the wind drives, and the sun goes down from the heaven and returns through the north in order to reach the east, and is so good that he comes to the appropriate portal and shines in the face of the heaven. In this way he rises in the first month in the great portal, which is the fourth, those 6 portals in the east. And in that fourth portal from which the sun rises in the first month are 12 window openings, from which proceed a flame when they are opened in their season. When the sun rises in the heaven, he comes forth through that fourth portal 30 mornings in succession, and sets accurately in the fourth portal in the west of the heaven. And during this period the day becomes longer, and the night nightly shorter to the 30th morning. On that day the sun is longer than the night by a 9th part, and the day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun rises from that fourth portal, and sets in the fourth, and returns to the 5th portal of the east 30 mornings, and rises from it, and sets in the 5th portal. And then the day becomes longer by 2 parts, and amounts to 11 parts, and the night becomes shorter, and amounts to 7 parts. And it returns to the east, and enters into the 6th portal, and rises and sets in the 6th portal, 1 in 30 mornings on account of its sign. On that day the day becomes longer than the night, and the day becomes double the night, and the day becomes 12 parts, and the night is shortened and becomes 6 parts. And the sun mounts up to make the day shorter and the night longer. And the sun returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal, and rises from it and sets 30 mornings. And when 30 mornings are accomplished, the day decreases by exactly 1 part, and becomes 11 parts, and the night 7. And the sun goes forth from that 6th portal in the west, and goes to the east, and rises in the 5th portal for 30 mornings, and sets in the west again in the 5th western portal. On that day the day decreases by 2 parts, and amounts to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun goes forth from that 5th portal, and sets in the 5th portal of the west, and rises in the 4th portal for 1 in 30 mornings, on account of its sign, and sets in the west. On that day the day is equalized with the night, and becomes of equal length, and the night amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. And the sun rises from that portal and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises 30 mornings in the 3rd portal, and sets in the west in the 3rd portal. And on that day the night becomes longer than the day, and night becomes longer than night, and day shorter than day till the 30th morning, and the night amounts to exactly 10 parts, and the day to 8 parts. And the sun rises from the 3rd portal, and sets in the 3rd portal in the west, and returns to the east, and for 30 mornings rises in the 2nd portal in the east, and in like manner sets in the 2nd portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day the night amounts to 11 parts, and the day to 7 parts. And the sun rises on that day from that 2nd portal, and sets in the west in the 2nd portal, and returns to the east in the 1st portal for 1 in 30 mornings, and sets in the 1st portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day the night becomes longer, and amounts to the double of the day, and the night amounts exactly to 12 parts, and the day to 6. And the sun has therewith traversed the divisions of his orbit, and turns again on those divisions of his orbit, and enters that portal 30 mornings, and sets also in the west opposite to it. And on that night has the night decreased in length by a 9th part, and the night has become 11 parts, and the day 7 parts. And the sun has returned and entered into the 2nd portal in the east, and returns on those divisions of his orbit for 30 mornings, rising and setting. And on that day the night decreases in length, and the night amounts to 10 parts, and the day to 8. And on that day the sun rises from that portal, and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises in the 3rd portal for 1 in 30 mornings, and sets in the west of the heaven. On that day the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts, and the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as to its days 364. And the length of the day and of the night, and the shortness of the day and of the night arise. Through the course of the sun these distinctions are made. So it comes that its course becomes daily longer, and its course nightly shorter. And this is the law in the course of the sun, and his return as often as he returns 60 times and rises, the great luminary which is named the sun forever and ever. And that which thus rises is the great luminary, and it is so named according to its appearance, according as the Lord commanded. As he rises, so he sets, and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and night, and his light is 7-fold brighter than that of the moon. But as regards size, they are both equal. And after this law, I saw another law dealing with the smaller luminary, which is named the moon, and her circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and her chariot in which she rides is driven by the wind, and light is given to her in definite measure, and her rising and setting change every month, and her days are like the days of the sun. And when her light is uniform, it amounts to the 7th part of the light of the sun, and thus she rises. And her first phase in the east comes forth on the 30th morning, and on that day she becomes visible, and constitutes for you the first phase of the moon on the 30th day together with the sun in the portal where the sun rises. And the 1/2 of her goes forth by a 7th part, and her whole circumference is empty, without light, with the exception of 1/7 part of it, the 14th part of her light. And when she receives 1/7 part of the half of her light amounts to 1/7 part and the half thereof. And she sets with the sun, and when the sun rises, the moon rises with him, and receives the half of 1 part of light. And in that night, in the beginning of her morning, in the commencement of the lunar day, the moon sets with the sun, and is invisible that night with the 14 parts and the half of one of them. And she rises on that day with exactly a 7th part, and comes forth and recedes from the rising of the sun. And in her remaining days she becomes bright in the remaining 13 parts. And I saw another course, a law for her, and how according to that law she performs her monthly revolution. And all these Uriel, the holy angel, who is the leader of all, showed to me, in their positions. And I wrote down their positions as he showed them to me. And I wrote down their months as they were, and the appearance of their lights till 15 days were accomplished. In single 7th parts, she accomplishes all her light in the east, and in single 7th parts accomplishes all her darkness in the west. And in certain months she alters her settings, and in certain months she pursues her own peculiar course. In 2 months the moon sets with the sun, in those 2 middle portals, the 3rd and the 4th. She goes forth for 7 days and turns about and returns again through the portal where the sun rises, and accomplishes all her light. And she recedes from the sun, and in 8 days enters the 6th portal from which the sun goes forth. And when the sun goes forth from the 4th portal, she goes forth 7 days, until she goes forth from the 5th and turns back again in 7 days into the 4th portal and accomplishes all her light. And she recedes and enters into the 1st portal in 8 days, and she returns again in 7 days into the 4th portal from which the sun goes forth. Thus I saw their position, how the moons rose and the sun set in those days. And if 5 years are added together, the sun has an overplus of 30 days. And all the days which accrue to it for one of those 5 years, when they are full, amount to 364 days. And the overplus of the sun and of the stars amounts to 6 days. In 5 years, 6 days every year come to 30 days. And the moon falls behind the sun and the stars to the number of 30 days. And the sun and the stars bring in all the years exactly, so that they do not advance or delay their position by a single day unto eternity, but complete the years with perfect justice in 364 days. In 3 years there are 1,092 days, and in 5 years 1,820 days, so that in 8 years there are 2,912 days. For the moon alone, the days amount in 3 years to 1,062 days, and in 5 years she falls 50 days behind. To the sum of 1,770 there is to be added 1,062 days, and in 5 years there are 1,770 days, so that for the moon the days in 8 years amount to 2,832 days. For in 8 years she falls behind to the amount of 80 days. All the days she falls behind in 8 years are 80, and the year is accurately completed in conformity with their world stations and the stations of the sun, which rise from the portals through which the sun rises and sets 30 days. And the leaders of the heads of the thousands, who are placed over the whole creation and over all the stars, have also to do with the 4 intercalary days, being inseparable from their office, according to the reckoning of the year. And these render service on the 4 days which are not reckoned in the reckoning of the year. And owing to them men go wrong therein, for those luminaries truly render service on the world stations. 1 in the 1st portal, 1 in the 3rd portal of the heaven, 1 in the 4th portal, and 1 in the 6th portal. And the exactness of the year is accomplished through its separate 364 stations. For the signs and the times and the years and the days the angel Uriel showed to me, whom the Lord of glory has set forever over all the luminaries of the heaven, in the heaven and in the world, that they should rule on the face of the heaven and be seen on the earth, and be leaders for the day and the night, the sun, moon, and stars, and all the ministering creatures which make their revolution in all the chariots of the heaven. In like manner 12 doors Uriel showed me, open in the circumference of the sun's chariot in the heaven, through which the rays of the sun break forth. And from them is warmth diffused over the earth, when they are opened at their appointed seasons, and for the winds and the spirit of the dew when they are opened, standing open in the heavens at the ends. As for the 12 portals in the heaven, at the ends of the earth, out of which go forth the sun, moon, and stars, and all the works of heaven, in the east and in the west. There are many windows open to the left and right of them, and one window at its appointed season produces warmth, corresponding as these do to those doors from which the stars come forth, according as he has commanded them, and wherein they set corresponding to their number. And I saw chariots in the heaven, running in the world, above those portals in which revolve the stars that never set. And one is larger than all the rest, and it is that makes its course through the entire world. And at the ends of the earth I saw 12 portals open to all the quarters of the heaven, from which the winds go forth and blow over the earth. 3 of them are open on the face, the east of the heavens, and 3 in the west, and 3 on the right, the south of the heaven, and 3 on the left, the north. And the 3 first are those of the east, and 3 of the north, and 3 after those on the left of the south, and 3 of the west. Through 4 of these come winds of blessing and prosperity, and from those 8 come hurtful winds when they are sent. They bring destruction on all the earth, and on the water upon it, and on all who dwell thereon, and on everything which is in the water and on the land. And the first wind from those portals, called the east wind, comes forth through the first portal which is in the east, inclining towards the south. From it come forth desolation, drought, heat, and destruction. And through the second portal in the middle comes what is fitting. And from it there come rain and fruitfulness and prosperity and dew. And through the third portal which lies toward the north come cold and drought. And after these come forth the south winds through 3 portals. Through the first portal of them inclining to the east comes forth a hot wind. And through the middle portal next to it there come forth fragrant smells and dew and rain and prosperity and health. And through the third portal lying to the west come forth dew and rain, locusts and desolation. And after these the north winds from the 7th portal in the east come dew and rain, locusts and desolation. And from the middle portal come in a direct direction health and rain and dew and prosperity. And through the third portal in the west come cloud and hoarfrost, and snow and rain, and dew and locusts. And after these 4 are the west winds through the first portal adjoining the north, the left. Through the first portal adjoining the north come forth dew and hoarfrost, and cold and snow and frost. And from the middle portal come forth dew and rain, and prosperity and blessing. And through the last portal which adjoins the south come forth drought and desolation, and burning and destruction. And the 12 portals of the 4 quarters of the heaven are therewith completed, and all their laws and all their plagues and all their benefactions have I shown to thee, my son, Methuselah. And the first quarter is called the east, because it is the first. And the second the south, because the Most High will descend there. Yea, there in quite a special sense will he who is blessed forever descend. And the west quarter is named the diminished, because they are all the luminaries of the heaven wane and go down. And the fourth quarter, named the north, is divided into 3 parts. The first